Hello. Welcome to day 3 of the UCLG Annual Retreat 2022. Today is the Town Hall Day.
Buenos días, bienvenidas y bienvenidos al tercer día del retiro. Será el día del cabildo público, y bienvenue à tous et à toutes au troisième jour de la retraite, qui sera le jour dédié aux town halls.
I am Prachi Metawala. I am a former architect, currently in-house migrant officer for the UCLG Migration Human Mobility team. And, well, as you probably guessed, I'm from India. The sari is from Sri Lanka. And I will be your Sherpa for the day. This is my co-Sherpa, Cecile Roth.
I'm Cecile. Thank you, Prachi. I'm French, and I have been working with the UCLG research team, the Gold team, from a year now.
So today we will be having pre-lunch. We will be having the Learning Forum and the Local Governments for Human Rights session.
And post-lunch, we will have the town hall plenary for us to together advance and shape the future social contract. It will be followed by following up plenary, and then there will be the Learning with UCLG session that is called Honey and Donuts, and then we will have the peace agenda. Just a technical few and quick reminder, there are technical devices for interpretation available by the entrance. Interpretation is available in French, English, and Spanish. La interpretación está disponible en la entrada de la sala en castellano, inglés y français. Et vous pouvez trouver les appareils pour l'interprétation juste à l'entrée de la salle. Juste pour être sûr que tout le monde les ait bien à leur disposition.
And now, without further ado, we give the floor to our learning colleague, Fernando Santomoro.
Gracias. Enjoy the session.
Thank you. Good morning. How was the breakfast? Have you had croquetas there? No, not yet, but we still go there. So great to see you here. It's great to be back with you and the family. For us, it's like a Christmas time that we are seeing the faces and see you all together here around the tables. And it's very good to be here and to see you all. There are the Learning Forum. We will explain a little bit what is the Learning Forum, right? We always have this doubt. What is the Local for Action Hubs? What is the Learning Forum? The Learning Forum started as a meeting of the Learning Department after 2015. And we started in Quito as the first Learning Forum, I believe, right, Sarah? And together and to think about the learning process in general, right? How we can learn with each other and how we can enhance the learning in different ways, with different resources. In fact, continuing the large history, the large cooperation, peer learning culture that we have. But with time and with the multiplication of the learning processes, the peer learning in different ways, south-south, north-south, south-north, triangular, and all of that. And with the multiplication of different kinds of learning inside our community, we started to see that it's a process that is that's creating a culture. And after Durban, after the last Congress that we had in 2018, we understood that the Learning Forum is not only an insight meeting during congresses or activities that we have, but it's a process. It's a process that we continue, and you continue to do with your peers, with your partners, other organizations. And it's not only about the members of UCLG, it's getting bigger and bigger. And it's very interesting because there's no limit. But in the same way, we have to think how to organize it and how we all together can be better used or better tools to the general learning, right? So that's the idea of these meetings that we have. The Learning Forum is the process, the general process. But today we would like to think together with you how we can organize and how we can enjoy this process more. So for here we have 3 sessions of this 1 hour and a half. We have this first session of the presentation to present the Learning Forum, to present you that are the Learning Forum. And the second session will be the fishbowl. I don't know if you already done the fishbowl. Yes? So Juanca will explain a little bit more what is the fishbowl, but we will do it here, and we count on you to get into the water. The water is warm, and we can all get in. And the third one is the Learning Forum itself. So we will think about the next steps, how we can enjoy this process together until the Congress in Daejeon and beyond. So let's start with the presentation here. Every table has the cards. They have one card. Yeah, the green one, and the other ones and the pens. So the card there says, what's your, well, in fact, you have to write on the card, what's your name, and what do you do to support learning in your territory. It's a card because you have to write in just one sentence, one idea, to present yourself, and what do you do to support learning in your territory. I see so many friends here. It's exciting. So I will start with, I will do an example. My name is Fernando. I work for the UCLG Learning Department. I'm working with online courses and adaptation of the modules to MOOCs too, and the contents to online games. Please, Najat. It's always inspiring to start with you. Just introduce yourself, what do you do, and your name.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Najat Zarroq. I'm the director of the African Local Government Academy in UCLG Africa, the regional section of UCLG, and I'm very delighted to join you this morning. Thank you.
Me too, Najat. Thank you very much, and thank you for all your work. Has been great multiplying the trainers in Africa. I don't know if here on the table, Hélène, please go on. I think this is the one.
Okay. So good morning, everybody. I'm Hélène Jordan. I'm working at Metropolis as a learning officer. So very pleased to be here and ready to play.
Thank you, Hélène. Metropolis is doing a great work in learning too. Please, Julia.
Yeah. My name is Julia Palmerola. I also work in Metropolis. And I collaborate with all the learning activities, which are a lot
Yeah,
nowadays
right?
in Metropolis.
No,
Thank
yeah.
you very much.
Thank you. You have to see the learning platform of Metropolis is amazing. Arnau, your turn.
Hi. Morning. My name is Arnau Gutierrez. I'm from, actually I'm from Barcelona, but I work for the Madrid City Council now. And I did work a lot on learning beforehand, especially in some online courses, but now my learning process is more linked to academia and the university, so pretty much that's it now.
Yeah, no, Arnau is one of the great seeds of this forest here. I remember when I was working in Mercocidades, with Mercocidades, Arnau was in Barcelona. He was like the man, and still is very good to count on you and to have you here. Thank you very much, Arnau, for the presence. Gloria. Okay. Lautaro, please. My friend. You have a microphone there.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días
Buenos
a todos
días.
y todas. Desde Argentina, Red Mercosidades, ¿cómo están? Lo que nosotros hacemos en los territorios creo que es generar espacios de intercambio entre los municipios y entre funcionarios, entre organismos de cooperación, entre organismos vinculados con la academia, generar redes sobre temáticas específicas que hacen a la gestión diaria, digamos, desde cuestiones transversales como puede ser la problemática de género, desde cuestiones más duras de lo que es la gestión pública, como el acceso a los servicios públicos, su calidad, su gestión, la recolección de los residuos, hasta cuestiones que pueden hacer la articulación de miradas o posiciones con respecto a una temática más general o global, y también buscar las sinergias entre academia, funcionarios, ciudadanía, y esto siempre tiene que tener, cuando hacemos este tipo de actividades, un correlato en la práctica pública, en la participación. De alguna manera también es bueno que nuestra ciudadanía sepa lo importante del aprendizaje y que nuestros funcionarios y que los miembros de las redes están aprendiendo y vinculándose para hacer una mejor calidad de vida. Tiene que tener siempre esto un ida y vuelta con el electorado, con la ciudadanía.
Total. No, para eso hacemos, ¿no? Para mejorar nuestras políticas. Muchas gracias, Helen. Muchas gracias, Lautaro. Mercosidades de una red. Ay, sí, porfa. Sofía, podemos empezar contigo. Sofía, bueno, de Quito, la ciudad donde empezamos todos los Learning Forum, ¿no? Please go ahead.
Bueno, buenos días con todos. Sofía Arce de Cuenca. ¿Nosotros qué hacemos para apoyar el aprendizaje? Tenemos un curso virtual en localización de ODS. Es un curso virtual que nació con el apoyo también de Learning, CGLU. Aquí formamos a las universidades, a las empresas, organizaciones de la sociedad civil, a funcionarios municipales. Hemos desarrollado un campus virtual, lo llamamos Campus ODS, y también estamos formando formadores de formador en cada uno de estos 4 sectores. Entonces, eso estamos haciendo para apoyar el aprendizaje. Gracias.
Gracias, Sofía. No, yo dije esto, Quito, porque hemos hecho una formación conjunta, Cuenca-Quito. Gracias. Pueden mirar tu tarjeta.
Hola, hello. I try to speak Spanish, so I don't only hola.
He's from Barcelona.
Hello, I'm Helmi Abidin here. I'm working at the United Cities and Local Government Asia Pacific. And I remember that learnings is one of the backbones, I think, for the UCLG. And we have been influenced by you, by your works here, Fernando. And I see that the future of learning will be more fun and well integrated with the local practices, and also how we can connect with the updated and useful for the future generation. I think it's more, we want to have it more fun, and because of we've been bored for like almost 2 years in front of the computer with Zoom, this etc. I think we need to think how we have a more creative, and that's it only. I think I don't want to be more in specific. I think everybody, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Helmi. Helmi that is working with us a lot on the resilience, and he's a Barcelona guy. He's from here. Don't know, Adria.
So, hello everyone. So I am Adrià Duarte. I'm the coordinator of the International Observatory on Participatory Democracy. So we're doing learning from participatory democracy and participatory practices. So last year, we've organized with UCLG MIWA some webinar to promote participatory civic participation in MIWA cities. We also organized some webinars on the role of participatory budgeting on climate resilience, and we are planning with the UCLG learning team to organize, also using all these materials, a MOOC on the role of participation in the ecological transition.
Great, Adria, thank you. Great idea. Oh, if Julia wants, yeah, let's go this way and then.
Hi everyone, I'm Julia Munro. I'm working with the UCLG policy team, but I've been supporting the learning team for the past year in the development of some of their learning modules and also the rollout of some of the modules to Africa and Europe regions and ASPAC as well. Yeah.
Hello everyone. I'm Claudia Garcia. I'm part of the SDG localization team in UN Habitat. And in our work, we support learning processes with different work streams. But I'm going to highlight the co-production of the learning modules with UCLG and other partners. And apart from that, we also create some spaces for local governments and other stakeholders to kind of enhance peer learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Claudia is part of family since the beginning too, right, Claudia?
What?
No. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you.
No, totalmente. Es verdad, ¿no? Una estrategia para llamar la atención. Bueno, como tenemos mucha gente, yo pido así para que escribamos mismo en la carpeta, because this will help us to sum up the idea, one central idea to contribute, what do you know, what do you do to support the learning in your territory.
Thank you very much. This is Jamal from the Turkish Association. We are actually an organization that focuses on municipal learning as well. So we train around, it's a pretty big country, so we train around 100,000 employees a year. But what we are focusing on lately is this very beautiful tool that UCLG and UNDRR has developed with the Crisis Management Task Force on localization of the Sendai framework. Because over the last 2 years, Turkey also faced several disasters. And what we are trying to do is to increase the Make Cities Resilient campaign visibility in Turkey, but also link that with the tool that UCLG and UNDRR prepared. So we also have regional associations where we try to train the regional association employees to teach the learning module on Sendai framework and localize it at their regions.
Great. Thank you very much. Do you have?
Hello, my name is Alex Reggiani. This is Camila Cosinha, and I'm at the International Institute for Environment and Development, and Camila is working at University College London. And we've been collaborating with the GOAT team, And we really approached the development of the Gold 6 report as a learning process. So I think the framework through which we facilitate a series of conversations between civil society, UCLG members, and universities has been focusing on exchanges of experiences internationally around advancing urban and territorial equality. So I think this has been a very fulfilling process around exchanges, and yeah, we'll be talking more about that on Friday. Yeah, thanks.
Amazing. Thank you, Alex. Stan?
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Stan Atma, and together with Jesse Post, we work on the secretariat of the CIB working group, Capacity and Institution Building Working Group. And we, I think, try and engage a lot with all the different amazing teams of UCLG. For example, very intensively with the Gold team on the visa reporting, the session of yesterday. And I think also today we have a kind of a smaller follow-up session on that. And that's also really about learning. Of course, there's also the module 4, really a priority for the CIB working group as well to further disseminate and get involved in that process, in that learning process, but also in a bit more broader sense to really be the platform for peer-to-peer cooperation and exchange between local governments, between LGAs, on all different, also technical topics as to decentralized cooperation and development cooperation by local governments.
Thank you, Stan.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je suis Abdeldaïm Nava, je suis conseiller chargé de la coopération au niveau de la région de Nouakchott. Donc nous, au niveau de la région de Nouakchott, nous donnons une importance particulière à la formation, au apprentissage, à travers une coopération avec l'Université de Nouakchott et aussi à travers la coopération avec nos partenaires extérieurs au niveau international. On fait des formations pour les cadres au niveau de la région et aussi on donne une importance particulière à la formation professionnelle des jeunes de Nouakchott et aussi pour les femmes. Merci.
Super. Merci.
Bonjour, donc merci beaucoup. Alors, j'ai été formé par les learning teams des CGLU. Je ne voulais pas au départ, mais finalement, je me suis trouvé être un des formateurs et être formé sur 2 modules très intéressants, donc le module ODD, coopération décentralisée, et les modules résilience. Et grâce à ça, en fait, on travaille avec nos membres adhérentes à Cité Unifrance autour de ces 2 modules, notamment celui coopération décentralisée et ODD. Et j'avais une question peut-être pour tout à l'heure, c'était en fait les rapports très importants Gold sur lesquels on va travailler ensemble. Est-ce qu'il va intégrer cette dimension de la coopération décentralisée et la localisation des ODD, qui est en fait une dimension un peu différente de la mise en place des ODD en fait dans notre collectivité, mais c'est grâce au partenariat que les ODD peuvent accélérer, la localisation des ODD peut s'accélérer. Et je crois qu'on n'a pas encore forcément tous les données pour montrer ça, mais on va y travailler, en tout cas, nous, c'est notre objectif. Merci.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes, Christophe Chailloux de l'Association française du Conseil et Communes et Régions d'Europe. Très heureux de vous retrouver ici à Barcelone. Bien évidemment, comme beaucoup d'entre vous, notre association a un volet important dans le domaine de la formation, bien évidemment essentiellement sur les questions européennes et un peu internationales. Je voudrais moi mettre l'accent sur la collaboration qui est la nôtre avec CGLU, notamment sur les questions d'égalité des genres et notamment tout ce qui relève de la mise en œuvre de l'égalité femmes-hommes dans la coopération décentralisée pour laquelle on a développé un outil spécifique dont on pourra peut-être parler plus tard. Merci à vous.
Merci bien. Je vais passer à Maria qui va continuer. Non?
Hello, my name is Maria Alejandra. I work also for the learning team, and we are very happy to count with all your ideas, but I think like since we are running and we want to speed up this session, we ask you to just go very fast and say what you're doing for learning. In my case, what I'm doing, I work for the learning team, I work in the modules of localization. We have several modules that some of you are working with us, so this is what I do for learning and for supporting the initiative here. So let's just go by. you want.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nujoud Abdel Jawad. I'm the head of International Relations and Cooperation at Greater Amman Municipality. We support learning and exchanging best experience and practices and peer-to-peer learning with our sister city municipalities and through our network, such as UCLG and Metropolis. I'm the one who joined the localizing SDG program by the UCLG, and our teacher, Mr. Sid, he was the instructor of this course. Also through the webinars on several topics like climate change, resilience, smart cities, and that's all.
Thank you. I am Mehmet Tuman, UCLG Secretary General. We are translating resilience learning model into our region's language and oversee their implementation. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Salim Korkmaz from UCLG Meva. Lately, we have been particularly involved in SDG localization and monitoring trainings throughout the region. And also, we are providing trainings on the role of private sector in sustainable development with the UNDP Private Sector Office in Turkey.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melis from UCLG Meva, the Middle East and West Asia section of UCLG. As Salim said, we are closely following up the SDG localization and monitoring process. As the department, the committees and projects department, we are mainly focusing on the localization of the global agendas in different thematic areas. And I think for the next period, we should cooperate with UCLG learning team to facilitate this reporting process for the municipalities and associations. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bükre Türksoy. I am the coordinator of international relations at UCLG Meva. As part of the Global Regional Coordination Project launched by GCOM, UCLG and ICLE, we are implementing some trainings on how to develop sustainable energy and climate action plans with district cities and provincial cities. Also, as Mehmet Bey said, we are working on the localizing the resilience module and implement it in Turkey and in other countries in the region. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Cid Blanco. I'm an architect in urban planning from Brazil, and I'm also a professor at the UCLG learning team and the localizing as the SDGs.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I think I'm known. I'm Sarah from the learning team, and I mobilize and coordinate cities and members to share their practices. In particular, we reinvent a lot methodologies to do so.
Hi, soy Patricia Mancuello de Buenos Aires. A nivel local tenemos un programa de estrategia urbana desde el año 2016, donde trabajamos para consolidar la identidad y la institucionalización metropolitana, que es un tema muy pendiente, digamos, en nuestra región, con toda la administración, con todo el personal de la administración. A nivel regional e iberoamericano trabajamos con algunos partners como CIDEU, Mercociudades, donde también vamos en el mismo sentido. Y bueno, y aquí, junto con CGLU, bueno, apuntamos al trabajo, a la metodología del pares to pares, de poder consolidar una formación que apunte a consolidar el trabajo integrado en objetivos y misiones concretas.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Rosarlene María, soy directora ejecutiva de CIDEU, la red iberoamericana de ciudades que comparten el pensamiento estratégico urbano. Tenemos 16 años teniendo espacios de información en línea para crear capacidades en los territorios de estas ciudades y además de los espacios formales, pues un aprendizaje permanente, dado el intercambio de experiencias entre ciudades y también en colaboración con instituciones como CGLU y Metrópolis.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a Barcelona. Soy de Barcelona, de la Diputación de Barcelona. Mi nombre es Gloria Pérez Salmerón. En la Diputación estamos haciendo mucho trabajo apoyando a los municipios, sobre todo los municipios menores de 20.000 habitantes. Seguramente sabéis muchas cosas. El otro día Olivia ya nos explicó, que está aquí con nosotros, qué estamos haciendo en muchos sentidos, pero En el tema que nos ocupa hoy, lo que estamos haciendo es apoyando todo lo que no tiene que ver con la educación reglada, es decir, escuelas de adultos, escuelas de música, jardines de infancia, todo aquello que tiene que ver con lo que no se ocupa, pues, enseñanza.
Good morning, my name is Eva Baños de Guisasol and I work for CMA Platforma, so the European section. So we do a lot of things. So internally we do internal learning sessions with our staff. We also do mentoring the newcomers. With our members, we organize a lot of training sessions, and now we're focusing on training the politicians, and now we're co-organizing something with the UCLG in the next weeks. Then we also do peer-to-peer learning. We also give a lot of importance to the centralized cooperation, localization, SDGs. We contribute to the reports and to the Module 4, etc. And we also pay a lot of attention to the educational pillar and behavioral change. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm Thomas George from UNICEF. I work on learning for within the organization and for our external partners. And here I'm trying to see how we can co-create with UCLG training material on children, especially for children in poor urban settlements like slums and informal settlements.
Good morning, I'm William Cobbett. I'm consultant to UCLG, and I don't have a contribution to learning other than to stress the importance of transparent, verifiable, and comparable data and information as the base for learning.
Thank you very much. Just an information, we don't have more time to continue presenting ourselves. So I will propose something in each table, like those who already have like the card, just mention a name, a word or something. And then just for all to know you, and then we close the next session that we are going to explore more. They mention it to each other or with the mic? Yeah, Juanca. Okay, Juanca has a proposal here.
So yeah, let's just, for the tables that haven't presented themselves, introduce yourself to each other, and after this we're gonna go to the video, so production team can be ready for that, and we go to the next part of the session. So for those of you who have introduced yourself, please stand up, stretch, and then we'll have 5 minutes for those of you here inside the tables to introduce yourself to each other.
Have you heard about the power of peer learning between cities? Peer learning refers to the two-way reciprocal learning between equals and is considered the most effective ways institutions learn. To organize a peer learning, the expectations need to be clear. Peers may want to learn from a comparable experience or reflect with others on their city's policies. The host of a peer learning event and the facilitators play a critical role. The host is a city or organization providing the venue and context for discussions. They prepare, present, and share their experience, including through field visits and engaging local actors. The facilitator role can be assumed by local government associations, networks, or partners. They help mobilize participants, create opportunities for meaningful exchange, and nurture ongoing advocacy processes. Participants in a peer learning event also play a critical role, contributing actively to discussions. It is important to mix formal and informal learning opportunities to allow for individual exchanges and follow-up. Are you thinking about organizing a peer learning event? Keep this checklist in mind. Define a clear theme and sub-themes for peers to engage. Clarify concepts and assess needs. Explain any technical concept and use strong visuals. Train and brief speakers. A good practice presentation should focus on key lessons, challenges, and transferability. Avoid cognitive overload. Limit lectures and presentations to 10 to 15 minutes or less. Connect to participants with practical expertise. Encourage participants to share their knowledge and treat everyone as an expert. Use the power of storytelling. Remember to look into the whole policy cycle and the impact of the practices being discussed. Facilitators are essential to create an enabling environment for open and respectful discussions among peers. Bridge language gaps among participants coming from different technical and regional backgrounds. Use edutainment and gamification. The more involved, the faster and easier they learn. Collect feedback and report it. Peer learning notes are essential to make the knowledge accessible and transferable. Peer learnings help UCLG members and partners engage in effective and dynamic exchanges and policy-making processes. They also help to gather practices and connect them to global narratives, making municipal work visible. Want to know more about peer learning? Visit uclg.learning.org.
So now let's go jump in the water with Juanca.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope that helped to warm up the water again. And again, an applause to Sara for doing this voiceover of this new video that we have launched. So don't worry, for those of you who haven't taken the mic, you will have the opportunity to do so, but you have to step out of your table and come here to the center where we will be having a fishbowl exercise. So the idea is to do sort of a peer learning, but a quick one, and kind of share with each other some of the experiences that you were sharing about how do you do learning, how do you make it more effective, how do you expand your community, how do you go deeper into your city and do learning within your city, localizing the SDGs, our global agendas, the topics that you are passionate about. We have briefed 3-4 people who will come up here and make a question. And I don't know if you know about the fishbowl methodology. So we will have 5 people engaging in a discussion here, answering to those questions or those challenges that some of our members are facing. And the idea is that you share with some of your experience, what you've been doing, your knowledge, in 1 minute, give them an idea of something that they could do, that they could take from your experience. We have timers, so we will be timing you. The idea is to challenge yourself. You have a timer here in front of you for 1 minute. Try to do your intervention in 1 minute and share your experience with that person who is asking for advice. So I will ask first for Patricia to come here. Also Rosa, who will be helping us open up the fishbowl. Marta, and yes, please sit down so that you will learn how this works. Rosa, please come here. Yes, and maybe sit. Come here, and we'll have 1 empty chair. So if anyone here listening to the question that is being brought up, and some of the ideas that are being brought up in this conversation, wants to share something, please feel free to come to that empty chair. And once you have shared your idea, please leave the chair. You can sit around here. If you still want to engage in the conversation, there's this outside circle where you can see, oh, I still want to add more. You can stay here and then go in again if there's an empty chair. But if you think you have contributed enough, you can go back to your place. So yeah, if you feel like you want to participate, please go to this outside circle and then join one of the empty chairs. And when you're done with your 1 minute intervention, feel free to leave, and we'll be having the learning team around to help you. If you feel shy to come in here, just raise your hand, and my team, my colleagues will guide you and accompany you to the fishbowl so that you jump into the water. Okay, so yeah, without further ado, let's see how this goes. It's always a challenge with learning methodologies. So Patricia, te hemos invitado porque como una comisión de CGLU llevas un proceso de aprendizaje y bueno, dejo que en 3 minutos la primera persona va a tener 3 minutos. Yo le doy la vuelta al tuyo, ya después cada uno. Los azules son de 1 minuto, el violeta es de 3 minutos, que es para la pregunta, que necesita un poco más de contexto. Entonces, Patricia, adelante.
Hola, buenos días nuevamente. Bueno, desde la Comisión de Planificación Urbana Estratégica de CGLU, como brevemente comentaba ayer, hemos tenido una experiencia muy interesante que inició en noviembre de formación de formadores sobre estrategias de resiliencia, herramientas, a partir de los módulos que desde e-learning se habían desarrollado en contenidos en una primera etapa, que fueron unas jornadas, 3 jornadas, que se precedieron de un curso autoguiado del módulo 1, pudimos profundizar con ciudades, en esta ocasión de habla hispana, hicimos un proceso muy interesante previo de intercambio hasta llegar a un grupo de 35 aproximadamente asistentes. Y bueno, fue intenso, tuvo tanto un espacio para que hablaran los expertos como también pudieran presentarse distintas ciudades que estuvieran en distintos momentos en su desarrollo en la gestión de resiliencia. Pudimos llegar a pensar como un avance, digamos como un paso más, que lo desarrollamos en febrero, que tuvo que ver con volver a encontrarnos, con entender que simplemente acompañar, hacer un proceso de capacitación, de intercambio, como luego volvemos a nuestros lugares, no siempre lo podemos sostener e integrar a nuestra gestión. Hicimos este segundo encuentro y bueno, y ahí fuimos algunos menos, pudimos profundizar un poco más, algunos ya habían empezado a trabajar en esto, en sus equipos, otros no habían podido, otros necesitaban repensarlo. Y bueno, y nos quedó como corto, ¿no? Pensamos, seguimos reflexionando juntos, que sin duda uno de los desafíos que queríamos plantearles es cómo podemos, con las mejores herramientas, con contenidos, con ciudades comprometidas, darle continuidad, cómo podemos seguir trabajando juntos, cómo podemos nutrir nuestros espacios de trabajo, intercambiar de una manera más permanente, como solemos decir, co-crear, crear comunidad, poder consolidarnos desde un aprendizaje mutuo. Es difícil sostenerlo en el tiempo, es mucho más sencillo darnos estos momentos, estos días para estar juntos. Bueno, la pregunta es esa, ¿cómo podemos hacer, cómo nos pueden ayudar para lograr eso? Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Antes de que respondan, solo recordarle a las personas que quieran venir que traigan sus aparatos de interpretación para que así la conversación pueda seguir fluyendo sin importar el lenguaje en el que se esté hablando. No sé, ¿quién quieres?
Me aprovecho de los minutos que todavía tiene.
Vale.
Bueno, creo que la experiencia que tenemos nosotros en el curso de localización de los ODS y que se pasó las últimas 2 ediciones en el medio de la pandemia. Entonces, la primera sesión de la pandemia estábamos como, ¿qué hacemos? La gente estaba agotada de cosas online y cosas así. Pero en el último curso nos pareció muy bien el trabajo de poner la gente toda junta de distintos países, de distintas regiones, compartiendo trabajos en grupo y haciendo con que ellos no fueran simplemente rostros en línea, pero que se conectasen por todo el curso. Y hemos logrado resultados increíbles con el intercambio de distintas partes del mundo. Tenemos acá algunos alumnos y me encanta ver que están desarrollando trabajos y cosas con el aprendizaje que tuvimos en el curso. Y la idea es seguir haciendo y mismo que estén lejos, ponerlos cada vez más cercanos, porque al final del día reducir las desigualdades sigue siendo el reto de todos.
No sé quién quiere seguir.
Bueno, a nosotros nos ha funcionado el seguimiento desde la práctica, porque el momento y sobre todo, como dices, que siempre sentimos que queda corto, no es suficiente. Lo interesante es qué se hace con ese conocimiento de ahí en adelante. Cada persona está en un momento diferente, cada institución lo asume a veces desde un proceso más avanzado, a veces casi como una sensibilización. Por lo tanto, es interesante propiciar espacios de encuentro más adelante pero sobre todo hacer el acuerdo con una meta aunque sea corta en función del estado en que se encuentra cada quien, que se quiere alcanzar a partir de poner en práctica el conocimiento. Entonces, en ese próximo encuentro, cada quien desde su lugar, pues comparte con el grupo hasta dónde ha llegado, qué desafíos se ha enfrentado, qué herramientas les han servido, si sencillamente no ha podido avanzar, y recibe la retroalimentación de sus pares. Entonces, es una forma como de ir estableciendo pequeños momentos para ir llevando a la práctica y poder compartir ese aprendizaje. Es una forma interesante de dar seguimiento.
Muchas gracias.
Sí, bueno, voy a seguir yo. Muchas gracias. Hello everyone. Seguir en español. Pues soy Marta Llobet de la Comisión de Cultura de CGLU y para nosotros la creación de comunidad y el aprendizaje está en el centro del trabajo que hacemos diariamente con las ciudades y con nuestros socios. Tenemos, por ejemplo, diversos programas de capacitación y de aprendizaje. Tenemos el Pilot Cities, el Culture 21 Lab, tenemos el Leading Cities y luego el último que hemos desarrollado que está centrado en la localización de los ODS desde la perspectiva de la cultura, que es el 7 Keys, las 7 claves que muchos de ustedes ya conocen. Luego también desarrollamos webinars para las ciudades y los socios que lo deseen sobre, por ejemplo, el lugar de la cultura también en la implementación de los ODS. Y luego también tenemos esos espacios de encuentro, ¿no?, que comentábamos con ciudades y socios, como por ejemplo es la Cumbre de Cultura de CGLU, que celebramos cada 2 años y que celebramos el año pasado en Izmir. Gracias.
No, sí, en principio, bueno, agradecer, me parece que toda la perspectiva que han sumado de sus espacios han sido muy valiosa. Nosotros teníamos claro desde el inicio que no se agotaba en esa instancia, pero bueno, sin duda, bueno, como bien decías, digamos, veníamos todos también de estar como en estos espacios virtuales, un poco cansados de esto, probablemente pensaba, escuchándolos, que también algo que todavía por ahí no surge tanto y tiene que ver con que estamos en esa transición, empezar a pensar también en la presencialidad, digamos, ¿no? en la cercanía, bueno, seguramente va a sumar a esto, digamos. Probablemente habrá que pensarlo regional. Hay que ver, ¿no?, digamos, las posibilidades, pero me parece que es una opción. Entiendo que tenemos aquí más para...
I just want to make sure if any of you wants to respond to her question right now. Do you want to contribute to this conversation at this moment and take that seat? In general, yeah. Please go here.
Thank you. My name is Shams Asadi. I'm from Vienna. I'm just listening to all of you and the whole days from, Monday. I'm very inspired what's happening in UCLG, though we work with UCLG and our mayor was the president of UCLG in the very past times. But I have the feeling that it's a little bit top-down. And as a city, maybe it is just my feeling, but I think the role of the cities, or just the role of the cities that they contribute in learning, or just how they can, I don't know, develop the tools and how can they use the tools, it's a little bit, for me, it is missing here. If I'm wrong, please just tell me, but it is my feeling because we don't use the UCLG learning tools and we don't use the UCLG learning just program. But for me, just the, bilateral learning of cities, it's not mentioning, and it's not learning and listening to cities. It is your motto, but I don't see listening to the cities that much in your program. Maybe I'm wrong, but it is my feeling, and if I'm wrong, please let me know. Thank you.
I think, because the idea of the fishbowl is not to have this, I would like to answer this, and it's an important question, but I do want to stick to this methodology and to contributing to to the cities and the members that are putting questions here on how we work on learning. So I do want, because otherwise this conversation can open up to many other things that we can do at the end of the session when we go back to learning in general. So I do want to remind you again, we're inviting people here to put up questions on how we can do better learning and to bring experiences and contribute to that. So I think I would like kind of reformulate what you're saying as an idea, as a contribution, and I think that that's what we want to do here. So like to listen to cities, maybe to listen to what the participants of this course or of these modules were doing, and listen to what they are asking for. So I just wanna go back into the idea of this exercise, that we're contributing to other members of this fishbowl with ideas rather than opening the question to a greater conversation. So it's kind of a peer learning, a peer review, and if you enter here, I do want to interact with the people who raised the question here. Okay, so let's go back to our second one. Najat, you have a challenge in front of you to go back to the fishbowl methodology, but let us know what you would like to hear from others about.
Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. Good morning again. So I was supposed to raise some challenge facing learning, capacity building, and the training. And for me, there is several points. I will try to make it brief to respect the time. First of all, it's how we consider learning, capacity building, and training. It's mandatory, it's a duty, it's a luxury, or it's pedagogical tourism. So this is the first challenge. The second one is access to information. You raised, if we are listening to cities, they need to be informed on time because they have a lot of duties. They are dealing with the daily duties, so we need to inform them and to let them organize themselves to benefit from what we are offering. The third one is the commitment of our members, the National Association. And I mean by the commitment is the duty to empower their members. So it's a duty and they have to commit to deliver and to achieve. The fourth one is the relevance of what we are offering. And it was seen in the video of Sarah. Are we putting in place and offering a training capacity building that meets the expectation, the needs, the priorities of our members and of the cities? The quality of what we are offering. So it's really the main challenge. It's just not to invite people to come for now for webinars. It's become like a pedagogical tourism. Everyone who have nothing to do, he will come to a webinar. And the same persons, I name them the joker, when these people are working, delivering for their cities. So because training, it's not all the day. So we have to balance between our duty to deliver for those who elected you and our duty to empower ourselves. The logistic. So now we are in virtual activities, but when it's in person, it's also a lot of challenge to make sure that people will have the budget to travel, to accommodate, and to have their meals, etc., or to register. And finally, the funding. This is the main challenge, because when you look to each budget in a city or national association, you will see that the budget allocated to training, learning is the weak one. So we need really to advocate, Emilia, to raise the budget allocated to training, to empowering our members, to really become this powerful power globally, regionally, and in the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nayat. And in 3 minutes, you managed to put up very big questions, 5 big questions here. And I think this opens up the conversation to many things that can be shared. It is hard questions that we have here, and I would love to hear from our Learning Forum members, new and old. So feel free to come around if you want to share something. Let me start. You want to respond directly to this?
Yes.
And then, yeah, 1 minute.
Okay, I'm very happy. I'm a former diplomat. 1 minute in the United Nations is an eternity. So I'm working in Geneva, Geneva Cities Hub. My previous life, I was educator and I'm teaching multilateral diplomacy at the University of Geneva. Quickly to reply to your questions and then we can elaborate. There is a learning institute at the United Nations called UNITAR, United Nations Training and Research Institute. They can help UCLG to spread the word, I think, just throwing ideas. And they can help also with funding because they receive official funding from states. And the states give the funding to the UNITAR. And if UCLG, in some scenarios, make joint programs with UNITAR, then the municipal authorities and others of your training clients can benefit through this funding, also for the funding programs, for the accommodation, etc. So probably some of your questions can find the answers in association with UNITAR, and obviously I'm happy to help Geneva Cities Hub. Still have to talk also with Emilia and others, but yes, this will be probably one solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Najat, for all these sharing these challenges. It's not difficult, I think, to share a good thought. But I think what we could do and what we need to learn, let's say, to involve local governments more actively already in the design and in the creational process of the things we're organizing. I think also yesterday in the discussion on the VSRs, I think we really find that it's really difficult to engage with also the national level because we quite often feel that we're being involved at a too late stage and then it just becomes difficult to cooperate and to really move forward together. But I think we can also take that to account more ourselves when we're wanting to involve and cooperate with cities. So really in the design, in the discussions before that, I think that's something we could we could tackle a bit. I think that's something we could learn. And we're now focusing also just very briefly on a new study, also financed by the city of Barcelona, on how cities can get involved in development cooperation. And we're really trying to map different ways and really engaging with different cities to foster and to map those kind of ways. And thank you. Sorry. Jamal?
It's good if you do it yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is Jamal from the Turkish Association. In our experience, literally 80% of our union budget spent on learning because our union does have a political leadership, but its power comes from the experts, the bureaucrats that run the municipal day-to-day tasks. So they bring together ideas. What we used to do, we used to have this trainings with like a couple of, like 100 people, and the trainers up there and teaching something. But then we realized the real learning happens within the people that came for the training. So we started sparing more time for them to exchange one another, because we also realized that we're creating an interaction at a maximum level when we bring all municipal police together. And they got so much to learn from one another than the teacher is teaching them. So in that sense, we are trying to do that, and it's finished.
And yeah, remember if you have finished contributing, you can leave the
Najat,
seat
I just want to share about our
speaking.
experience before to answer your question regarding the how to answer the challenges, including normally in the Asia Pacific, we work together closely with the city municipality that they have a training center. Like we establish the connection, like normally big city like Kuala Lumpur, Jakarta, Seoul, they have the certain training center that we can engage more. We can use the modality, and they have some expertise inside. And also the collaboration with the university, of course, we learn from you as well, from ALGA. And I think for the funding issues, we can have the collaboration with, as mentioned, UNITAR, Sival Jeju. For example, there is a training center in the region that we can also use as partners. And we used to work at this, with this kind of methodology. But now we try to allocate some budget internally, even a lot small, to trigger more another activities inside. And I think the second answer. Okay.
Thank you.
Was.
Let's go ahead.
Bueno, muy buenos días con todos. Yo quisiera recordar unas palabras que me dijo. Well, good morning to you all. I am going to speak in English, so it will be better for you. I want to remember words that Antonio told me today, and it's that alliance bring more strength to different projects. And I just want to remember one project that we had in Cuenca, in Ecuador. We had a vocational training program with the cooperation of Germany. And it was a program that it was implemented by the Chamber of Industries of the city with the cooperation of the chairman and also with the universities. And this was a program that was strange, that is still alive, and it has benefited lots of kids because this was an alliance, right? And I believe that, well, that alliance is the one that makes the strength on the programs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, yeah, yes, go ahead. If you want to reply.
Yes, indeed, we need alliance and allies because the experience we have with SARA or with the Metropolis, we can, when we join efforts, when we co-create, when we respect one another, when we support one another, we can commit, we can deliver, and we can achieve. So last year, it was really a very amazing year for our academy because they provide us with the modules, with the pedagogical content. They fund the consultants. We mobilize the participants, and we joint efforts. So we cannot not succeed. So the learning, training, capacity building is really the field where we can implement the SDG 17. It's multi-level partnerships where everyone will contribute with something, bring on the table something. And I guess it's creating an enabler environment for learning, training, and capacity building. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Paula, working from the Local Economic and Social Development Committee. Well, what I would like to add is, I wouldn't like to be repetitive, but I'm sure that working in partnerships with other teams and other entities is what have brought the most for our learning processes. I think it not also contributes to the products we can't reach, but also the whole process. And bringing those learning processes with local governments and meeting their demands, it's also another point I think is key.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Si quieres. So I think we have time for one final round. If you want to do one question, and then we go to the final session. So.
Bueno, listo. Sobre la pregunta, nosotros venimos trabajando desde Cuenca con un programa virtual en localización de los ODS. Está basado en el módulo de CGLU, sobre localización, y hemos comenzado a formar a las universidades, a las organizaciones de la sociedad civil, a las empresas y, por supuesto, a nuestros funcionarios municipales. Pero aquí va la pregunta, y es donde hemos encontrado esa mayor dificultad de comprometer al sector privado, a las empresas. No podemos lograr sostenibilidad solos, la sostenibilidad lo hacemos todos los que conformamos ciudad, Así que mi pregunta va hacia cómo comprometer a las empresas medianas y pequeñas en la localización de los ODS, en informarse e incluso en comenzar a reportar datos, que eso para quienes están involucrados o deseamos estar involucrados en la construcción de los informes locales nos va a servir de mucho.
No sé si quieras contribuir un poco, creo que tienes algo para contribuir desde la comisión. Así que
sí, claro. Bueno, creo que, como incluso comentábamos antes, creo que trabajar desde los temas que ya preocupan a las ciudades y que implican también al sector empresarial ayuda a que se sumen también los y las empresarias y sin duda esas cuestiones en las que ya desde el territorio se trabaja hace que la alianza sea más fuerte y se pueda caminar hacia un mismo fin que, por supuesto, los ODS ya incluyen y ya contribuyen. Creo que las prioridades y las preocupaciones en el territorio local y regional sin duda están reflejadas en los ODS y no deberían ir hacia caminos separados, creo que...
Maybe if you can wrap up with some relationship to that on your final comment. Should I?
Okay, so I have a final question, and this is a two-part question. One is from my previous work life, and one is from my current work life. As I said, in my current work life, I'm a migration officer, a project officer in the migration team. And we are moving towards, and this is more on how do we translate via learning, policy to action. We are moving towards the International Migration Review Forum, for example. So how do we translate this global agendas, the migration compacts, the refugee compacts, to implement local action towards this better? And the second one is action to policy. I was an architect, okay? And an architect would go into a city or a camp to design settlements. So they think they have to act, but often there is no policy in place, okay, to support their actions. So how do you go and teach this allied professions? How do you get learning to them? That, there's also policy. Train them on policy and get them to act better with you to implement these agendas that we have.
Great. Thank you. Should it be in English, Spanish?
Whatever you want.
Okay, Spanish it is. Un minuto. Me gusta esto de los relojes. A lo mejor ayer lo podíamos haber implementado también porque tenemos cierta tendencia a alargarnos. Voy a ser muy breve. Mi nombre es Arnau, del Ayuntamiento de Madrid. Creo que la pregunta que a mí, de algún modo, me da vueltas es ¿cómo aprenden las instituciones? How do institutions learn? ¿Cómo aprenden las instituciones? Porque están formadas por personas. Y muy rápidamente os voy a comentar que en el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, desde la EFAM, la Escuela de Formación del Ayuntamiento de Madrid, hay cursos especializados en materia de internacionalización y también de ODS. Para los empleados, porque el Ayuntamiento de Madrid tiene 30.000 funcionarios, 30.000 trabajadores, que son los mismos que la Comisión Europea. Por lo tanto, no perdamos de vista el poder de una institución, no solo para peer learning con otras ciudades, que también, que es nuestro trabajo en el área internacional, sino para que se filtre el conocimiento a todos los trabajadores. Gracias.
Gracias, sí, ya te iba a decir del
lo
reloj,
vi.
pero no, genial. Y creo que esto es una reflexión muy buena para terminar esto. Cuando hablamos de aprendizaje, ¿de qué hablamos? Hablamos de las personas, de las instituciones y también ver que no es solo el peer learning entre ciudades, sino muchos procesos que se llevan dentro de las ciudades mismas y no solo cuando se habla dentro de las ciudades mismas de la ciudadanía, pero que somos muchos, yo no soy funcionario público, son muchos funcionarios públicos que están trabajando en estos procesos, en la localización, en la implementación y en el día a día de las ciudades. Una última intervención y después pasamos. Vale. Adelante.
I think I can pick one question. Okay. I'm Salim Korkmaz from UCLG MEWA. I was going to respond to your question on private sector. Actually, in UCLG MEWA, we have a hybrid solution to that. We are working more with the municipal companies, municipal enterprises. They are acting in the gray zone between, private sector and government sector. So I've just mentioned that we are engaged in a training with the private sector, the municipal companies in the region with UNDP private sector office in Istanbul. It's a global office, but working closely with us because we are in Istanbul as well. So we have so far trained several municipal associations, not only in our region, but also we are working closely with UCLG Eurasia, with the training with Azerbaijani cities, the same with CMR, with the Albanian cities. So through the SDG framework, we are trying to train the municipalities and municipal assemblies, municipal enterprises to work in a way that their action contribute to the sustainable development goals.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for joining this new dynamic that we're also trying out. You can go back now. And I would like to introduce our learning colleague, Claudia, to lead us to this final wrap-up session.
Merci, Juanca. Je vais parler en français parce qu'on a entendu beaucoup d'anglais et d'espagnol jusqu'à maintenant, donc je vais changer un petit peu. Donc, dans cette troisième et dernière partie de notre session, ce qu'on va faire, c'est on va regarder vers l'avenir. On va penser à comment on peut avancer dans ce Learning Forum, ce forum d'apprentissage. Comment le consolider, l'élargir, parce que le forum d'apprentissage, comme mon collègue Fernando l'a bien dit au début, nous sommes tous. Donc, par groupe, par table, nous voudrions que vous discutiez avec vos partenaires et vous écriviez sur un papier une idée sur qu'est-ce que vous voudriez voir dans le Learning Forum dans le futur, comment vous voudriez participer à ceci. Donc, on va vous donner 5 minutes. 5 minutes, is that right? 3. Et oui, après on fera un petit tour pour voir vos réponses. Sí, vale, digo la pregunta también en español y luego en inglés. Básicamente lo que queremos es que por grupos, pequeños grupos, discutáis sobre de qué manera quisierais, cómo avanzar en este foro de aprendizaje, qué os gustaría ver en el futuro de cara al Congreso y al Pacto para el Futuro. And lastly, in English, so in tables, okay. So we'd like to for you to discuss in small groups about what would you like to see in the Learning Forum in the future. How would you like to? How can you contribute to it, to enlarge it, to advance it, and with always looking at, of course, the Congress, but mostly the Pact for the Future. So we give you 3 minutes for this. In Catalan as well? Okay, you can do it either in groups of 3, 4, or the whole table, as you want.
Música de trabajo mientras no pasa nada, solo para rellenar el vacío. Debe ser.
Pensé que es alerta que
encuentro como profesor. Del foro de todos nosotros que estamos con Vale, perfecto.
Intercambios y comentarios.
Empieza por ahí, por esa zona, porque como el pibe no ha hablado.
Pero entonces, Claudia, decí que les queda un minuto.
You have 1 minute left. Un minuto. Une minute. No.
Estoy con 2. Sí cantamos.
Sí, eso de trabajar por mesa no funciona. Claro, ahora voy primero a la mesa de allá.
La señora, no sé de dónde era la señora que dice que no utilizamos los materiales de learning.
De Viena.
Ah, de Viena.
No, pero eso
Pero
sí,
me
ahora
gustó.
se va. Sí,
Entonces,
por
me
eso
gustó.
digo que ahora
Una
volvemos
pena que
a
no
poner,
podríamos...
pero se fue, se va.
No, y Najat contestó súper bien.
Yeah, now. Please conclude right up in your question.
Empezamos por ahí.
No, please conclude and write.
So please conclude, write the idea in the card, and we'll start the conversation.
Okay, so hello everybody, can I get your attention for a moment? Thank you so much. Because we want to, so please, can I get your attention? Because we want to give the attention to the tables which we have not been looking at. So please, Eva, did you do it? Okay, here we have a table with a proposal.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So my expectation or expecting is that we can learn from each other about how to increase the capacity of the local actors, especially local government associations, because I think it's a key to have the LGA's capacity increased to deliver the training to their members. So I guess this is the right time for especially me to learn from all of you in here to get the insights on how to increase the capacity of the local government associations to deliver the trainings to their members, as well as on how to mainstream the learning or training programs to the national capacity building, human resource development programming. So it would be a regular program and would be a local or national initiative without having to wait for other external entities to deliver the training. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this table contribution. Also, Mariana from Mexico and you are from Tehran were discussing this with Hendra. Small applause, and we go to the next table. I'm sure Stan and Nayat will be very happy with your suggestions. So here we go. Please be short.
Ok, en français. Je ne sais pas si vous êtes prêts à mettre la traduction. Nous, on propose qu'il y ait des ateliers d'apprentissage avec des cas concrets qui pourraient se dérouler en petits groupes pour pouvoir rentrer parfois dans le vif du sujet, apprendre les uns des autres sur d'autres formats, parce que les grands formats, c'est super intéressant, mais parfois, on a aussi besoin de se retrouver en plus petits groupes pour pouvoir interagir et mieux apprendre les uns des autres. Voilà.
Thank you, and your name?
My name is Elsa Touré from Grigny, France, ville de Grigny.
Thank you very much, Elsa, also for being short. And here was Martin from CMR and Camelia from Geneva Hub. Thank you, and a small applause for our contribution. we take up. So we go to the next, Greg.
So we've all been doing a lot of learning during COVID, but unfortunately it's been very academic, and we've been sitting in our bubbles and learning very academically. And the challenge that we were saying in our table was how to make it more experiential and actually get the experience of the people on the ground that we are serving and have that informing our learning rather than an academic learning.
Oh, I couldn't have a nicer contribution, Greg, because we feel in learning we really are in this. So our objective, and I would like also to recall to the contribution of Vienna here, our objective is really to take up the city's practice as the biggest treasure we have. So we need to nurture academia, we need to go out and be in all the forums with at least one practice. And hopefully you are our ally to do so, and we can continue. I think there's a lot of opportunity, as you say, in the virtual world. So did this table come to any proposal? Spokesperson?
Gracias, Sara. Soy Eva, del CEMER, la sección europea. Proponemos un taller para el sector infantil, para los niños, con presentación de casos estudios, y el focus sería seguridad, provisión de servicios, incluyendo salud, protección, etc. Y en esos talleres podría tener los adultos como público. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And it's very clear you have a very powerful neighbor. Applause, and also an applause to the table of Greg, Carla, and I'm so sorry I did not do this before. So we go to the next table, and we take note of all these ideas and come back to what is feasible later.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Vivian from the Youth Caucus, and what we've been debating about was more related to human rights, two concrete things. First of all, ensuring that the digital divide do not prevent old people, young people from rural areas, people with disabilities to participate in these spaces. So we still have to make an effort to ensure, and this is an open space for everyone, but also ensuring that the people that can participate in learning spaces, not only here, but through all our projects, are also people not generally included in society, young people, indigenous people, not only because we don't want to leave no one behind, but because we want to make sure all hidden knowledge in society can be useful and can be used for innovation and for global progress.
Thank you very much. Applause to this table as well. And of course, what you say is also honey in our ears, in particular on mobilization. You are totally right. We don't outreach enough, but we can only outreach if you help us. So, of course, virtual is maybe a limit, virtuality, but it is also an opportunity. So we look forward. Does this table have a... Mehmet, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I would like to congratulate you and your team for excellent jobs. And UCLG learning team also should see the sections or regions, see their implementation, because you cannot implement everything in all the regions. Maybe you need some change according to the region's reality.
Yes, I think, Mehmet, I think we do this, we try our best. And I cannot promise we will do it always, because this last year we have focused on our regional section. So, but of course, it's also very important for us, and I think the announcement Salim has made are also very clear in this direction. Thank you. The next table, do you have a suggestion? Or a proposal or a commitment? No? You did not share. Oh. Then this is maybe our fault. Huh? We haven't told you enough that you have to share and to discuss. So you can think around, look at Christophe, and maybe you come up. I come back. Huh? So we go to the next table. I'm sorry. No, because we have only one. You did not discuss in the table? Okay, wonderful. So here we have a proposal. You have a spokesperson? Helmi?
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I'm Helmi here from UCLG ASPAC. The proposal, I think, is not new, but I believe that you have done this kind of before. I remember when we had the peer learning on the urban renewal, it was very interesting to know, to learn from the existing case study from the city. So I think the city will be so helpful and to receive any feedback and recommendation toward the case study and tone watching methodology. You know, tone watching methodology that we explore the city itself and the combination between not only the audio method, you know, like a method, but also we try to mix with the visual that people can be involved more. I think that's the proposal.
Thank you very much to this table, which is advocating for more peer-to-peer learning, and applause for this. Do you have a suggestion? So, and a spokesperson, perfect.
I think, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. After some debates, well, quite a long process of debates and synthesizing, we have agreed to propose that elected officials from national associations and training programs and learning programs should bring their expectations, their needs, and their priorities. That's the synthesized
so, for example, a survey to elected officials?
Yes.
Okay, I think this is very doable.
Well, why? I mean, why yes.
Yes.
I mean,
so, no, it's an excellent, I think it's an excellent point.
Mm-hmm.
If I get you right, you want any training measures to be very close to the expectations of our members, in particular the political.
Yes, it's like, putting them all together to see what should be done. Yeah.
No, I think we can do this suggestion to Emilia and the statutory to address more that kind of question to our political leadership. So if you all help us, this is very feasible. Applause to this. We take note. And we have a suggestion of our table in the corner, the very beautiful, well-attended. Camille?
Thank you. So yeah, we focus on how to create like learning forum spaces to strengthen in different processes that are happening within UCLG, and we thought particularly, for instance, in relation to the Gold 6 process and how that can be outtaken into a kind of learning forum, not only towards the Congress, but also beyond the Congress, and looking specifically at particular challenges. Some of our colleagues here were talking about, for instance, learning for cities in particular crisis responses and experiences that can be taken into a learning space using the kind of umbrella of the research that has been done under the Gold 6 process. So yeah, that's something.
Excellent point. And this, you are not the only one. Applause to this table. Because I think in UCLG, when you see the different work areas, of course, the first wells we have very close to us, and we sometimes don't attend enough. So we of course see in the moment how to convert the gold, not the gold report, but for example VSR into a learning modality. But we, of course, I think there's much more into it, connecting also our research to the practices. And I think that's the point maybe we have here to close, because I saw a lot of interventions in this direction. No? So there are proposals. For example, the mock proposal is a very clear proposal, and we have a person looking after the mocks, which is Fernando. He is our mock-you guy, and we have to give him an applause because he's really the most patient person in the team. And he's really briefing everybody, because doing a mock and not fall into an offer, which we have many offers. It was said, UNITAR, CFAL, they all have offers. So we should not repeat the wheel. We have to be loyal to our own idea, to the practice, to look in our detail in what we have. And he's here for you, listening to our members excessively in this. So that's doable, and as an idea, we can take it up. The same, I think, the survey and the recommendations to the statutory meeting, and of course, the peer learning. There was a lot said on peer learning. We do see this is a modality we have been experiencing over 15 years. I saw Billy Corbett, who was actually employing me when, when I got to UCLG, and we started a program of peer learning from the basics, mentoring it was called, and this has grown up enormously. I think we also have some virtual participants. I'm not sure if that could work. In case, please let them in for a minute. The virtual participants. Do we have virtual participants? Because we see that there's two things. With networks, with institution, with OECD, we see the importance of peer learning as a modality we need to spread as a modality as such. That's why we have been doing that video, and we have much more videos, so that you all can do peer learning without us. And that's a decentralized process. And of course, we have also to take then later up all the knowledge, the practices. We have enormous wealth of platforms. Metropolis has a platform. OEDP has a platform. So we take up that wealth because we can root our work and our system, the learning system, in this wealth. The same is for CIDEO and all the networks we are connecting. And that's what we expect in Daejeon to fold out. So how to show this double stream, the different roles of cities, of networkers, of newcomers in network, and of those who have already experienced and can help us to systemize and to do massive products, in particular online projects. So this is it for today, and we thank you very much. I would like to thank the team. Claudia, she's our stagiaire for 1 year. Jung Yoon from Korea, our secondment. Maria Alejandra, you have seen her. She's our power girl. And the power man, Juan Carlos. So I think they all deserve a lot of applause. Thank you very much. And please stay in the room because the next session will be starting immediately. So I should give over maybe to somebody, but allow.
Thank you, learning team. What a quick way for efficient consolidation of our peers' feedback into the learning process. And
I'm very happy now to introduce Amanda Fletti. I'm not seeing her right now, but I mean she's here for the next session on human rights. She's here. Amanda Fletti from the UCLG Committee on Social Inclusion, Participatory Democracy and Human Rights for the next sessions on local governments and human rights.
Thank you very much. We're going to wait a couple of minutes before starting next session. I would like to invite Hans Sackers from Utrecht, Eza Touré from Guinea to join me, please. Shams Asadi from the city of Vienna, and Mariana Flores from the city of Mexico. So this session will be held in French, Spanish, and English. So Please have your device prepared for the session. Un minuto y empezamos. 1 minute and we start. So we're going to start the session. Hans, maybe you can just go there. I invite you to take a seat. So let's start. Let's start the session. So I'm Amanda Fletty. I'm coordinating the Committee on Social Inclusion, Participatory Democracy and Human Rights of UCLG. And we're going to have this session toward UCLG Congress to discuss together about local government and human rights. Human rights represent the idea of universality by excellence. They are an attempt to protect and define human dignity across the world and should apply to all human beings. But if human rights are a usual reference to guide global discussion and international action, they are often missing as a reference in local agendas. The relationship between local and regional governments and human rights is a story we still need to shape and to share. We still need to gain a seat in the global discussion on human rights because they are the closest level to the people, a service provider, but also a front runner of human rights challenges, since half of the world population live now in urbanized areas. But cities and local territories are not only a scene for human rights. They are the main actors, hand in hand with civil society. They are the ones who can make the difference at the local level and bring a new impetus to human rights, shifting from a top-down vision to bottom-up processes, engaging human rights-based approaches with their local communities and organizations. And over the past 20 years, the UCLG Committee on Social Inclusion and Human Rights have been gathering the experience of those cities and territories who decided to commit with human rights values and principles. We acknowledge local declaration adopted by cities like Guangzhou, Mexico, Montreal, Saint-Denis, Barcelona, Wonosobo, Semarang, and also to connect this local and regional initiative to make visible the emergency of a movement at the international level. UCLG has been pioneered by adopting 10 years ago a global charter for human rights in the city during the UCLG Congress in Florence, a document elaborated by local governments and for local governments, an attempt to build an international reference document for all local and regional governments willing to embrace human rights in their local action. 10 years after, we are heading to the Asian Congress. And the co-presidency of our committee proposed to launch an international campaign, 10, 100, and 1,000 human rights cities and territories by 2030. We have here Hans Sackers from the city of Utrecht, in charge of international relations. And we have also here Elsa Touré, who is also in charge of international relations at the city of Grigny in France. Both are co-presidents of our Committee on Social Inclusion and Human Rights, and also co-chairing and members of the Policy Council on the Right to the City. And I would like to ask you, why this campaign and why now? Hans?
Hello. Yes, thank you, Amanda. For us, it started in 2010. We got a phone call from the Fundamental Rights Agency in Europe, in Vienna, and they asked us, do you want to join a joint-up governance project about how to implement human rights on the local level? And we became part of this project, and we became part of the committee, and we had the first meeting in Saint-Denis in 2010, and then it started for us to think for the first time in terms of human rights explicitly. Of course, we do, like all cities, a lot on human rights work, programs, policies, etc. But we never spoke, well, at least we didn't, in terms of human rights in an explicit way. And that was, for us, a really big change. Because normally we all talk about intercultural cities, resilient cities, fearless cities, inclusive cities, and so on. But talking about human rights and another framework, the SDGs, is really different, because there we have a commitment of the world community with a legal system behind it, and how to translate that system instead of just doing all the other things. That's also very good. So we started to do experimentation, we did policy evaluations and so on. And we made toolkits, and we became an even more active partner in the committee. And that all was very interesting. But then Amanda organized in 2019 a great meeting in Palais Wilson in Geneva, together with the OHCHR. And there we had the discussion, also my mayor had the discussion with Kate Gilmore, the former Deputy High Commissioner. And we had 3 conclusions, because this movement of human rights cities was developing, but not very quickly. So we have all together, worldwide, perhaps 100 cities. And we concluded when we want to have more impact, we need 3 things. 1, we need a bigger movement in numbers. 2, we need an official label of certification. We need more professional movement. And 3, we need the help of the OHCHR. And therefore, we need a resolution. Well, these 3 points, actually, there's a lot of things happened after these, the last 2 years. Because we have a resolution in the World Human Rights Council last year, September. We have, at least at European level, the first framework of how to become a human rights city. And we're now kicking off the idea of having a campaign in our worldwide network and platform of how to come from 100 cities to 1,000 cities in 10 years' time, starting in South Korea coming October. So I think this is my first answer. Why is because this is an issue we really need each other, because implementing, translating human rights is very complex for local authorities, for local communities. So we really need each other. And we see worldwide that it is very necessary, that we really need this legal framework as a moral order worldwide to have it on the local level. So I think that's my first answer, that it's really necessary.
Thank you, Hans. Elsa, could you explain from the point of view of Grigny why should we do this campaign?
Okay. Hello everybody. Je vais m'exprimer en français, donc si vous voulez brancher les traducteurs. Donc la proposition de cette campagne, c'est vraiment le fruit de plusieurs années de collaboration dans la commission inclusion sociale. Pour Grigny, c'est un point de départ, notamment au Forum des villes des droits humains à Gwangju. On a entendu comment différentes villes à travers le monde prônaient les droits humains, travaillaient sur les droits humains au niveau local. Et la signature en novembre dernier, je ne sais plus si tu l'as dit Amanda, mais de la lettre de coopération avec le Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme au dernier Conseil mondial de CGLU. Et ça fait évidemment suite à toutes les rencontres en ligne depuis le début de la pandémie qui ont montré que les droits humains étaient vraiment au cœur de nos débats et de nos préoccupations dans les villes et gouvernements locaux. Je vais donc revenir plutôt sur les valeurs et les principes qui nous animent à lancer cette campagne. Parce qu'on parlait ces 2 derniers jours du concept de care, to care, et de comment les villes et les gouvernements locaux peuvent et doivent gouverner avec le cœur, gouverner avec empathie, ce qu'on a entendu notamment lundi. Je crois que c'est ce que tout le monde, tous ceux qui sont présents ici, essayent de faire. Et ce concept est indissociable de celui des droits humains. Ce qu'on ne doit pas oublier, c'est que les droits humains sont simplement, en fait, de grands principes qui sont fondés sur de grandes valeurs universelles, qui elles-mêmes guident nos actions, des actions concrètes sur le terrain, finalement, à Grigny et ailleurs. À Grigny, par exemple, c'est lutter contre l'habitat indigne en combattant, en faisant la chasse aux marchands de sommeil, qui est un fléau dans notre ville. C'est offrir des petits déjeuners gratuits dans les écoles aux enfants pour que personne ne manque de rien. C'est, pendant la pandémie, distribuer des colis alimentaires, des masques, pour protéger les gens d'un virus qui nous gâche tous la vie depuis 2 ans. C'est aussi s'engager, par exemple, contre la précarité menstruelle des femmes en distribuant des protections hygiéniques dans toute la ville, ou encore créer un plan local d'action pour une culture de paix qui lui-même a plusieurs actions en son sein. Et enfin, c'est aussi la cité éducative. C'est un concept, la cité éducative, qui vient de Grigny, qui met en lien les acteurs de l'enseignement, les parents, les associations du territoire pour travailler autour de l'éducation des enfants de 0 à 25 ans et qui a inspiré ensuite le gouvernement français et qui a lancé des cités éducatives. Il y en a plus d'une centaine maintenant dans tout le pays. Donc c'est là qu'on voit que ça part du local et ça remonte au global, et c'est vraiment important de le dire parce que c'est un peu aussi le but de CGLU finalement, d'avoir ces échanges. Donc voilà, on développe, on invente, on inspire, on s'inspire, on essaye encore. Pour et avec les habitants de la ville, les droits humains, c'est finalement cet horizon commun qui nous permet de penser le monde et d'agir à notre échelle. Donc voilà, on n'est pas les meilleurs, loin de là. Même si le maire de Grigny, je ne sais pas si vous avez vu, a été élu l'an dernier meilleur maire du monde, on est très honoré de la reconnaissance de ce travail qui est accordé à notre action municipale, mais on est loin d'être irréprochable. Et on a encore sûrement beaucoup à faire pour progresser, pour ne pas laisser des habitants de Grigny, des Grignoises, des Grignois, au bord du chemin, au bord de la route. Et donc on a besoin de vous. On a besoin de vous, toutes les villes, pour continuer, pour faire mieux. Et c'est pour ça qu'on lance cette campagne aussi. Parce qu'être une ville des droits humains, c'est pas être une ville parfaite, c'est simplement être une ville qui agit, qui a envie de s'engager pour faire avancer les droits, écouter les inspirations des habitants et garantir un minimum de dignité humaine pour toutes et tous. C'est une ville qui essaye en fait. Donc voilà pourquoi on a vraiment envie que ça signifie quelque chose demain à travers le monde et qu'on lance cette campagne. Et vraiment, j'ai envie de dire que c'est un peu cette campagne le fondement, la base de CGLU, c'est s'enrichir les uns des autres, c'est développer nos villes, devenir meilleures pour les gens qui y vivent Et c'est grâce à toutes ces villes qui s'engagent au fur et à mesure que nous ferons de demain un monde plus juste. Donc voilà, on est prêt à partager nos expériences en termes de droits humains, droits des femmes, droits des exilés, droits des enfants, de lutte contre toutes les discriminations. Mais surtout, on a beaucoup à faire et c'est pourquoi on doit s'unir, se rencontrer, apprendre de chaque ville qui s'engagera à nos côtés. Donc voilà, on parlait des droits humains qui guident nos actions et je voudrais dire que les droits humains, ce sont les humains aussi. Ce sont elles et eux qui le font vivre dans nos territoires. Donc je salue les agents de la ville de Grigny, les élus et tous ceux qui œuvrent à travers le monde. C'est important de le faire. Parce que cette campagne, elle pourra exister que grâce à eux, grâce à elles. On doit créer des espaces de formation entre pairs, pour les agents, pour les élus. Se mobiliser, c'est capital, parce que ça nous permet demain de coopérer, d'être des villes qui inventent ensemble. Donc voilà, aujourd'hui, c'est 10 villes qui s'engagent pour les droits humains à Barcelone, 100 villes demain peut-être à Dijon et des milliers de villes dans 10 ans.
Merci beaucoup, Elsa. Donc, si je comprends bien, j'ai la lourde responsabilité de vous aider à réunir ces 100 villes et territoires pour les droits humains pour le congrès de Dijon. Et on espère pouvoir compter aussi sur vous pour lancer cette dynamique à travers le monde des villes qui s'engagent en faveur des droits humains. Je sais que nous avons en ligne, I'm going to switch to English. We have Morten Jerome, Director of the Raoul Wallenberg Institute. The RWI is an academic institution and a reference at the international level on human rights research and programs with direct engagement on the ground. You are working with UCLG ASPAC, engaged with a number of local governments across different regions of the world to support them in developing human rights program and also a value partner of the OHHR. Morten, how do you see this campaign and why do you think local governments should commit with human rights-based approach and make their voice heard in international discussions?
Thank you very much, Amanda. Thanks for the invitation to be here.
You can try again, maybe.
Can you hear now? Works? Thank you very much, Amanda. Thanks for the invitation to be here. And I have to really congratulate you with what you have done over the years in the field of promoting human rights across continents at the local level. And I must say, I'm also very pleased. And I think actually the work that you have done was crowned last year when you signed the MOU, or the letter of understanding with the Office of the High Commissioner, basically linking between the most important network of cities, the UCLG, and of course the global beacon for human rights, the Office of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So I think there is a very good momentum, and thanks a lot for driving that. And of course, I think the COVID-19 crisis that we have gone through has just illustrated to all of us how extremely important the implementation of human rights at the local level, how that plays in relation to saving life, the right to health, the right to education. Those hospitals, those clinics that had an active outreach to the most vulnerable people in their communities, those who had prepared it are also where we most likely will see the least or the lowest number of casualties and deaths. So there is a real impact of what is being done at the local level. And of course, also the right to education, the outreach to the vulnerable children during this crisis, but definitely also beyond the crisis. So it's so obvious that human rights at the local level should be there, because that's where, in the end, where people live. That's where they live their life. And then, of course, the network is important, and what you're setting out here with the campaign of getting more cities engaged is key, because I mean, we do not need to make the same lessons learned, all of us. Let's have the peer learning. And I know UCLG is, let's say, a masterpiece of peer learning in so many areas, and should also be in the field of human rights. So getting cities to engage in stronger interaction, as you set out in the campaign, is crucial. How do we actually move ahead on a human rights-based budgeting at the local level? How do we make a human rights-based health facilities? How do we make the human rights education a reality in the local school, etc., etc. It's not easy. It's deeply complicated, and we're only in the beginning of a very inspiring journey where if we work together, that can be strengthened. Secondly, in relation to the international level, where, I mean, again, we saw cities, in particular in 2015 with the Paris Agreement on climate, how much cities, when they stand together, can push agendas. And if we could see something similar in the field of human rights, I think we all would agree that that would be extremely important. The voice of the cities are needed in the UN Human Rights Council, in the treaty bodies, all the various human rights mechanisms. Again, it's very important to get that knowledge, that insight about the realities on the ground into those that make the decisions, so they can make the creative, conducive framework for the continuation of the work of the local. It's sort of this elevator approach that the local get information up to the global creates a framework that is then filtered down to the local. So this constant interaction is where, again, a network can be very important. At the Raoul Wallenberg Institute in Sweden, we are collaborating closely with a big network of Swedish experts, around 100 experts throughout Sweden in municipalities and regions. And I can just see there how important that mutual learning process is. And of course, we also will continue to support you in any way you think is important. So great to be here. Thanks for the invitation, and sorry I cannot be there in real life. I would have loved to have engaged more with all the participants. Thanks, Amanda. Over to you.
Thank you, Morten. We also have from the OHHR our colleague Rio Hada. We have finished last year signing this letter of agreement between our two organizations, UCLG and the OHHR. It has been a historical milestone of the Work Council of UCLG last November. This is a long pathway of recognition. From the first initiative led by local government in the late 90s to the international recognition of this role of local governments promoting and protecting human rights. And Rio, maybe you could share with us from the OHHR perspective this role of local government promoting human rights, engaging with human rights, and also this framework of agreement that we signed together a couple of months ago. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amanda. I hope you can hear me. Yes, good. So let me add my voice to the important role that local governments play on human rights. Eleanor Roosevelt, we can consider her as mother of human rights, that because she led the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. And she once said that human rights starts at home. So local government is the closest to the people and has critical role in the realization of human rights by all. I work on economic and social rights, and as Morten and others said, local government has the responsibility for many services related to economic and social rights. But local government also play a critical role in protecting civil space, empowering civil society and fostering their people's participation in public decision-making at local and community level. And this is at the heart of the UN Secretaries General's vision of our common agenda to renew our social contract and rebuilding public trust. And this is why we have been collaborating with UCLG and cities and local authorities, and that are the backbone of this human rights cities movement. And in 2019, we've hosted the first strategic discussion in Geneva among OHHR, UCLG, and a group of local government leaders to share our experience and to advance the potential collaboration. And this letter of agreement is very much inspired by this discussion recommendations coming out of that meeting and subsequent discussions at the World Human Rights City Forum in Guangzhou. So what is our expectation? What is the key elements of this agreement? Well, first, we very much want to support your efforts and promote this, extend this network of local and regional governments committed to the human rights and encourage more cities to join this community. We felt that there is a need for a dedicated space of dialogues between local regional governments, UCLG, and the United Nations mechanisms, OSHR, because still local governments do not have the same status as national governments when it comes to UN meetings. But also OSHR and UCLGs are committing ourselves to organize these regular meetings with the human rights cities to share and collect promising practices on human rights-based strategies. We want to strengthen our collaboration to respond to the needs of the local and regional governments on capacity building, monitoring, and other type of support. We have done some mapping of our 90+ field presences, which are working with local governments, and to promote and support more interactions. The High Commissioner for Human Rights a few years ago launched an initiative called Surge Initiative. We are expanding our support on economic and social rights, and now we are scaling up this efforts in partnership with Morton and the Raoul Wallenberg Institute. We have created a group of economists to integrate human rights into economic policy making, budget analysis, offering country and context-specific advice and support. And we are very much working with local governments in several countries, with Buenaventura in Colombia, 10 municipalities in Ukraine, and other places. I already talked about facilitating the participation of local regional governments to the discussion and the work of the Human Rights Council, but also connecting local governments with the human rights mechanisms and encouraging the follow-up to the recommendations made by treaty bodies, Human Rights Council, etc. And lastly, we in OSHR is very much ready to collaborate and contribute to your work under the UCLG, including the human rights cities, the roadmap, the follow-up to the charter, and various initiatives by UCLG. So we very much look forward to our collaboration and supporting your efforts. Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you, Rio, and thank you for engaging with us on how to strengthen the global movement of human rights cities. So now I would like maybe to open the floor, because this campaign is not only about Grigny and Utrecht, it's about all of us trying to visualize human rights at the world stage, and I am in charge of make this global mapping of 100 first cities, and I would like to ask you how you're going to help me doing that. So maybe I would like to take some comments, questions from the floor. I'm seeing that that Jamel Sandid is here. He's from the Forum of Local Authorities Peripheral Local Authorities. Jamel, maybe you could explain how it could be interesting for these local authorities to join this campaign on human rights cities.
Merci Amanda. Merci Amanda pour me donner la parole. Écoute, je suis ravi de pouvoir ouvrir ce premier round d'intervention. Alors voilà, pour nous, c'est vrai que la question des droits humains, elle se pose de manière très forte, parce que c'est ce dont on parlait déjà hier, mais la question des droits humains, elle se pose aussi sur des questions de justice spatiale, de justice sociale, et que dans les territoires de périphérie, ce sont vraiment ces questions qui se posent, la question des droits. Il ne peut pas y avoir des villes où des citoyens ont des droits pleins et d'autres où il peut y avoir justement des discriminations avec des droits où des citoyens ont moins de droits. Donc cette question de la lutte dans cette campagne, comme la création aussi d'en commun, d'une campagne collective pour les gouvernements locaux qui prennent toute leur place à travailler sur cette dimension des droits humains. Et puis, très rapidement, mais repenser la ville sans repenser la question des droits humains me semble, moi, un peu anachronique d'une certaine manière. Donc, répondre aux défis urbains, aux défis sociaux, aux défis culturels, économiques ou écologiques, c'est garantir ces droits humains, et donc changer un peu changer le paradigme face aux logiques qui prévalent. Et aujourd'hui, dire que la ville peut pas être un espace où tout s'achète, où tout se vend, mais doit être un espace où les droits humains sont garantis pour toutes et tous. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle, voilà, à travers nous, notre forum, on s'engagera en tout cas à défendre cette campagne, à faire en sorte que les villes qui sont membres de ce forum puissent être engagées, signataires de cette démarche, en commençant par la ville de Nanterre, où je représente le maire, qui pourra voilà, dès aujourd'hui s'engager dans cette campagne, et on en est ravis.
Thank you, Amanda. And we haven't met bilaterally, but we met on Zoom several times. Kamele Kimileva from the Geneva Cities Hub. And I see that French cities are very, very active in human rights, but I will continue in English, sorry for this. So my comment will be a little bit more technical, and hi to Rio and Morten, whom I know from my previous life at the Geneva Academy of Human Rights. So the campaign is super important. And if we can support it, by all means, we will. The human rights mechanisms at the United Nations are also not very easy to reach, in the sense that you have two types of mechanisms, the one being expert mechanisms, treaty bodies, and Rio mentioned that their recommendations, which are exclusively addressed to states, can be implemented and can be in a further time addressed to cities, so they can help your campaign and your cities to improve. For us, the elephant in the room is really to engage with the intergovernmental part of the United Nations, the mechanisms which are run by states, because the human rights, as you know, they are responsibilities, they are obligations which are undertaken by states. So you really allow me to speak like this. If you want to hit the beast are the states, basically, who are united in the Human Rights Council. And it is good, Hans mentioned, there is a resolution which is negotiated by the Korea, South Korea, and other governments. But there is also these mechanisms which we have identified as continuous, very visible, periodical engagement, where cities can step in very strongly. And this is the Universal Periodic Review, where every 4 years and a half, all the states are going into this mechanism. I shall not speak about Universal Periodic Review. Yes, absolutely. No, I'm finishing. So for me, if your campaign can hit really the Universal Periodic Review, and this secure continuity, but also visibility by national governments, and if we can help for this, yeah, this will be a privilege to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila. I think that's it's really in mind of the human rights cities. They know about the UN systems. We're having different intervention. One here, I saw, then here, and the last one here.
Merci Amanda. Alors, il va de soi que les villes
comporte le plus de monde. Donc bientôt, 60% de la population habite les villes. Les villes sont aussi un lieu très privilégié pour à la fois se divertir, c'est un lieu d'amour, c'est une rencontre de cultures qui vont enrichir certainement les villes. Mais aussi c'est un lieu privilégié pour sévir, où on voit où sévit la haine, la discrimination, le terrorisme. Donc vraiment des mots que connaissent les villes. Alors nous, en tant que gestionnaires de ces villes, il nous incombe en termes de responsabilité de les rendre inclusives. Autrement dit, ne laisser personne de côté. Et donc, les droits humains sont, si vous voulez, un bon pilier pour une bonne gouvernance, pour rendre ces villes inclusives. Et de ce fait, au niveau de les villes, nous sommes appelés, en tout cas, c'est ce que nous faisons, nous, au niveau de Nouakchott, la création d'espaces d'écoute pour les opprimés, particulièrement les femmes victimes de violences, les immigrés, en termes de prise en charge, en termes de soins, etc., mais aussi les enfants dans la rue ou les enfants de la rue, parce que ça fait deux. Et au niveau des villes africaines, nous avons lancé une campagne Ville sans enfants dans la rue. C'est extraordinaire. Donc là, nous sommes appelés aussi à contenir ces enfants qui sont, si vous voulez, délaissés. Et non seulement la prise en charge en termes de soins, mais la prise en charge en termes d'éducation, parce qu'il faut les amener à fréquenter l'école, il faut qu'ils aient des espaces de divertissement, il faut qu'il y ait des espaces où ils peuvent se connecter à Internet gratuitement, etc. Donc, tout un ensemble de dispositions, de mesures qui vont à l'endroit de ces groupes vulnérables. Mais aussi, nous avons créé au niveau de Nouakchott aussi, et ça recoupe un peu le panel d'avant en termes de formation, des plateformes dans le cadre de la formation des candidats au baccalauréat, parce qu'ils avaient besoin, comme c'était le confinement, donc ils avaient besoin de continuer leurs cours et on le faisait à distance. Et nous avons pour cela dédié des salles bien investies en termes d'outils, en termes d'équipement, avec une fibre optique, etc., pour leur permettre de suivre leurs cours à distance. Et on a gagné parce que les meilleurs qui ont réussi le baccalauréat cette année-ci, c'était les jeunes qui ont fréquenté ces plateformes. Il faut aussi rappeler que dans nos villes, surtout en Afrique, nous avons une population très jeune. Et donc, particulièrement dans ma ville, 60% de mes populations sont jeunes, sont une population jeune. Donc là, déjà, dans ma ville, c'est un tiers de la population de Mauritanie. Donc, plus d'1,5 million habitants, et 60% de ces populations sont des jeunes. Et vous convenez avec moi que les jeunes sont les meilleurs candidats à l'immigration, à verser dans le terrorisme, dans la délinquance. Donc il faut les contenir, ces jeunes. Et c'est pourquoi on a créé aussi des espaces justement de formation professionnelle en listant un répertoire de métiers pour pouvoir les former et les verser dans la vie active au lieu qu'ils aillent ailleurs. Merci.
Merci Fatimitou. Merci de cette perspective africaine. La campagne pourrait être l'opportunité de faire écho à ces engagements des différentes villes africaines, et on compte donc sur la participation de Nouakchott dans cette campagne internationale. Je vais passer la parole à Emilia.
Thank you very much, Amanda, and thank you above all to all the cities that are willing to fight the good fight, I would say, for human rights. I wanted to intervene because something that was said in the room really triggered me, and that is the notion that it is member states that will need to defend human rights, or that member states need to be the ones that we address in our defense and advancement of human rights. And I think that is partially true, but I don't think that it is the only truth that we need to pursue. And I think there is a very big gap between the notion of human rights and the communities. Communities have lost their overview of the rights that they have to a certain extent, and raising awareness about the rights that we have, making communities embrace human rights, and actually challenging the notion of the current human rights that we have, and expanding those, enhancing them, and creating a new generation of rights is what I would hope this group of 100 cities would do. It's not talking to the United Nations about defending the rights that we thought about a long time ago through brilliant minds that had a great vision for the world, but it is actually about reconquering the space for the communities. That is what local governments should be doing from my perspective. And I hope that United Cities and local governments can contribute to that. And I think that's why we are so critical for the United Nations system, because we might be able to actually drive this further than others. That's my hope. And I wanted to share it with the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilia. I will ask you to make quick comments because I am receiving a lot of demands, if you would like to.
Yes, thank you. I'm Barbara Holtman from Johannesburg. I just wanted to echo what Emilia has just said, because South Africa has what is recognized globally as a fabulous constitution. Our human rights record, however, is atrocious. And in our cities, such as Johannesburg in particular, xenophobia is rife. And there is political support for xenophobia very often, and very little action against it. Women's rights, although, for instance, reproductive rights in South Africa are universal, access to reproductive rights are atrocious. And I think that it is only once we include in your mapping the lived experience of citizens that we begin to understand what the practice of human rights actually is, and that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabiana from Montevideo.
Gracias, Amanda. Solo aportar una reflexión. Yo creo que en la época que estamos viviendo se está viendo con mucha claridad la necesidad de una nueva defensa y una nueva abogacía por los derechos humanos. Y creo que precisamente las ciudades, una vez más, son el escenario donde esa disputa se está dando. Hace casi 2 años estamos viviendo una pandemia de la que hemos hablado mucho en torno al derecho a la salud, pero que también ha generado una profunda disputa del uso del espacio público, del derecho a la asociación, de la libertad de expresión, del derecho a la congregación, del derecho a manifestarse, de la limitación de la circulación, del derecho a la movilidad y al uso del transporte público. Entonces, las ciudades no solamente estamos en un momento en el que tenemos la oportunidad, sino también el deber de defender los derechos humanos, porque es en nuestro entorno y es en nuestros espacios públicos, y hasta me atrevería a decir que volver a discutir qué es espacio público es necesario en este momento, es donde esta nueva disputa se está dando. Y precisamente ayer hablábamos de la localización de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y cuánto tiene que ver lo que hacemos los gobiernos locales con el cumplimiento y con la posibilidad de alcanzar esa meta para el 2030, pues también creo que es importante pensar en localizar los tratados de derechos humanos que los estados han suscrito. Porque si bien es cierto que son los estados-nación los que se comprometen ante Naciones Unidas, ante el sistema interamericano y todo lo demás, pero los estados no otorgaron los derechos humanos, apenas los reconocieron. Y los reconocieron en una enorme medida gracias a la lucha de la sociedad civil y a la disputa de la ciudadanía y que los y las habitantes de nuestros entornos y de nuestros territorios reclamaron, impulsaron y lograron que les fueran reconocidos. Entonces, si es en las ciudades donde se vive el racismo, donde se vive la misoginia, donde se vive la xenofobia, donde se vive la transfobia, es en las ciudades también donde se tiene que defender, donde se tiene que dar esa disputa, y los gobiernos locales tenemos un enorme compromiso, o debiéramos tenerlo, para lograr eso, ¿no? Entonces creo que hay quizá un deber que son dos caras de la misma moneda. Por un lado, localizar lo que son los, llamémosle, derechos humanos tradicionales, ¿no? Desde los derechos civiles y políticos, pero por supuesto también los económicos, los sociales, los culturales, los ambientales. Y también, como decía Emilia, ver desde las perspectivas de lo local cuáles son estos nuevos derechos que tenemos que reconocer y que reivindicar, ¿no? Y creo que ahí el derecho a la ciudad, con todo lo que ello implica y toda la capacidad de expansión que tiene, es fundamental. Porque además tenemos la convicción de que nosotros tenemos una deuda también como gobiernos locales en cuanto a la accountability, ¿no? La rendición de cuentas en cuanto a cuánto protegemos esos derechos humanos. Por ejemplo, y con esto termino, sé que me estoy extendiendo demasiado, en Montevideo, desde el gobierno local, hemos participado ya desde hace unos cuantos años del sistema de monitoreo de las recomendaciones de Naciones Unidas, y contribuimos a alimentar ese sistema para que cuando Uruguay va, por ejemplo, cuando fue al examen periódico universal a rendir cuentas de su cumplimiento, también diera cuentas de cuánto desde la Intendencia de Montevideo hemos hecho a ese respecto. Esto también tuvo que ver con la voluntad de trabajarlo a multinivel. No siempre tenemos esa posibilidad, pero lo pongo meramente como un ejemplo de que creo que los gobiernos locales tenemos mucho para aportar en cuanto a lo estatal, o si se quiere a lo tradicional, pero también a construir nuestra propia agenda, ¿no? A construir esta nueva carta, a actualizarla, y sobre todo actualizarla a los tiempos que corren, con disputas de derechos que apenas que hemos estado mencionando, ¿no? El espacio público, el ciberespacio y tantas otras cosas.
Muchas gracias, Fabiana. Vamos de nuevo a escuchar una perspectiva africana.
Merci, Amanda. Si vous me permettez, je vais faire mon commentaire en français. Ça fait partie des droits humains, de parler la langue qu'on adore. Je parle arabe, mais j'adore parler en français aussi. Alors, c'est une conviction, un engagement et également des actions concrètes. La conviction, je pense que le mouvement municipal, c'est l'incarnation des droits humains. C'est la déclinaison également des libertés individuelles et fondamentales. Ça, c'est notre conviction. Les engagements au niveau africain, il faut rappeler qu'il y a une charte africaine sur les valeurs et les principes de la décentralisation, la gouvernance locale et le développement local, qui a été adoptée en 2014, entrée en vigueur en 2019, qui, parmi ces valeurs fondamentales, il y a le respect, la promotion des droits humains et des droits des peuples. C'est très important. Au niveau, alors comment on est en train de localiser, de territorialiser cet engagement africain? C'est très important aussi. Au niveau de CGLUA Afrique, dans notre constitution également, il y a le rappel et l'engagement pour la promotion des droits humains au niveau de notre constitution, et nous œuvrons à mettre en œuvre cet engagement. Également au niveau de l'organisation de notre section régionale en Afrique. Par exemple, on a un code de conduite, un règlement intérieur qui œuvre à vraiment respecter les droits humains, la dignité et les droits du personnel de CGLUA Afrique. Action concrète, et ça concerne l'Académie, nous avons depuis 2017 un partenariat très solide avec le Centre international pour la promotion des droits humains au niveau local et régional, qui est basé dans la ville de Grasse, qui est reconnue comme une ville respectueuse des droits humains. Alors, ce que nous avons fait, c'est que, comme ce qu'on fait avec Sarah ou avec Metropolis, ils ont développé des outils, une méthodologie, par exemple une boîte à outils sur la gouvernance urbaine. Nous avons organisé beaucoup d'activités pour faire cette sensibilisation vis-à-vis de groupes très spécifiques. On a commencé par les femmes, on a travaillé avec des jeunes, par exemple le sport et les jeunes, ça permet également de cibler cette catégorie dont beaucoup ont parlé ici. Nous avons travaillé sur l'accès à l'information également, et beaucoup de thématiques très spécifiques à travers la formation de formateurs. Et ces formateurs sont normalement censés aller disséminer la boîte à outils, les outils, parce que le volet sensibilisation est très, très, très important. Ce n'est pas évident C'est souvent des discours au niveau des États, au niveau des administrations centrales. Il faut veiller à ce que vraiment la philosophie, l'esprit des droits humains et le respect des droits humains arrivent vraiment aux personnes qui sont les premières concernées. Je terminerai pour la campagne. Nous nous engageons, dès que vous nous envoyez comment le faire, à ce que cette campagne arrive au maximum de villes africaines. Merci.
Merci, on arrive proche des 100, on va y arriver. Je vais aller maintenant vers Granolers, qui a demandé à prendre la parole également.
Sí, buenos días. Muy brevemente, un poco en la línea de la representante de Montevideo. Los derechos humanos en la ciudad es, en definitiva, el derecho a la ciudad, el derecho a vivir en la ciudad en condiciones de equidad y el derecho de construir la ciudad. El derecho a la ciudad es el derecho a construir la ciudad. Por tanto, hay un parámetro imprescindible en la lectura de este grupo de trabajo, que es cómo avanzamos en términos de cogobernanza, de corresponsabilidad, cómo generamos espacios de construcción colectiva. Esto me parece esencial. Los derechos humanos hoy son los derechos a construir nuestro futuro a partir de nuestra libertad. Este es el hecho que me parece esencial. Recordar que estamos en tiempos difíciles, tiempos de regresión, tiempos de recentralización. La pandemia ha sido un gran argumento para retraer, para volver, para que los estados, para que las comunidades autónomas recogieran de nuevo competencias. Y a la vez ha sido también otro espacio de recorte de derechos y de libertades. Mi convicción, yo creo que nuestra convicción es que las comunidades locales, los ayuntamientos, los municipios, es el gran espacio de defensa de estos derechos que tanto nos cuesta conseguir. El espacio para la defensa y para la construcción de estos derechos, sin duda. Desde la proximidad es cuando estos derechos cobran sentido y es desde la proximidad desde donde podemos generar unos espacios de construcción democrática que en definitiva son los que consagran los derechos humanos. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Voy a tomar una última intervención y vamos a pasar a la segunda discusión. Habrá una segunda ronda de discusión, así que no se preocupen si no tuvieron el momento de hablar ahora. Tenemos un segundo momento. Pero para cerrar me gustaría invitar a Carlos, que nos viene de Chile. Están lanzando un movimiento de ciudades por los derechos humanos y bueno, un gusto, bienvenido a los espacios de CGLU. Si quieres también comentar cómo esa campaña puede apoyar esa iniciativa.
Muy buenas tardes a todos, a todas. Mi nombre es Carlos Carroza, soy parte de la sociedad civil. Hemos levantado junto a distintos amigos, amigas, compañeros, compañeras, un observatorio de gobiernos locales y derechos humanos con la finalidad de aportar en Chile a la construcción precisamente de lo que muchos de ustedes ya han consolidado en sus países, que es un movimiento municipalista por los derechos humanos. Por ello, nosotros como observatorio, como ente de la sociedad civil, ya estamos en contacto con municipios de distintas ciudades en Chile. Vamos a realizar una jornada ahora en el mes de marzo con un municipio de San Antonio, donde vamos a instalar precisamente el concepto y la reflexión sobre derechos humanos y ciudad, y vamos a ir avanzando también en la prestación de capacitaciones y asistencia técnica a diversos municipios. Ya tenemos en abril para el municipio de Casablanca y otros a medida que va avanzando el año. Por ello, también desde parte de nosotros como sociedad civil está toda la voluntad para poder instalar esta campaña dentro de Chile, aprovechando todo el movimiento y todo el proceso que está viviendo el pueblo chileno en torno a su nueva constitución, a movimientos progresistas que están en los municipios, para poder ampliar mucho más el concepto de derechos humanos que se está desarrollando en algunas iniciativas con los movimientos municipalistas como Red Diversa, que son oficinas de discriminación, o sea, de no discriminación e igualdad, pero también municipios feministas que se están articulando u otros vinculados a la protección del medio ambiente o de los pueblos originarios. Por ello, vamos a comprometernos con ustedes y también hacer redes para que podamos establecer e instalar de mejor forma esta campaña dentro del territorio nacional. Así que muchas gracias. Amanda, también gracias por la invitación.
Muchas gracias. Entonces vamos a ir cerrando esa primera ronda de discusión para hablar ahora de la carta de agenda de CGLU. Como le estaba comentando, CGLU hace 10 años atrás adoptó en su Consejo Mundial de Florencia y por primera vez un documento para definir esa visión de la ciudad de derechos humanos, definir cuáles eran esos contenidos. Y bueno, 10 años después es el momento para el Congreso de Daejeon tomar una nueva foto de quién está en el planeta actuando para los derechos humanos, cómo lo están enfocando, con qué prioridades, con qué políticas públicas, con qué instrumentos, con qué mecanismos. Y entonces también la hora de ver todos nosotros cuál puede ser la propuesta para el Congreso de Daejeon para renovar ese compromiso de las ciudades por los derechos humanos. Entonces me gustaría invitar, first I would like to invite Shams Asadi she's the Human Rights Commissioner of the city of Vienna. Shams, you have been an active and pioneer city regarding human rights, of course, but also an active city to lead this dynamic at the EU level of the human rights cities. Could you please share with us the importance of gathering cities and working for human rights?
Of course. Thank you very much. Maybe I start with my small anecdote from 2010 in Saint-Denis. At that time, I was in a panel with a mayor from Senegal. And he told me that he is a human rights city. And then it was so interesting because the moderator asked him, what do you do for human rights? And he told, I'm in a city that it is a center of education for the villagers that they come from different villages to my city. And I know that the children that they come to my city, they are hungry. So I prepare breakfast to the children that they come. And so the whole of the budget that I have, it goes to the breakfast of the children that they come to the school from villages. So it is a human rights city, and it's a very good and very practical example that being a human rights city is different. And to be honest, I listen to the discussions that human rights, they are in the national bodies and structures. Yes, it is true, but next year, it's going to be 30 years that we had a Vienna conference. And in 1993, there was 3 subjects that it came up in Vienna conference from the United Nations. And the first one was that United Nations needs an office for human rights. And it is the reason that the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights was built up. And the second one was the human rights and women rights. Women rights, they are human rights. So we speak about feminism in UCLG, and it's very important, and it is a real human rights, and just being a safe city for female population, it is just safe city for everybody. So going to the third subject, it is the responsibility of the cities for implementing of human rights for everybody in the city. So 30 years we discuss about human rights cities or human rights in the cities. It's not a new subject, so we will start at that point. And on 20th anniversary of United Nations Conference in Vienna, we try to just catch up where we stand in Vienna. And it was very interesting to independent experts, 1 year time, they were asking the civil society, the NGOs, and then the city of Vienna and the employees of city of Vienna. We had some focal points like the right of children or public spaces or just we had anti-discrimination and the equality bodies in our city, and we looked at to details that what the city just works and how the city works, and it was the picture that the NGOs they gave from Vienna and the city that the picture that the city employees they gave from Vienna, and it was more or less the same. So it gave us just the thought that why we are not a human rights city, and just we started the process, and then we again equality is the main pillar of human rights cities, and we just concentrated on equalities and just equality for everybody. We listened and we heard that living in just dignity and freedom for all the residents in the city, it's the most important point. So we started from that point, and then we prepared our own declaration, like Montreal and Vienna and Guangzhou and Seoul. There are some cities that we prepared our own declaration, and the city council, it is the most important body, political body of the city. They we had the approval of the declaration, and we became a human rights city. And human rights city, we work now for 7 years, and just building or just education to human rights is most important point. And we have started from the young generation, from schools, and then from the elderly generation. Just we have very target group oriented work for human rights education. And then just in my office, it's a very populist, but it is like speed dating for human rights, that everybody that from the city, they come, and each year, once in a time, we just speak about human rights. And of course, the face of the city has changed with a place for human rights or place for the right of the children. So we brought it to build-up area of the city that human rights, they find their ways to the build-up areas of the city. So I have brought our new brochure on human rights cities, and if somebody's interested, please just you can take an example that it takes the human rights in all sphere of our work in politicians and in city administration, and of course NGOs together. And just my last point, Human Rights City has many different declarations and many different ways, but just to be very short, Human Rights City is a city that everybody, like NGOs and people that they live in the cities, and the politicians and the city administrations, they come together and they make the policies for the future of the city.
Thank you, Shams. Maybe just in 2 words, a last question for you, but maybe could you just explain why should we switch from local approaches to build this common framework around human rights cities?
Yeah.
Quickly.
You know, we cities, we do or we work on human rights field, but we never speak about that. And in the last 2 years, it has started from 2013 and then 2016 with the Fundamental Rights Agency, that we are very lucky that they have their location in Vienna. We started a European movement of human rights cities. And it is very important because our action, or just area of action, was Europe. And we started with a framework of human rights cities, and then we defined what are the human rights cities, and just what we do with human rights cities, and how become a human rights city at European level. And then we needed at the national level, and at the national level we have 3 human rights cities, but international level. And I find this campaign is a very important to bring all of our cities together, and we tell that, okay, we have one goal, and we, all of the cities, we just move ourselves alongside, or just alongside of this framework. We have for Europe, and we have hopefully we are going to have a national level, international level too.
Thank you, Shams. Hope this work will feed the international discussion from the different regions on the global framework for the human rights, cities, and territory. We have also Mariana Flores from the direction of Asuntos Internacionales, International Relations. Mexico is also a reference city regarding on the way to translate human rights through local policies. Maybe you could share with us what the city of Mexico could bring to this renewed commitment on human rights, cities, and territories.
Gracias, Amanda. Y gracias por la invitación, porque la Ciudad de México ha sido desde hace muchos años participante activo de la Comisión y nos enorgullece mucho el proceso que hemos logrado a lo largo de estos años. Y en el caso de la Ciudad de México en particular, creo que esta visión o este camino que se está construyendo rumbo al Congreso Mundial hace mucho sentido con los principios mismos de la ciudad. Y es que simplemente el eslogan, ¿no?, de esta administración es innovación y derechos. Los derechos están en el centro de la política pública y en el centro de la visión para construir una mejor ciudad. Y coincidimos totalmente con Yamel en esta cuestión que para la visión de la ciudad es percibirlo como justicia social, ¿no? Nosotros pensamos en términos de política pública que una calidad, tener calidad del aire, tener espacios públicos verdes en toda la ciudad, tener acceso al agua, el acceso a la cultura, no son privilegios, son derechos. Entonces, la política se ha centrado en cómo garantizar que todos tengan acceso a estos derechos. Y se trata también de una cuestión que me parece que ya se tocaba en algunas intervenciones, que tiene que ver incluso con los presupuestos, ¿no? No solo cómo generas la política pública, sino le das los instrumentos institucionales y financieros para llevarlos a cabo. Y esto se logra a través de incluir esta perspectiva de derechos en todas las políticas. Por poner un ejemplo, en la movilidad. Recientemente, el año pasado, en agosto, la Ciudad de México inauguró sus 2 primeras líneas de sistema de transporte público por cable. Por supuesto que esto es una política que busca fortalecer la movilidad integrada, busca introducir en el sistema de movilidad de la ciudad un transporte limpio, un transporte eficiente, pero detrás de todo esto está una visión de derechos. Porque este transporte por cable no implica solamente moverse más rápido, implica que las poblaciones que han sido tradicionalmente vulnerables, que han vivido en zonas altas de la ciudad, tengan acceso al centro de la ciudad. Viajes que antes se hacían en 2 horas, ahora se pueden hacer en 30 o 40 minutos. Entonces, eso cambia la perspectiva de muchas personas, le cambia la vida a las personas. Y una de las frases que más se comentan cuando hablamos con las personas sobre este nuevo sistema de movilidad es la dignificación del viaje, ¿no? Más allá de que estamos hablando de un transporte eléctrico, limpio y demás, es dignificar el viaje y es que la gente se sienta segura transportándose en su ciudad. Y lo mismo pasa con otras políticas como el acceso al agua, como el acceso a la cultura, etcétera. Entonces, yo creo que la clave del debate, digamos, que tendríamos que o desde donde podríamos contribuir como Ciudad de México es cómo garantizamos que este enfoque de derechos esté en todas las políticas que proponemos y cómo garantizamos que tengamos los mecanismos institucionales y financieros para verdaderamente llevarlos a cabo. Es decir, podemos hablar mucho de esto, pero si no nos dotamos de los mecanismos para realmente llevarlos a cabo, no tiene ningún sentido. Y un poco respecto no solo a esta propuesta del camino al Congreso Mundial, sino también de la campaña, a mí me parece que el gran trabajo, el gran mérito de este espacio y del trabajo de CGLU es justamente reunir estas voces, ¿no? Yo creo que de esta sesión, pero del diálogo que tengamos en lo que resta de la semana, tenemos que obtener esos insumos que nos permitan detectar esos nuevos derechos que tenemos que garantizar y cómo las ciudades nos estamos convirtiendo en ese escenario de disputa que ya mencionaba Fabiana. Y otra cosa que creo que podemos contribuir desde la Ciudad de México, hablaremos probablemente más a detalle esta tarde, pero nosotros el año pasado tuvimos el foro sobre ciudades y territorios de paz. este proceso que construimos de manera colectiva durante 2 años con un montón de organizaciones, tanto del sistema de Naciones Unidas, otras ciudades, redes, y donde CGLU ahora es esa sede de la Secretaría Técnica Permanente, nos permitió establecer justamente desde la ciudad, o sea, cuando recibimos este foro, ¿qué nos planteábamos? Y dijimos, tiene que ser a partir de los derechos. Entonces, con los derechos económicos, sociales, culturales y ambientales, construimos toda una narrativa y todo un desarrollo conceptual de cómo veíamos que se tenía que construir la paz en nuestras ciudades. Ahí generamos un montón de conocimiento, un montón de experiencias que por supuesto ponemos, ya forman parte integral de CGLU, pero ponemos a disposición para conectar todas estas alianzas que generamos y que al final nos permitieron realmente pensar que una ciudad no puede construirse, no puede haber desarrollo sostenible sin paz y no puede haber paz sin desarrollo sostenible. Entonces,
muchas gracias, Mariana. Gracias por insistir que los derechos humanos también son una forma de hacer el cambio, to make the shift, ¿no? At the local level, and human rights are an opportunity for innovative policies for transformation, not only to ensure basic standards. We have also online Magali Fricodet from the Seine-Saint-Denis. What could the Seine-Saint-Denis bring to this global discussion we want to have around the Global Charter Agenda of UCLG?
Merci Amanda, bonjour à la communauté de CGLU. Excusez-moi de ne pas être parmi vous à Barcelone. Je reviens justement de Palestine où avec 15 collectivités locales françaises, nous soutenons un projet de centre social et culturel à Jérusalem-Est. C'est sans doute une façon d'introduire comment les collectivités locales peuvent soutenir les droits des populations en s'unissant au sein de réseaux comme là en l'occurrence le réseau de coopération décentralisée pour la Palestine auquel participe la Seine-Saint-Denis. Je sais que les droits humains sont un référentiel ancien et je remercie tout le travail de la Commission et des collectivités qui sont présentes pour les développements qui ont été nombreux de qu'est-ce qu'une ville pour les droits humains. Moi, j'aime beaucoup la définition de Guangzhou qui dit une ville pour les droits humains, c'est aussi bien une communauté locale qu'un cadre de gouvernance démocratique. Et ça rappelle ce que tu disais, Emilia, c'est-à-dire qu'on ne peut pas garantir les droits si on n'a pas un travail de sensibilisation et de co-construction avec les habitants. Et c'est justement pour ça que les droits humains doivent s'inscrire dans l'agenda d'action de CGLU pour le droit à la ville. Alors, depuis la Seine-Saint-Denis, nous, comment est-ce qu'on travaille sur cette gouvernance des droits humains et qu'est-ce qu'on aimerait amener à la mobilisation? Eh bien, c'est la question de la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes, qui est pour nous un exemple important de cette gouvernance des droits humains locale. Vous savez, et je crois que ce n'est pas besoin de le rappeler, à quel point les violences ont augmenté dans le monde entier pendant la pandémie. Et en même temps, on est dans un moment où il y a une reconnaissance importante de ces violences-là et de la façon dont on peut y travailler. Et encore une fois, la meilleure façon de lutter contre les violences faites aux femmes, c'est l'action locale et coordonnée sur un territoire de différents intervenants, que ce soit les services publics locaux, les associations, les services de l'État, que ce soit l'éducation, la police, les hôpitaux. On a tous besoin, pour travailler et lutter contre ce phénomène qui là touche finalement les femmes, une minorité majoritaire, eh bien, on a tous besoin de travailler de commun accord sur un territoire. Et ça, pour moi, c'est la gouvernance des droits humains. C'est ce travail en réseau qui fait qu'on va associer l'ensemble des parties prenantes pour s'associer et résoudre concrètement les droits, les transformer en action. Donc voilà sur quoi la Seine-Saint-Denis, on aimerait contribuer. On vient de signer un accord avec CGLU parce que justement, on accompagne 2 de nos collectivités partenaires dans la mise en œuvre d'une politique publique territoriale sur la lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes. C'est la ville de Jenin en Palestine et l'île autonome de Ngazidja aux Comores. Et on aimerait vraiment que cette question soit présente, soit au cœur de l'agenda du Congrès. Sans doute, il faudra aussi travailler avec la Commission égalité de genre, mais on aimerait vraiment travailler sur cette solidarité aussi entre gouvernements locaux pour partager des savoirs, des pratiques et un engagement commun pour faire avancer la question des droits. Voilà, donc je crois que la question des droits, finalement, elle replace au cœur de l'agenda de CGLU la question de la solidarité internationale et de comment est-ce qu'entre gouvernements locaux, on peut en même temps porter des messages communs et les traduire concrètement en action sur nos territoires vis-à-vis de nos habitants, de nos citoyens. Et je voudrais peut-être rajouter un deuxième chantier sur lequel il me semble tout à fait fondamental que cet agenda des droits humains soit actif, c'est celui de l'universalité des droits. Et là, je fais référence à la question des migrations dans nos territoires. En Seine-Saint-Denis, nous avons 30% de la population qui est née à l'étranger. Il y a encore beaucoup de difficultés pour que ces droits soient universels, les droits humains reconnus soient universels. Et on a encore beaucoup de travail pour mettre en place des mécanismes et des politiques publiques, des reach-out policies, comme on dit, des politiques publiques qui permettent de garantir ces droits pour toutes et tous. Je crois que c'est un des principaux enjeux, à mon sens, de la gouvernance des collectivités locales aujourd'hui, puisque gouverner, c'est garantir les droits. C'est sans doute la raison première d'un gouvernement, qu'il soit local ou national, c'est de garantir les droits. Voilà, merci Amanda, et on attend beaucoup de cette campagne et de la visibilité des différentes collaborations qu'il peut y avoir autour de cette campagne, notamment avec OHCA Chair. Merci.
Merci Magali, merci beaucoup aussi d'avoir rappelé le rôle important de la société civile et de ses organisations. À CGLU, on a à cœur de justement toujours embarquer avec nous dans le travail les réseaux issus de la société civile. Et je voudrais peut-être écouter Sofia Torres de la plateforme globale du droit à la ville sur la campagne, sur le fait de renouveler le compromis au niveau international de ces villes et ces territoires pour les droits humains.
Hi. Okay. No, basically just say that it's really good to hear all of the voices. And I'm Sofia Torres from the Global Platform for the Right to the City. And it's really nice to hear each time more and more echoes of the idea of the right to the city and this idea of how we can bring different realities together and different actions. Because going back a little bit to the discussion before, working on human rights from the city's perspective, I think we're having a common agreement that it's very important, very valid, but it takes very different realities and very different perspectives of rights as well. So how do we find a common action that respects this diversity and thrives on this diversity? And I think this campaign has a lot of potential for that. And I was trying to think, but how does it unite? And I think going back what the colleague from Montevideo was saying, the diagnosis, the moment that we're living right now, and really denouncing the curtailment of rights that we're living intensely right now through the pandemic, it has to be this opening door to find different solutions, but that are all based on rights, traditional rights, but new rights as well. And I know I have to be very brief, but another point that I think, of course, the leadership of local governments in terms of human rights, there are many justifications for that were cited here, but I'd really like to reinforce one that was cited once or twice, that is the spatial component. And not only local governments are in the front lines, but they have this proximity of understanding how rights are really lived spatially, and they might lead to segregation and more inequalities spatially as well. And this has to be a big focus on the campaign, I think. I'm happy to help on that.
Thank you. We're receiving a lot of demands to talk. I would really ask you to be really brief. I'm going to Ana Falú.
Thank you very much. Very, very short. I will go in Spanish. Como lo dijo Sofía, y Mariana, y tantas, y Fabiana, realmente hay una nueva cultura, un nuevo enfoque de los derechos humanos que tenemos que trabajar desde los gobiernos locales, pero no solo, desde la ciudadanía local. Hablar de los derechos de la ciudad creo que implica no solo la materialidad del territorio y todos los derechos que implica para la vida cotidiana, transporte, salud, educación, vivienda, también la gobernanza local. La gobernanza local que se expresa en los instrumentos, que se expresa en las finanzas, como lo dijo Mariana, que se expresa en cada toma de decisión política. Y el mundo simbólico, ese mundo que parece el más difícil de cambiar, y ahí tomo lo que dijo la colega de Viena, ¿sí? Los derechos humanos en la conferencia del año 93 en Viena hicieron por primera vez humanas en el reconocimiento de las mujeres como humanas. Entonces, este mundo simbólico de discriminaciones a los refugiados y las refugiadas, a los y las migrantes, por razas, por etnia, por sexo, por identidad sexual, es un tema central para nuestras campañas sobre los derechos humanos en la ciudad. Cierro diciendo esto: la ciudad fragmentada, la ciudad que divide, la ciudad que niega los espacios públicos a tantas personas, es a la vez en esos espacios donde la ciudadanía se expresa, donde las voces de los que no tienen voz encuentran voz. Es en esas plazas, en esas calles, donde las mujeres salen a decir ni una menos frente a la violencia contra las mujeres. Es donde salen las madres de Plaza de Mayo, es donde salen las demandas por los derechos humanos de los que no tienen voz. Entonces me parece que es central hablar desde el gobierno local sobre los derechos humanos desde estas nuevas perspectivas más complejas, más integradoras y de mayor diversidad. Gracias.
Gracias, Ana.
I just briefly more another point. Let me point out the meaning of human rights in the political world today. Absolutely, there is a big dissonance between the meaning of human rights. I'm Khadija, the former mayor of Afghanistan. But changing the meaning of the human rights in the political world today, I'm sure there is a huge difference between the meaning of the human rights in the United Nations Declaration and Protocol. Absolutely different. But today, human rights is a best tool for political interest and benefit, for world political leaders. Unfortunately, there is if you want city for all, we not just focus the basic rights, basic service, water, food, or other thing. We need today more to be consider other principles of the human rights, like diversity, respect to ethnicity, respect to freedom, respect to human rights, and women's rights. Unfortunately, if you want to city for all, we cannot access to this reality without change the mind of world political leaders in the world. Sorry, but that's one is the reality of the society as of today. We cannot ignore this reality. We are just talking that now is the time of action and push the global leader, hey guys, this human rights believe and belong to everybody in the world, or not just the political interests and benefits. Thank you.
¿Qué tal? Gracias a CGLU, todos y todas, Lautaro Lorenzo, secretario ejecutivo de Marcosidades. Realmente, primero, gracias por las contribuciones colectivas en las cuales están diciendo lo que uno tiene esta mirada. Coincidimos con que desde nuestra red lo importante es construir ciudad. Nosotros felicitamos a la compañera de Afganistán por lo que está planteando, porque entendemos, digamos, nosotros pasamos en Argentina como en África por los procesos de consolidación de democracia, y es verdad que tiene que haber derechos humanos para todos y todas en todo el mundo y en todo lugar, y nos parece, digamos, que es un tema básico que a veces no lo tenemos claro los que ya tenemos procesos democráticos consolidados. pero hablando en este foro, ayer con los compañeros de África tenemos muchas cuestiones en común, mucho para avanzar y mucho para apoyar a aquellos que están en un proceso de consolidación y búsqueda o inclusive con los derechos humanos son velados. Desde la red nosotros hemos enfocado mucho sobre, de hecho el lema de nuestra red ahora es los gobiernos locales siempre estamos, y el siempre estar es estar presente ante la ciudadanía y brindar derechos y la construcción de ciudad y hábitat de esta concepción más moderna de la cual estamos hablando, la agenda transversal de género. Nos pareció muy interesante que estuviera el tema migración. Nosotros desde Mercosur hemos incorporado una campaña que es la diversidad que hay en ti, que ya lleva más de 3 años, en el cual hacemos foco en la medida de la problemática de migrantes, que también es otro de los debates y otro de los temas que hacen los derechos humanos y que los alcaldes, los electos y los que estamos en la función pública local debemos siempre ver, es que se garantice el derecho humano para todos y todas los que están en nuestra ciudad, sean o no residentes, digamos. Es importante trabajar sobre la migración y garantizar derechos.
Thank you. My name is Joanne Vanderheyden. I'm the Mayor of Strathroy-Caradoc, Councillor Middlesex County, and the President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We have over 2,000 member municipalities across the country that we represent and a board of 75. What we did a couple of years ago, we unanimously supported beginning solid work on equity, inclusion, and anti-racism. We began that unanimously. So what we did at our last meeting, we had a committee of the whole, and we had a learning session where everyone got together and shared and learned from each other, because we're all at different stages. What we have as intrinsic or as unconscious bias, we don't even recognize. So we have to get past that so we can all work together to move this forward. We also have a committee put in place so that we can put best practices forward and share that with all of our communities across the country. That way, again, we're working together with a solid action plan to move forward on the issues that we're all facing, and they're huge issues. You've heard that across the room. Everybody's saying what's happening in their cities. Nobody is alone. We all have these issues, so we're working together, and that's how we started, and we're making a solid plan moving forward. So you have to start, or you're never going to get there.
Thank you, Aya. Welcome to join the campaign and UCLG work on human rights. I will take just only 3 last interventions, one here, Ramatuka, and then Jody over there.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, yo soy Vivian del Youth Caucus, ya he hablado alguna vez. Y bueno, quería empezar agradeciendo el trabajo de todos ustedes por la militancia que han hecho, por su militancia por los derechos humanos, ¿no? Porque yo como joven sé que hay toda una serie de realidades que no he llegado a vivir precisamente por ese trabajo que lleváis haciendo muchísimos años. Y puedo decir que yo misma soy el resultado de ese trabajo, ¿no? Que como mestiza española puedo estar sentada aquí, que muchas de las personas que vinieron antes de yo no serían capaces, y también como hija de un migrante que durante muchos años estuvo sin papeles, también puedo estar sentada aquí, que es algo que no suele pasar. Sin embargo, yo quería preguntarles qué hacemos, ¿no? mientras esperamos este avance, porque si los derechos humanos siguen siendo una cuestión de voluntad política, ¿no? Entonces seguimos viendo que mientras nosotros trabajamos sigue habiendo muchísimas personas que no tienen acceso a cuestiones básicas, personas que están trabajando en nuestros campos, personas que están trabajando para mejorar nuestras vidas, pero que tienen que esperar a eso, a que haya esa voluntad política, ¿no? Entonces yo quería preguntarles ¿qué hacemos? ¿Cómo seguimos avanzando? ¿Cómo aceleramos estos procesos? Sobre todo de cara a aquellos ayuntamientos y de cara a aquellas autoridades que no tienen ahora mismo las ganas de asegurar derechos humanos para todos.
Merci Amanda. Je voudrais dire qu'au niveau de CGLU Afrique, nous avons la campagne des villes sans enfants de la rue. Et je pense que cette campagne, on doit pouvoir l'inscrire à l'agenda de l'Assemblée générale parce que c'est un problème que nous rencontrons partout. Et aujourd'hui, on voulait attirer l'attention sur ceux qui n'ont pas d'identité, ceux qui sont invisibles. Nos villes sont peuplées de gens invisibles. En Afrique, nous avons des enfants sans identité parce qu'ils n'ont pas été déclarés. Quand quelqu'un n'existe pas, à quel droit il peut prétendre? Donc je pense qu'aujourd'hui, ces enfants-là qui deviennent, qui sont utilisés dans les mouvements de groupes extrémistes en Afrique, parce qu'ils n'ont même pas d'extrait de naissance. Ils ne sont personne. On les retrouve dans les grandes villes, que ce soit en Amérique latine, des enfants qui sont dans la rue. On le retrouve en Europe avec des enfants migrants qui n'ont pas d'identité et qui sont arrivés quelque part. Et nous pensons qu'on peut joindre nos efforts et qu'au niveau de CGLU, on peut effectivement faire une campagne où nous tous, nous allons nous retrouver autour de ces enfants et selon les spécificités des continents, des groupes, et vraiment mettre de la lumière sur ces gens invisibles. Après, on parlera de tous les droits, mais ils n'ont même pas le droit d'exister, ces enfants. Donc je pense que ça peut être quelque chose que nous pouvons faire avec nos partenaires. Et effectivement, nous joindre à cette campagne des violences contre les femmes. Nous avons la campagne au niveau des REFELA aussi, c'est une des campagnes de REFELA, et je pense que nous pouvons joindre nos efforts par rapport à ça. Mais je voulais vraiment insister sur ces invisibles qui existent dans nos villes et à qui on doit pouvoir donner une identité.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois que c'est ce qu'on cherche à travers la Charte Agenda. Donner à rendre visibles ces différentes réalités à travers le monde et de montrer comment ces droits humains sont des enjeux et des compromis concrets pour faire avancer la réalité au quotidien des différents habitants des villes, y compris des enfants dans les rues. Je vais passer la parole à mon collègue Jordi de la Commission Culture.
J'essaye ici. Non. Merci beaucoup, Amanda. The shows two things very, very brief. First, the context. The pandemic has changed radically the way we live on Earth. Dignity and caring at the center of governments and governance. If not now, if we do not use the frame of human rights today, now, when? When we'll be ready, smart, courageous to do it? This is the moment. This is the moment. And second, in UCLG Culture Committee, we have tried from the very beginning to base what we do in a human rights-based approach to development. Our tools are human rights-based approaches to development. Culture 21 actions, but also the Rome Charter, approved in 2020 with 5 capabilities, key capabilities: discover, create, share, enjoy, protect. We are extremely honored to contribute to the campaign you are launching, and we wish the best success. Congratulations.
Rapidement, 1 minute, promis. Non, je reviens juste sur le titre qu'on se donne, gouvernements locaux pour les droits humains. Je ne sais pas s'il existe des gouvernements locaux qui sont contre les droits humains, mais tout ça pour dire qu'on a aussi besoin de redéfinir ce que c'est les droits humains. Pourquoi on se bat? Est-ce que, voilà, aussi travailler sur ces populations qui souffrent, parce que ceux qui souffrent du manque de droits humains, ce sont les populations les plus vulnérables, les plus pauvres, parce que ce n'est pas les classes les plus aisées, en fait, qui sont en manque de droits humains. Eux peuvent se les accaparer. Donc cette question, on parlait tout à l'heure avec Mariana de la question de la justice sociale, mais c'est pour moi en fait quelque chose qui va garantir justement, c'est une approche qui va garantir la question des droits humains. Et Rama tout à l'heure parlait de la question des invisibles, et justement c'est toute la question de l'invisibilité, comment la pandémie, disait Jordi aujourd'hui, a changé des choses, elle a rendu visible des choses, elle a mis la lumière sur des choses, et on doit aujourd'hui agir pour permettre ça. La campagne peut aller vers ça, et on a besoin de se réapproprier la notion du public, de redéfinir la question de l'intérêt commun, de recréer la question du bien commun. Mais encore une fois, sur la pandémie, je pense qu'il y a des choses, on parle de droits, mais aujourd'hui, la question de l'accès au vaccin, par exemple, et un droit qui est pas pour tous. On n'a pas tous les mêmes droits aujourd'hui dans ce monde-là. Il y a ceux qui ont accès, il y a ceux qui n'ont pas accès. Comment on travaille aujourd'hui aussi cette question de l'accès à ces vaccins et recréer la nécessité de ces droits humains universels à travers les pratiques locales dans les gouvernements locaux.
Thank you, Jamel. And just to finish the session, and before asking to our speakers, maybe last comments on the session we had today, I wanted to recall that we launched, since the last Work Council of UCLG, online process of consultation available on UCLG Meet to renew this charter agenda of UCLG of the rights in the city. There is 2 questionnaires. One on local governments acting for human rights at the local level, and the other one on the way we should work together at the international level to promote better the human rights cities. And I would like to invite all of you to connect to this UCLG Meet space to fill the questionnaires. And we also propose to have a template for free and open contribution on any topics you would like to raise. And for example, Ramatuka, it could be this open contribution could be a good way to raise this point on the children living in the streets. We hope to hear also about the new challenges like the digital rights, violence against women. Please feel free to use this tool that we are making available so you can express the most pressing challenges, the work that you are doing, the vision you can have on the human rights cities. It can be a contribution that could be thematic, but it can be also from a specific perspective. And for example, Jamel, I encourage you to make an open contribution from the peripheral cities vision, or also from the rural areas and small towns, because we talk about big cities embracing human rights principles, but all level of local government can be involved with human rights. And I will again encourage you and invite you to fill these questionnaires and to take an active part to the discussion until Daejeon Congress. And now to conclude, I will ask you maybe some last word to summarize a little bit the session and what the main ideas that you had in mind. Hans?
Yeah, well, for me this session was a great eye-opener that the associations and the platforms that are attending this retreat are supporting the idea of creating a bigger and stronger human rights local movement so much. I hear so many people willing to support this campaign and mobilizing their members to become partner in this. Actually, I didn't expect that because the cities are driving this movement. And when, for example, in the Netherlands, we have 2 cities that are using human rights explicitly. We have 400 members on the National Association. That means that there is no need for the association to follow the 2 cities that are putting this on the agenda. So I'm very happy that there is now more, via the committee, there is an inspiration starting to become alive, mobilizing the associations worldwide on continents, on national level. And I totally agree with Emilia that we have to do this on the local level ourselves and not be dependent on the national institutions and member states, because we have to create a parallel version of that we are translating on locally. And that is the thing we're going to do, I think. And in a participatory way, together with all these stakeholders, we have to make local versions of this wonderful utopian program that human rights is.
Yeah, I underline what Hans told. For me, it was very interesting to listen to the diversity and the complexity of subject. But we cities, we have the tradition that we bring this subject from very complex level to a very simple level, because we used to work with population, with everybody, and to translate to everybody's language. One point that I want to add is vulnerability in the cities. And from COVID, after pandemic, we really looked at that. And as a human rights city, we for me, it was eye-opener for me as a human rights commissioner, as our mayor, for instance, had a discussion with me that, what do you think we have to do in our city? Just to consult or to consultation with the political level to define the vulnerability in city, because it differs each time. And we started with the right of the child, or just homelessness and children, and or just the trafficking and child rights, and then we came to sex workers, because it was the border between the human trafficking and women's rights and everything. It was very unclear in this time. And I think we have to continue on subject human rights and define the necessities that we have in our societies alongside of human rights. And of course, just the Universal Declaration and everything that we do or campaign, they give us tools in hand for defining and discussions.
Merci beaucoup Amanda et CGLU d'avoir créé cet espace d'échange. Dans nos discussions, moi j'entends que bien sûr on a une base, on doit redéfinir cette base des droits humains, mais on a aussi nos particularités. Et on n'est pas tous au même niveau selon les objets, et on n'a pas tous les mêmes priorités, parce qu'en fait elles dépendent vraiment de la spécificité de nos territoires. Donc nous c'est le droit au logement, voilà, et c'est comment on s'enrichit des expériences. Donc ce qui est important, c'est qu'on puisse définir le commun, définir aussi le particulier, s'inspirer les uns des autres. Et j'habite en France, pays des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, mais aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Il y a une grande déclaration. Et pour notamment la jeunesse, aujourd'hui, les années ont passé et la France n'est plus vraiment le pays des droits de l'homme. Et les jeunes le ressentent aussi, la population le ressent comme ça. Il faut qu'on ait un vrai travail d'éducation populaire aussi au niveau des droits humains, qu'on puisse sur nos territoires échanger là-dessus, redéfinir avec les habitants. Et c'est super intéressant le travail qui a été effectué à Vienne là-dessus. C'est vraiment hyper important. Donc voilà, je veux juste conclure peut-être sur la paix, puisque j'entendais tout à l'heure que les villes sont des lieux d'amour, des lieux de violence aussi. Et donc moi je suis chargée de mission relations internationales et culture de la paix, culture of peace, c'est vraiment important. Et donc voilà, c'est comment, à travers ce qu'on fait dans nos villes, on arrive à impulser, voilà, on a parlé de l'Ukraine, on a parlé de la Palestine, c'est vraiment des moments importants aujourd'hui pour que les collectivités, elles puissent à la fois créer de la paix et donc des droits humains dans les collectivités, puis que ça puisse remonter globalement dans le monde.
Muy breve, bueno, yo a diferencia tal vez de Hans, no me sorprende, digamos, la gran cantidad de iniciativas y la gran cantidad de entusiasmo detrás de esto. Después de trabajar muchos años con CGLU, sé que lo hacen muy bien y lo hacen parecer muy sencillo en realidad, cuando creo que la base o el fundamento por el cual podemos lograr esta movilización más amplia es porque hay contenidos, ¿no? Y esos contenidos al final son la suma de todos quienes estamos aquí, ahora en esta sala, pero también la suma de un montón de actores que a lo mejor no han podido estar acá, pero que siempre han contribuido no solo en esta comisión, sino en todos los trabajos. Entonces, me parece que la clave es esa, el contenido, la capacidad de poder todos compartir esas experiencias que sean tomadas en cuenta y que realmente eso contribuya a nuestra narrativa. Y nada más respecto a lo último, cuenta con la Ciudad de México y la experiencia que tuvimos en el Foro de Ciudades y Territorios de Paz para nutrir esa agenda en Grigny.
Thank you, Mariana. And as final words, I would like maybe just to recall that what we heard is the necessity for local government to recognize these universal and international standards and norms, but human rights cities are more than that, and they are local processes, and that's what we heard is about launching these local processes rooted deeply in the territories with the local civil society and with the local realities. And that makes the Human Rights Cities movement tangible. Thank you to all of you. And we're very welcome to join us for the campaign and for shaping the new charter agenda of UCLG on human rights in the city. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for your active participation. Thank you, Amanda, and we wish you luck with the international campaign and the online consultation of the Global Charter Agenda for Human Rights in the City. And lunch is being served. We will resume the town hall session at 2:30.
Gracias a todas, gracias a todos y no se olviden de volver, como dijo Prachi, a las 2:30 para la próxima sesión. En français, n'oubliez pas de revenir à 2h30 pour la prochaine session sur les town halls et en attendant, bon appétit, à tout à l'heure. Buen provecho.
Experience in city management inspire others? Would you like to share it with an international audience or present it at a peer learning event? Here are some tips for an inspiring presentation. A good presentation should not be too long. Detailed information can be provided in written formats, so your presentation should focus on the highlights and key messages. Keep it simple. Ready to tell your story? The clock is ticking. Tick-tock. Spend less than a minute on the introduction, asking yourself one simple question. Who? Who are you talking to? Connect with your audience by introducing yourself. Give a brief context with key information on your city so people can follow. Tick-tock. Quickly, move on to your story. Remember that explaining the problem is as important as presenting the solutions. Linking your problem with global agendas can highlight how relevant your work is. Keep slides simple with only a few keywords and lots of pictures and graphs. Speak freely and towards your audience, never towards the slides. Tick-tock. Some minutes have passed and you've grabbed your audience's attention. Now focus on the how. How did you start? Who was involved and what skills and resources were required? What challenges and obstacles occurred and how were they overcome? It can be useful to show a timeline highlighting milestones in the process. Remember to underline what the impact of the practice has been. What were the most important changes over time? Before time is up, reconnect with your audience's own realities. Conclude by highlighting the key learnings from your stories. If you could start over, what would you change? What would you keep the same? And why? What key innovations or insights could help other cities? Time's up, and your practice has inspired many peers. Great work! Your practice can now join other examples highlighted by good practice platforms such as the Guangzhou International Award for Urban Innovation. Find out more at www.learning.uclg.org.
Welcome to all the partners and friends that are joining us today. This is the space where we listen.
Of course, the role of local and regional governments, but also the role of communities and organized communities in producing and managing and taking care of those commons.
Currently, we have less commons and we have more actions that promote individual, ethnic, national, profitable, divisive approaches to these global challenges.
And having to look at it from the perspective of strengthening institutions to actually be able to promote peace and bring about that stability is something that we see as a space for where there has to be a growing trust in governments and governance.
We cannot really think about sustainability without thinking about what we're eating, how we're eating it, what we're wasting, where that waste is going to.
We want local and regional government to shape policies that can bring equality, so that all can enjoy and have access to the commons.
Unfortunately, in the past decade, the rise of lower trust or mistrust. And why do we have that? We can pull this apart. We can think of some of the reasons why we have it. Perhaps it's because of financial insecurity. Perhaps it's because of perception of social disintegration and feeling disenfranchised.
Subsidiarity does not only work for planning or decision-making or service providing, but also it does work to voice dissatisfaction and frustration.
And I think one of the things we've learned over the COVID years has been that almost everybody at the moment is living with quite a high level of anxiety, uncertainty, fear, grief, loss, and are faced with apparently unresolvable crises.
The issue of a relationship between those who govern and those who are governed, the exercise of authority, accountability, future generations, public goods, our planetary ecosystem, and as is mentioned in this call, the concept of a social contract.
Do you have a chance to be heard and to be seen?
The pathway that took you, UCLG, to the point of choosing to make culture and climate one of the priorities for this town hall process.
Leave no one behind, leave no place behind, and leave no ecosystem behind. When you read all of them together, it basically means that we have to individually and collectively act now.
Du meilleur que nous avons en nous, d'essayer de léguer un monde meilleur, d'essayer de faire en sorte que nos enfants vivent mieux que nous n'avons vécu nous, etc., etc.
But it's the future generations which have to deal with, as was mentioned earlier, the responsibilities of the decisions that have been taken now.
So we need to look at things differently. We need to look at our governance differently. And in fact, we need to move from local government to local governance. We need to increase our social capital and investment in engaging citizens to strengthen the voice of community-based organizations and civil society.
La creación de un ecosistema para la vida humana suficientemente incluyente, suficientemente accesible para todos, que no deje a nadie atrás y que permita innovaciones en las prioridades sociales.
If we want to think to a new caring system, we need to
dehumanize care.
Keeping the right to health at the center of health policy and legislation means creating a stronger social and financial safety nets and ensuring allocation of sufficient public resources from our national budgets based on a social contract.
From the experiences of young people globally, we see the importance of change that happens at the city level and the real, often immediate effects it has on young people's lives. I look forward to this discussion and echo as well Corinne's praise of such an open, dynamic space. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very, very much to all of you. Remember, it's a space of co-creation. We are delighted to have you all here. Thank you very much.
President, bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to all the partners and friends that are joining us today. This is the space where we listen.
We cannot really think about sustainability without thinking about what we're eating, how we're eating it, what we're wasting, where that waste is going to.
And I think one of the things we've learned over the COVID years has been that almost everybody at the moment is living with quite a high level of anxiety, uncertainty, fear, grief, loss, and are faced with apparently unresolvable crises.
The pathway that took you, UCLG, to the point of choosing to make culture and climate one of the priorities for this town hall process.
Leave no one behind, leave no place behind, and leave no ecosystem behind. When you read all of them together, it basically means that we have to individually and collectively act now.
La creación de un ecosistema para la vida humana suficientemente incluyente, suficientemente accesible para todos, que no deje a nadie atrás y que permita innovaciones en las prioridades sociales.
If we want to think to a new caring system, we need to dehumanize care.
Thank you very, very much to all of you. Remember, it's a space of co-creation. The kind of inputs that you deliver can be very diverse. We are delighted to have you all. Thank you very much.
President, bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Have you heard about the power of peer learning between cities? Peer learning refers to the two-way reciprocal learning between equals and is considered the most effective ways institutions learn. To organize a peer learning, the expectations need to be clear. Peers may want to learn from a comparable experience or reflect with others on their city's policies. The host of a peer learning event and the facilitators play a critical role. The host is a city or organization providing the venue and context for discussions. They prepare, present, and share their experience, including through field visits and engaging local actors. The facilitator role can be assumed by local government associations, networks, or partners. They help mobilize participants, create opportunities for meaningful exchange, and nurture ongoing advocacy processes. Participants in a peer learning event also play a critical role, contributing actively to discussions. It is important to mix formal and informal learning opportunities to allow for individual exchanges and follow-up. Are you thinking about organizing a peer learning event? Keep this checklist in mind. Define a clear theme and sub-themes for peers to engage. Clarify concepts and assess needs. Explain any technical concept and use strong visuals. Train and brief speakers. A good practice presentation should focus on key lessons, challenges, and transferability. Avoid cognitive overload. Limit lectures and presentations to 10 to 15 minutes or less. Connect to participants with practical expertise. Encourage participants to share their knowledge and treat everyone as an expert. Use the power of storytelling. Remember to look into the whole policy cycle and the impact of the practices being discussed. Facilitators are essential to create an enabling environment for open and respectful discussions among peers. Bridge language gaps among participants coming from different technical and regional backgrounds. Use edutainment and gamification. The more involved, the faster and easier they learn. Collect feedback and report it. Peer learning notes are essential to make the knowledge accessible and transferable. Peer learnings help UCLG members and partners engage in effective and dynamic exchanges and policy-making processes. They also help to gather practices and connect them to global narratives, making municipal work visible. Want to know more about peer learning? Visit uclg.learning.org.
The UCLG Peace Prize is awarded every 3 years to a local government that implements an effective initiative to promote peace. This way, the prize generates more attention for the role of local governments in this field, and it highlights good examples to inspire other local governments. Launched in The Hague, City of Peace and Justice, the applications for the prize are now open. By collecting a wide range of good examples, the prize gives a stage to local governments in all corners of the world and helps strong applicants to document their peace initiatives. Relevant initiatives can include reducing gang violence in a city, welcoming large groups of refugees, enhancing social cohesion, or disarming rebels. The ways in which local governments can contribute to peace are manifold, and this can take place both in areas of active conflict and regions that have experienced peace for decades. The award ceremony of this third edition of the prize will take place at the UCLG World Congress, hosted by the Korean city of Daejeon in October 2022. Selected finalists will receive support to produce a video about their project and be sponsored to attend the Congress to present their initiatives. The winning municipality is awarded with a grant of €20,000 to strengthen their initiative. Does your local government also have an initiative that promotes peace? Then apply now for the third edition of the Peace Prize.
Se va a celebrar un acontecimiento importantísimo en Madrid, Foro Internacional sobre las Violencias Urbanas.
Hoy estamos hablando, reflexionando, reconociendo a las ciudades como territorios de paz, no como territorios en donde se encuentran las personas de forma violenta, sino todo lo contrario.
Saben que CGLU es una red, es la principal red de ciudades del mundo y sobre todo que creemos de forma muy profunda en el papel fundamental de las ciudades en ese impulso de la paz a nivel global.
Quiero agradecerles a todas las personas que participan y se interesan en este tema crucial de construcción de paz en este siglo, en este tiempo convulsionado que nos tocó vivir.
Did your experience in city management inspire others? Would you like to share it with an international audience or present it at a peer learning event? Here are some tips for an inspiring presentation. A good presentation should not be too long. Detailed information can be provided in written formats, so your presentation should focus on the highlights and key messages. Keep it simple. Ready to tell your story? The clock is ticking. Tick-tock. Spend less than a minute on the introduction, asking yourself one simple question. Who? Who are you talking to? Connect with your audience by introducing yourself. Give a brief context with key information on your city so people can follow. Tick-tock. Quickly, move on to your story. Remember that explaining the problem is as important as presenting the solutions. Linking your problem with global agendas can highlight how relevant your work is. Keep slides simple with only a few keywords and lots of pictures and graphs. Speak freely and towards your audience, never towards the slides. Tick-tock. Some minutes have passed and you've grabbed your audience's attention. Now focus on the how. How did you start? Who was involved and what skills and resources were required? What challenges and obstacles occurred and how were they overcome? It can be useful to show a timeline highlighting milestones in the process. Remember to underline what the impact of the practice has been. What were the most important changes over time? Before time is up, reconnect with your audience's own realities. Conclude by highlighting the key learnings from your stories. If you could start over, what would you change? What would you keep the same? And why? What key innovations or insights could help other cities? Time's up and your practice has inspired many peers. Great work! Your practice can now join other examples highlighted by good practice platforms such as the Guangzhou International Award for Urban Innovation. Find out more at www.learning.uclg.org.
Welcome to all the partners and friends that are joining us today. This is the space where we listen.
Of course, the role of local and regional governments, but also the role of communities and organized communities in producing and managing and taking care of those commons.
Currently, we have less commons and we have more actions that promote individual, ethnic, national, profitable, divisive approaches to these global challenges.
And having to look at it from the perspective of strengthening institutions to actually be able to promote peace and bring about that stability is something that we see as a space for where there has to be a growing trust in governments and governance.
We cannot really think about sustainability without thinking about what we are eating, how we're eating it, what we're wasting, where that waste is going to.
We want local and regional government to shape policies that can bring equality, so that all can enjoy and have access to the commons.
Unfortunately, in the past decade, the rise of lower trust or mistrust. And why do we have that? We can pull this apart. We can think of some of the reasons why we have it. Perhaps it's because of financial insecurity. Perhaps it's because of perception of social disintegration and feeling disenfranchised.
Subsidiarity does not only work for planning or decision-making or service providing, but also it does work to voice dissatisfaction and frustration.
And I think one of the things we've learned over the COVID years has been that almost everybody at the moment is living with quite a high level of anxiety, uncertainty, fear, grief, loss, and are faced with apparently unresolvable crises.
The issue of a relationship between those who govern and those who are governed, the exercise of authority, accountability, future generations, public goods, our planetary ecosystem, and as is mentioned in this call, the concept of a social contract.
Do you have a chance to be heard and to be seen?
The pathway that took UCLG to the point of choosing to make culture and climate one of the priorities for this town hall process.
Leave no one behind, leave no place behind, and leave no ecosystem behind. When you read all of them together, it basically means that we have to individually and collectively act now.
Du meilleur que nous avons en nous, d'essayer de léguer un monde meilleur, d'essayer de faire en sorte que nos enfants vivent mieux que nous n'avons vécu nous, etc., etc.
But it's the future generations which have to deal with, as was mentioned earlier, the responsibilities of the decisions that have been taken now.
So we need to look at things differently. We need to look at our governance differently. And in fact, we need to move from local government to local governance. We need to increase our social capital and investment in engaging citizens to strengthen the voice of community-based organizations and civil society.
La creación de un ecosistema para la vida humana suficientemente incluyente, suficientemente accesible para todos, que no deje a nadie atrás y que permita innovaciones en las prioridades sociales.
If we want to think to a new caring system, we need to dehumanize care.
Keeping the right to health at the center of health policy and legislation means creating a stronger social and financial safety nets and ensuring allocation of sufficient public resources from our national budgets based on a social contract.
From the experiences of young people globally, we see the importance of change that happens at the city level and the real, often immediate effects it has on young people's lives. I look forward to our discussion and echo as well Corinne's praise of such an open, dynamic space. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very, very much to all of you. Remember, it's a space of co-creation. We are delighted to have you all here. Thank you very much.
President, bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to all the partners and friends that are joining us today. This is the space where we listen.
We cannot really think about sustainability without thinking about what we are eating, how we're eating it, what we're wasting, where that waste is going to.
I think one of the things we've learned over the COVID years has been that almost everybody at the moment is living with quite a high level of anxiety, uncertainty, fear, grief, loss, and are faced with apparently unresolvable crises.
The pathway that took you, UCLG, to the point of choosing to make culture and climate one of the priorities for this town hall process.
Leave no one behind, leave no place behind, and leave no ecosystem behind. When you read all of them together, it basically means that we have to individually and collectively act now.
La creación de un ecosistema para la vida humana suficientemente incluyente, suficientemente accesible para todos, que no deje a nadie atrás y que permita innovaciones en las prioridades sociales.
If we want to think to a new caring system, we need to dehumanize care.
Thank you very, very much to all of you. Remember, it's a space of co-creation. The kind of inputs that you deliver can be very diverse. We are delighted to have you all. Thank you very much.
President, bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Have you heard about the power of peer learning between cities? Peer learning refers to the two-way reciprocal learning between equals and is considered the most effective ways institutions learn. To organize a peer learning, the expectations need to be clear. Peers may want to learn from a comparable experience or reflect with others on their city's policies. The host of a peer learning event and the facilitators play a critical role. The host is a city or organization providing the venue and context for discussions. They prepare, present, and share their experience, including through field visits and engaging local actors. The facilitator role can be assumed by local government associations, networks, or partners. They help mobilize participants, create opportunities for meaningful exchange, and nurture ongoing advocacy processes. Participants in a peer learning event also play a critical role, contributing actively to discussions. It is important to mix formal and informal learning opportunities to allow for individual exchanges and follow-up. Are you thinking about organizing a peer learning event? Keep this checklist in mind. Define a clear theme and sub-themes for peers to engage. Clarify concepts and assess needs. Explain any technical concept and use strong visuals. Train and brief speakers. A good practice presentation should focus on key lessons, challenges, and transferability. Avoid cognitive overload. Limit lectures and presentations to 10 to 15 minutes or less. Connect to participants with practical expertise. Encourage participants to share their knowledge and treat everyone as an expert. Use the power of storytelling. Remember to look into the whole policy cycle and the impact of the practices being discussed. Facilitators are essential to create an enabling environment for open and respectful discussions among peers. Bridge language gaps among participants coming from different technical and regional backgrounds. Use edutainment and gamification. The more involved, the faster and easier they learn. Collect feedback and report it. Peer learning notes are essential to make the knowledge accessible and transferable. Peer learnings help UCLG members and partners engage in effective and dynamic exchanges and policy-making processes. They also help to gather practices and connect them to global narratives, making municipal work visible. Want to know more about peer learning? Visit uclg.learning.org.
The UCLG Peace Prize is awarded every 3 years to a local government that implements an effective initiative to promote peace. This way, the prize generates more attention for the role of local governments in this field, and it highlights good examples to inspire other local governments. Launched in The Hague, City of Peace and Justice, the applications for the prize are now open. By collecting a wide range of good examples, the prize gives a stage to local governments in all corners of the world and helps strong applicants to document their peace initiatives. Relevant initiatives can include reducing gang violence in a city, welcoming large groups of refugees, enhancing social cohesion, or disarming rebels. The ways in which local governments can contribute to peace are manifold, and this can take place both in areas of active conflict and regions that have experienced peace for decades. The award ceremony of this third edition of the prize will take place at the UCLG World Congress, hosted by the Korean city of Daejeon in October 2022. Selected finalists will receive support to produce a video about their project and be sponsored to attend the Congress to present their initiatives. The winning municipality is awarded with a grant of €20,000 to strengthen their initiative. Does your local government also have an initiative that promotes peace? Then apply now for the third edition of the Peace Prize.
Se va a celebrar un acontecimiento importantísimo en Madrid, Foro Internacional sobre las Violencias Urbanas.
Hoy estamos hablando, reflexionando, reconociendo a las ciudades como territorios de paz, no como territorios en donde se encuentran las personas de forma violenta, sino todo lo contrario.
Saben que CGLU es una red, es la principal red de ciudades del mundo y sobre todo que creemos de forma muy profunda en el papel fundamental de las ciudades en ese impulso de la paz a nivel global.
Quiero agradecerles a todas las personas que participan y se interesan en este tema crucial de construcción de paz en este siglo, en este tiempo convulsionado que nos tocó vivir.
Could your experience in city management inspire others? Would you like to share it with an international audience or present it at a peer learning event? Here are some tips for an inspiring presentation. A good presentation should not be too long. Detailed information can be provided in written formats, so your presentation should focus on the highlights and key messages. Keep it simple. Ready to tell your story? The clock is ticking. Tick-tock. Spend less than a minute on the introduction, asking yourself one simple question. Who? Who are you talking to? Connect with your audience by introducing yourself. Give a brief context with key information on your city so people can follow. Tick-tock. Quickly, move on to your story. Remember that explaining the problem is as important as presenting the solutions. Linking your problem with global agendas can highlight how relevant your work is. Keep slides simple with only a few keywords and lots of pictures and graphs. Speak freely and towards your audience, never towards the slides. Tick-tock. Some minutes have passed and you've grabbed your audience's attention. Now focus on the how. How did you start? Who was involved and what skills and resources were required? What challenges and obstacles occurred and how were they overcome? It can be useful to show a timeline highlighting milestones in the process. Remember to underline what the impact of the practice has been. What were the most important changes over time? Before time is up, reconnect with your audience's own realities. Conclude by highlighting the key learnings from your stories. If you could start over, what would you change? What would you keep the same? And why? What key innovations or insights could help other cities? Time's up and your practice has inspired many peers. Great work! Your practice can now join other examples highlighted by good practice platforms such as the Guangzhou International Award for Urban Innovation. Find out more at www.learning.uclg.org.
Welcome to all the partners and friends that are joining us today. This is the space where we listen.
Of course, the role of local and regional governments, but also the role of communities and organized communities in producing and managing and taking care of those commons.
Currently, we have less commons and we have more actions that promote individual, ethnic, national, profitable, divisive approaches to these global challenges.
And having to look at it from the perspective of strengthening institutions to actually be able to promote peace and bring about that stability is something that we see as a space for where there has to be a growing trust in governments and governance.
We cannot really think about sustainability without thinking about what we are eating, how we're eating it, what we're wasting, where that waste is going to.
We want local and regional government to shape policies that can bring equality, so that all can enjoy and have access to the commons.
Unfortunately, in the past decade, the rise of lower trust or mistrust. And why do we have that? We can pull this apart. We can think of some of the reasons why we have it. Perhaps it's because of financial insecurity. Perhaps it's because of perception of social disintegration and feeling disenfranchised.
Subsidiarity does not only work for planning or decision-making or service providing, but also it does work to voice dissatisfaction and frustration.
And I think one of the things we've learned over the COVID years has been that almost everybody at the moment is living with quite a high level of anxiety, uncertainty, fear, grief, loss. And and are faced with apparently unresolvable crises.
The issue of a relationship between those who govern and those who are governed, the exercise of authority, accountability, future generations, public goods, our planetary ecosystem, and as is mentioned in this call, the concept of a social contract.
Do you have a chance to be heard and to be seen?
The pathway that took you, UCLG, to the point of choosing to make culture and climate one of the priorities for this town hall process.
Leave no one behind, leave no place behind, and leave no ecosystem behind. When you read all of them together, it basically means that we have to individually and collectively act now.
Du meilleur que nous avons en nous, d'essayer de léguer un monde meilleur, d'essayer de faire en sorte que nos enfants vivent mieux que nous n'avons vécu nous, etc., etc.
But it's the future generations which have to deal with, as was mentioned earlier, the responsibilities of the decisions that have been taken now.
So we need to look at things differently. We need to look at our governance differently. And in fact, we need to move from local government to local governance. We need to increase our social capital and investment in engaging citizens to strengthen the voice of community-based organizations and civil society.
La creación de un ecosistema para la vida humana suficientemente incluyente, suficientemente accesible para todos, que no deje a nadie atrás y que permita innovaciones en las prioridades sociales.
If we want to think to a new caring system, we need to dehumanize care.
Keeping the right to health at the center of health policy and legislation means creating a stronger social and financial safety nets and ensuring allocation of sufficient public resources from our national budgets based on a social contract.
From the experiences of young people globally, we see the importance of change that happens at the city level and the real, often immediate effects it has on young people's lives. I look forward to this discussion and echo as well Corinne's praise of such an open, dynamic space. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very, very much to all of you. Remember, it's a space of co-creation. We are delighted to have you all here. Thank you very much.
President, bye-bye, everybody. Bye. Bye. Thank you.
Welcome to all the partners and friends that are joining us today. This is the space where we listen.
We cannot really think about sustainability without thinking about what we are eating, where that waste is going to.
I think one of the things we've learned over the COVID years has been that almost everybody at the moment is living with quite a high level of anxiety, uncertainty, fear, grief, loss, and are faced with apparently unresolvable crises.
The pathway that took you, UCLG, to the point of choosing to make culture and climate one of the priorities for this town hall process.
Leave no one behind, leave no place behind, and leave no ecosystem behind. When you read all of them together, it basically means that we have to individually and collectively act now.
La creación de un ecosistema para la vida humana suficientemente incluyente, suficientemente accesible para todos, que no deje a nadie atrás y que permita innovaciones en las prioridades sociales.
If we want to think to a new caring system, we need to dehumanize care.
Thank you very, very much to all of you. Remember, it's a space of co-creation. The kind of inputs that you deliver can be very diverse. We are delighted to have you all. Thank you very much.
President, bye-bye, everybody. Bye. Bye. Thank you.
Have you heard about the power of peer learning between cities? Peer learning refers to the two-way reciprocal learning between equals and is considered the most effective ways institutions learn. To organize a peer learning, the expectations need to be clear. Peers may want to learn from a comparable experience or reflect with others on their city's policies. The host of a peer learning event and the facilitators play a critical role. The host is a city or organization providing the venue and context for discussions. They prepare, present, and share their experience, including through field visits and engaging local actors. The facilitator role can be assumed by local government associations, networks, or partners. They help mobilize participants, create opportunities for meaningful exchange, and nurture ongoing advocacy processes. Participants in a peer learning event also play a critical role, contributing actively to discussions. It is important to mix formal and informal learning opportunities to allow for individual exchanges and follow-up. Are you thinking about organizing a peer learning event? Keep this checklist in mind. Define a clear theme and sub-themes for peers to engage. Clarify concepts and assess needs. Explain any technical concept and use strong visuals. Train and brief speakers. A good practice presentation should focus on key lessons, challenges, and transferability. Avoid cognitive overload. Limit lectures and presentations to 10 to 15 minutes or less. Connect to participants with practical expertise. Encourage participants to share their knowledge and treat everyone as an expert. Use the power of storytelling. Remember to look into the whole policy cycle and the impact of the practices being discussed. Facilitators are essential to create an enabling environment for open and respectful discussions among peers. Bridge language gaps among participants coming from different technical and regional backgrounds. Use edutainment and gamification. The more involved, the faster and easier they learn. Collect feedback and report it. Peer learning notes are essential to make the knowledge accessible and transferable. Peer learnings help UCLG members and partners engage in effective and dynamic exchanges and policy-making processes. They also help to gather practices and connect them to global narratives, making municipal work visible. Want to know more about peer learning? Visit uclg.learn.
사람들이 모여서 우리가 UCLG is together. UCLG is together. UCLG 하나가 되었어. UCLG 평화를 위해서. UCLG 2022. UCLG. UCLG is together. UCLG is together. UCLG is together.
De aquí.
It's the thought of PM when your heart's just like a drum, beating louder with nowhere to guard it. When it all seems like it's wrong, sing along to Elton John and to that feeling we're just getting started.
When the nights get colder and the rhythm's got you falling behind, just dream about that moment when you look yourself right in the eye. Then you say, I wanna dance with you.
Welcome to all the partners and friends that are joining us today. This is the space where we listen.
Of course, the role of local and regional governments, but also the role of communities and organized communities in producing and managing and taking care of those commons.
Currently, we have less commons and we have more actions that promote individual, ethnic, national, profitable, divisive approaches to these global challenges.
And having to look at it from the perspective of strengthening institutions to actually be able to promote peace and bring about that stability, something that we see as a space for where there has to be a growing trust in governments and governance.
We cannot really think about sustainability without thinking about what we're eating, how we're eating it, what we're wasting, where that waste is going to.
We want local and regional government to shape policies that can bring equality, so that all can enjoy and have access to the commons.
Unfortunately, in the past decade, the rise of lower trust or mistrust. And why do we have that? We can pull this apart. We can think of some of the reasons why we have it. Perhaps it's because of financial insecurity. Perhaps it's because of perception of social disintegration and feeling disenfranchised.
Subsidiarity does not only work for planning or decision making or service providing, but also it does work to voice dissatisfaction and frustration.
And I think one of the things we've learned over the COVID years has been that almost everybody at the moment is living with quite a high level of anxiety, uncertainty, fear, grief, loss, and are faced with apparently unresolvable crises.
The issue of a relationship between those who govern and those who are governed, the exercise of authority, accountability, future generations, public goods, our planetary ecosystem, and as is mentioned in this call, the concept of a social contract.
Do you have a chance to be heard and to be seen?
The pathway that took UCLG to the point of choosing to make culture and climate one of the priorities for this town hall process.
Leave no one behind, leave no place behind, and leave no ecosystem behind. When you read all of them together, it basically means that we have to individually and collectively act now.
Du meilleur que nous avons en nous, d'essayer de léguer un monde meilleur, d'essayer de faire en sorte que nos enfants vivent mieux que nous n'avons vécu nous, etc., etc.
But it's the future generations which have to deal with, as was mentioned earlier, the responsibilities of the decisions that have been taken now.
So we need to look at things differently. We need to look at our governance differently. And in fact, we need to move from local government to local governance. We need to increase our social capital and investment in engaging citizens to strengthen the voice of community-based organizations and civil society.
La creación de un ecosistema para la vida humana suficientemente incluyente, suficientemente accesible para todos, que no deje a nadie atrás y que permita innovaciones en las prioridades sociales.
If we want to think to a new caring system, we need to dehumanize care.
Keeping the right to health at the center of health policy and legislation means creating a stronger social and financial safety nets and ensuring allocation of sufficient public resources from our national budgets based on a social contract.
From the experiences of young people globally, we see the importance of change that happens at the city level and the real, often immediate effects it has on young people's lives. I look forward to this discussion and echo as well Corinne's praise of such an open, dynamic space. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very, very much to all of you. Remember, it's a space of co-creation. We are delighted to have you all here. Thank you very much.
President, bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back, and to our online participants, welcome anew to the UCLG Retreat 2022 Town Hall Day and our Town Hall session on shaping the future social contract. Interpretations are available in English, Spanish, and French. Hay interpretaciones disponibles en inglés, francés y español. La interpretación es disponible en anglais, francés y español. And now I hand over the floor to our colleague from the policy team, Massimo Perino.
Thank you very much, Prachi. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, colleagues from the town halls. It's really great to see you. I'm Massimo from the UCLG World Secretariat. So today is our Cities Are Listening Day. What is Cities Are Listening? What does that concept mean? Well, it originates from the work that we undertook towards our Durban Congress in 2019, whereby we wanted to enhance the concept that guides our daily work here at the UCLG World Secretariat, which is listen to cities. So ensuring that our constituency's voice is heard within advocacy processes towards national governments, towards the UN, and ensure that our voice is heard. But we also realize that we have to listen ourselves, that we have to listen to others, we have to listen to people, to civil society, to stakeholders, And that's how we arrived at Cities Are Listening, which is what accompanies the town hall process. So the town hall is a space dedicated to interaction between civil society and local and regional governments. And during the Durban Congress in 2019, we had 5 different town halls with different focuses, each reflecting the strategic priorities of UCLG, but also the priorities of civil society representatives. Those included accessible cities, the right to the city, sustainable urban development, gender equality, and informalities. And each of those 5 town halls culminated in a policy paper that was led by civil society organizations that include recommendations for our politicians, for local and regional governments. And those recommendations fed in not only into our work plan here at UCLG for these last 3 years, but also in the Durban Declaration. So since then, we've been working with civil society also on other issues that are key to our organization and to civil society. For example, through our Cities Are Listening experiences on food systems, on public transport, migration, and culture. And now we're here today gathered within the framework of the 2022 town hall process. Now, that process, which we're here today, is focused on 4 different town halls. We have a town hall on the Global Commons, which focuses on the public services of the future and what exactly is included within the commons. Trust and government, so how to rebuild trust, but not only, also how to repurpose it. What are new mechanisms and tools that we can learn from to foster trust? Caring systems is another one. So looking at what falls under the concept of care and how can local public service provision foster care. And then finally, climate and culture. Climate and culture, which focuses on accelerating climate action, but from also the angle, from a social angle. So how can culture foster that? How can we mitigate the climate emergency through culture? So these are the 4 town halls. They will be directly contributing to our Pact for the Future, to our work plan in the years to come. And those 4 town halls reflect not only our priorities of the World Organization and of civil society, but they also reflect the UN Common Agenda. The priorities mirror exactly what's in the Common Agenda. So now, in terms of the session today, well, we've asked the leading organizations of the town hall process to undertake a pretty challenging exercise, I would say. And to tell you more about it, our Secretary General will be mentioning that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Massimo. We don't like simple things. Cities are complex. The world is complex. Humans are complex. And so the exercise that we have asked our partners in the town halls to do is a complex exercise. But we truly believe that it will shape the future. It's our key to the summit of the future that the UN is calling. And our hope is that our vision will be much more progressive and forward-looking than they will ever get it. So no pressure, folks, but that's what you are doing here today. That's why we are together. And Massimo, I don't know if I can already talk about this.
Yes,
May
please.
I?
Yes.
All right. Pick up your papers. Go back in time to the old times where we looked at papers. You hear the news coming up? The Municipal Times. What is this? Now, the first thing that you need to know is this the return to the future. We've got among us the future Secretary General of the UN, Viviane, who got from the UCLG Youth Caucus to a major position, to the UN Secretary General. And she will be chairing the Territorial General Assembly. That is our view of the future. We have asked all of the leading organizations to define a news that we will see published in one of those papers many, many years from now. And you have come up with some interesting concepts. We at the World Secretariat declare Viviana the next Secretary General. You will be able to explain what you meant with these daring headings. And it is our expectation that through those headings for the future, you are going to be able to explain where the conversations are in your town halls. I meant it when I said that this town hall is the key to the summit of the future. Because we know now very well that we will not be able to shape municipal policies if there is only government taking those decisions. Just as we know that we would not have been as successful in our international advocacy if we wouldn't have done it with you, specifically, with you, specifically, with you and you and you and you. So we know that we don't only need to talk with each other, but we actually need to copy our messages, to cut and paste messages, to use the same words, and bring it to the places that we want to transform. We are convinced that if we do that, we will be actually shaping a vision that is as progressive as it can be in terms of vision, that will take us as group as far as we can go without leaving anyone and place behind. And we are not naive. Huh? It's a complex movement. We are very diverse. We know we don't agree about everything, and we also know we don't do everything right. But what you are bringing to us is the accountability, the constructive critique, and also the power of communities to shape it. So that's what we're here to do. And this is the municipal times that we want to discuss this afternoon. Now, the voices of youth, all of your voices are important. But the voices of youth are particularly important for us. And in our organization, you know, you have members that bring ideas and shape new pathways. And before I give the floor to Pablo, who is going to be facilitating this conversation among you, I want to acknowledge the work that Councillor Elisenda Alemani has done, because when we met, and I don't remember anymore, but it wasn't that long ago, that we sat together, and look what we did. We sat together and she said, we need a youth agenda in UCLG. And I just was very honest with her. And I said, we have failed doing that before. We've never managed. Well, we have managed now a little bit. We still need to improve it. We have a youth caucus. Elisenda, a few words before you leave, because I know that you don't have very long. Maybe with that microphone. Over there. Thank you very much, Elisenda, for your vision and for accompanying us today.
Yeah. Well, thank you, actually, to believe in this. And, well, you know, I'm moved because I was coming on the train and I was thinking about how I would have wished to have a space like this while we were in 2008 financial recession. And I remember as a part of that generation claiming many words you have been repeating along the way with CLU, like not to leave anyone behind. And I remember myself and my generation saying that how we were gonna regret austerity, cuts, and inequality. And well, here we are, not to repeat same mistakes. So I'm very happy for this. And it's good to listen to institutions. It's good. But it's even better to listen to people and to have this direct approach. And I'm sure that these young voices will contribute to make an impact on policymakers' agenda. And I wanted to thank you personally and all your team to believe in this from the very beginning. And I'm sure that these contributions will be outstanding for politicians on the ground. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elisa, and I really for bringing the agenda to us and for trusting that we would do something with it. So now I need to leave it to my team to handle this. I'm very grateful to the whole team, obviously, in particular the policy team that is carrying this part of the weight. But Massimo and Pablo, you are the inspiring force behind this. May the force be with you this afternoon.
Thank you, Emilia. And before we start, Massimo will introduce you to the Mentimeter so that you can contribute to the headlines for the future.
Perfect. Thank you, Pablo. Yeah, so, I mean, we wanted everyone to contribute with their headline for the future. We wanted to hear everyone. So, well, on the screen over here, you can see that you can enter the code that's written above there on menti.com and provide what you think would be relevant in 20 years from now. So if you can please write down that code, it won't stay up there for the whole session, and then we'll take a look at what's there later on. Thanks.
Thank you, Massimo. And thank you, Emilia. Thank you, Councillor. We are going to start with the exercise that, as you know, each of the town halls will be presenting one of the headlines. And then the other councillors from each of the town halls will react on how do they imagine the world in 20 years. I don't know how old you will be in 20 years, but try to imagine yourself. I will be 52 if you want to, and I will be young. I will be 52. And we would like to also welcome our colleagues online. I see Karishma from Accord, Lorena Zárate, Gabriela Cuevas, Ginny Birch, Adriana Allen, many others, Aminatu, Aix, Ri. Welcome to Barcelona. The future generations are the ones who will introduce the town halls, because it is the world that we are envisaging for them. And they will present how the world looks like in 20 years from now. So Marta Berani, she is the global focal point for migration in the Youth and Children platform, and she is the founding mother of our Youth Caucus together with Viviane, Elana, and Daniel, that we are really happy to have them here. So Marta, you will introduce the Global Commons headline, well, not the headline, the Global Commons Town Hall, and then the global platform. Please join if you want to talk from there, it's okay, eh? Good, yes, you can. So welcome, Marta, the floor is yours. She will be introducing how the Global Commons look like in 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is the microphone. Okay, great. Can you all hear me? Good? Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much first of all, for the opportunity and for having us here. So thank you so much. Let me just start by saying that functioning and accessible commons are crucial for the future that you've all seen in the headlines. So this is, for me, it's a very important town hall that we're discussing. And specifically for my organization, so the Migration, Youth and Children Platform, ICP, we've been speaking in the past 2 years with 150 youth-led organizations from 79 countries, an excess of 88,000 youth, and we've been asking them similar questions, actually, about what is the state of the world for them, what are their priorities, and really what is been speaking is about this: access to public services, access to human rights, access to all the things that can make a prosperous life for all. So this is a very loud and clear message that we received. And another message that we heard is that this is not happening right now at the level that it needs to be. A lot of people, including young people and children, are falling behind. And this is something that's urgent to address, and we need a human rights approach to address this. And so this resonates greatly, I think, with the topic of this town hall. And so I guess maybe I'm going to try to outline some of the questions and discussions that we've had as part of the town hall process. First of all is, what is a global common? What counts? What do we want the common to be? And in that level, what does that translate at the local level, right? We're talking about global commons, but what about local commons? or local commons, or that's something that we can discuss later as well. And does that include different dimensions? So the tangible one, maybe access to the earth and land and services, education, health, and so on, but also the digital space or technology that allows us to get to those spaces. And finally, maybe even pushing a little bit more access to the truth, to news that can bring the truth to us, access to social cohesion, to social cohesive societies, to trust, and so on. And so we can really kind of space across these dimensions and see what we want to talk about. And we also discussed the need for a human rights approach and to leave no one behind, and that's across different income levels, different sex orientation, gender, disabilities, migratory status, and so on. And moving kind of beyond the process of just removing obstacles, but really focusing on how can we really create and facilitate access from all these parts of society. Okay. And so kind of going to this, we talked about tackling inequality then at the root and looking at the social relationships that we create and being really conscious about how we can recreate them and reshape them and create like a more inclusive society. And so I guess I'm just going to leave you with a couple of questions around the kind of actions that we may be able then to take in order to put this in practice. How can we cultivate the commons as well as creating access to them? And ultimately, how can we reshape these social relationships at the local level where we see the most opportunities, as we discussed in the previous sessions? Laws and UN policies are great, but really, the implementation that happens at the local level, and this is what we're talking about today. Further, what is the strength of our alliance here at UCLG? I think this is a very special place. So what can we do here that's different, that's special, that's particularly important? And I would really leave you with encouragement for today, but for the rest of the week as well and beyond, to be really ambitious and bold so that we can inspire each other in order to create a better future that reflects this headline, because those are really great places to be, and if we don't make the actions, we won't happen. So may we set the basis for that to happen. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Marta, and it's inspiring how you are inviting other youth representatives as well to take part of this. Without further ado, Sofia, from the Global Platform for the Right to the City, please pitch your headline, and then we will have your councillors reacting.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. Thank you,
And
Marta.
sorry, Sofia, if you can get closer to the microphone.
Can you hear me now? I think so, yeah. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, CLG, for facilitating this. We're very happy to participate, and thank you, Marta, for the introduction. We've been actively starting the conversation on this issue. Some ideas have been bounced off, but all of a sudden we have this big challenge of coming up right from the start with a vision of the future. So we try to propose something, and basically where I would like to start the presentation is looking at the image. So here the image that you have is actually a drawing from Huang Luyao, from Fuzhou, China, and it's basically one of the winners of an initiative organized by Metropolis called Metropolis Through Children's Eyes. And basically they were asked kind of the same question. How do you imagine the future in the face of the pandemic, most precisely? And we like this image because we didn't want to single out one vision of the commons, one specific alternative. We wanted to highlight the possibilities and also this dialogue between present and future, because basically what she has here is putting her glasses and looking at the future, but from where she stands. So for example, what you can see behind is a bus she invented, an electric bus that when you get into it, you are virus-free. So for us, where are we starting? We are starting at a grim, at a difficult moment, where we're facing challenging crises as the climate crisis, the COVID crisis, but it was very much highlighted in our discussions, the inequality crisis, the rising commodification and financialization of basic services and resources that are vital for our human life, and that also cause fragmentation between each other. So this is the challenge that we are trying to respond, and we see that the commons are a direct response and alternative to this reality for two reasons. And on one side, because in face of commodification, the commons bring a paradigm shift of how we can organize resources So Marta cited some ideas of commons, so natural resources, but also basic services as education, housing, care systems, knowledge as well, and also both in material and symbolic dimensions. This on one hand, but on the other hand, what the commons also bring to the table is a different kind of political organization. And this is what we really wanted to show in the headline in itself. So here what you see, we have local governments and grassroots organizations working together to broaden the public sphere. Because as now at the outset of the COVID crisis, we're starting to hear public is back, but we ask, what is public? How can we broaden this idea of the public sphere? And when we say public, we're not talking only about public organizations, but everybody. And this is what we're seeing with the commons. So just to wrap up, and last idea, how do we do it? We highlight community-public partnerships, working together. Again, as I said, we're just starting out, so I have more questions than answers right now. So basically, I would leave you with 3, and maybe we can talk about them a little bit later on. First one, what are commons? Because we showed some ideas, but we want to hear from you as well. How can we define commons? What is important to you? The second one, how can local governments foster commons? But the third one, which arose from our first meeting and is as important as the 2 last, how can local and regional governments foster not only commons, but the political space that lets commons arise? So looking forward to having this conversation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sofia. We have to broaden the public, and this is something that was clear in the last meeting. I'm going to ask the colleagues online to react, and then I will go to Thomas George from UNICEF, who is here, to try to answer the questions that Sofia raised with a key, with a view in the future. What should these answers mean for the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights? Aik, we know you are connected and welcome to this town hall on the Commons. The floor is yours, Aik, to try to react to what the global platform for the right to the city just presented.
Yeah, so thank you for the invitation. It pretty overwhelmed with the ambition. I think it's to achieve such a thing. It's a bold idea, and things looking really forward in how to create that together. What we've done so far in the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights addresses a part of this. I think the political guidance or the governance around shaping commons is important. The idea, let me give an example when it comes to a social contract. If we zoom in on data commons, how do you make sure that data is not owned by specific companies, but owned by the commons, by the general public? How does it look like? How do we make sure that people have decent contracts for their work, in example, looking at big tech companies? I think those specific areas, going back to the first question of today, how do we work towards a paper? I think those are aspects to include. So I really like the bold idea of a worldwide commons agenda, and the pillars we can contribute from the perspective of digital rights are how can we shape that in the digital perspective, in a digital era where I think we and cities are not only listening, but cities should also shape and co-create the future, because how we shape those pillars of a digital world reflects in the end, ends up in physical life. And I think that's an aspect should be involved in how we continue creating this, the commons agenda. I hope that does make sense.
Yeah, I think it starts answering the pillars of digitalization and this whole new conversation that we are starting to have, not only as a movement, but within different spaces. For instance, digitalization will be one of the priorities of the Urban 20 under the leadership of Jakarta in this year. Sofia, I think we are starting to broaden the conversation. And I will ask now Nina Madsen from Open Society Foundations, with whom we are now partnering for gender equality and for the whole caring agenda. Nina, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation and for this amazing opportunity to participate in this process. It's really exciting to be here. So I'm from the Open Society Foundations. We come as a political foundation committed to supporting the advance of open and democratic societies that uphold human rights and social justice and build social justice with equity and inclusion. And we are really convinced of the crucial role of local governments and communities in rethinking together, reimagining, building, and sustaining the conditions that allow us to live in and as caring, participatory, sustainable, just, and equitable cities. We are really convinced that the way out of this deep economic, political, and existential crisis we are currently facing depends on our ability to support our communities. And that is definitely, there is a role for local governments in doing that and building that collaboration and to truly experience the commons as social relations that are based on shared rules and regulations that are anchored in shared territories and shared natural and social as well in services and in policies that allow us to experience the commons in a very integrated way. Really excited to be here and to continue this conversation, and really looking forward to seeing what comes out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. And Sofia, I think we're starting to answer how we can foster the commons from a local and regional government perspective, and the idea of experiencing the commons as well in the future. I want you to read what the Global Platform for the Right to the City wrote, because it has to do. They are presenting how they think Maputo will look like in 20 years and how London will look like as well. I think it makes sense on what we are listening from our online participants. I am going now to South Africa, to Karishma Raju, a long-standing partner of UCLG. We would have loved to have you here in Barcelona, Karishma. I hope we can meet soon. The floor is yours, Karishma, from Accord.
Thank you so much, Pablo, and good afternoon to everyone. And yeah, we would have loved to have been there, but I think South Africa is pretty much still on red lists in different places. So we'll see how that goes over the next months. I think the important factor around dialogue has already been raised, and we will see how that plays through on the basis of how we start to bring the global commons together. Because I think awareness raising around what we are talking about, expanding the public and expanding the public space, we will have to foster that around dialogue and conversations and awareness raising. When you raise the idea in terms of the little blurb around Maputo to London, I think what that has shown us is that whereas we often see Africa as the continent that's experiencing most of the challenges, I think when it comes to what cities are experiencing in terms of urbanization, poverty, unemployment, inequalities, these are factors that are common across different cities in the world, and therefore are coming together and forging that level of community partnerships will be important. Community and public, yes, strategic, but I think the one step further that we can go is looking at it from community, public, and the private sector to be able to strengthen the role of the global commons as well. So yeah, and I think the relevance for a youth agenda, timely and really wonderful to see. So we're looking forward to the discussions as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Karishma. And you talk about dialogue. The whole spirit of the Cities Are Listening came from the idea that we needed a space to keep talking with your constituencies. And this is how the Cities Are Listening came. The intergenerational dialogues that we promoted together with Accord and Durban are part of the foundations of these town halls. So thank you, Karishma. I'm going now to Thomas George, and then I will yield the floor to Lorena Zarate, who is connected online, to kind of wrap up, Lorena, these questions that you raised, and not wrap up, but to react to the answers that you were given because I see your face, to the answers that our colleagues were trying to identify. So Thomas, the floor is yours. I'm going to give you this, Thomas, because I think you're really tall for the microphone.
Thank you, Paolo. When we started this session asking what it is to be like in 20 years, I went back 20 years. In 2002, there was no way I could imagine what the world is going to be like now. So my thinking was, how can you equip the current generation to face whatever comes their way? And that's not possible without good public health, education for all, by not having a digital divide. I mean, UNICEF estimates that more than 200 million children did not have access to education because they didn't have digital connectivity. I just want to start with those words. We had a very good couple of rounds of discussions, and I thought we were struggling with a common understanding of what is commons. So there was a thinking in the group that we should first have a clear understanding of commons before we take the discussion further, and I fully agree with that. There was a lot of opinions about what basic services, health and education came prominently. But I want to add another public service to this, which was not heard in the room, which is birth registration. People in some countries would not even think of birth registration as a public service, as a must. Because there are so many people out there, children out there, who are not even counted by the local government. How can you address the needs of those people, those children, if you're not even counted? So the latest estimate is 1 billion people living in informal settlements and slums. And every estimate says that it'll double in 10 years and triple in 30 years. So if on one hand, you have such a bleak estimate of how informality is growing, and in Africa, in most countries, it'll be 60% of the people living in informal settlements will be below the age of 18. How do you connect these two visions? I think that's a challenge for all of us. In the Commons dialogue, I think we need to also talk to the different population groups. Children, aged people, migrants, refugees, linguistic minorities. Before taking up this post, my posting was in Bangladesh. 500 or 600,000 Rohingyas came into Bangladesh, and the entire world noticed it. But every year, 5.5 million people move into urban areas. The cities don't have any clue as to how many people are moving every year. The population estimates by city governments vary between 12 million and 18 million. So in that kind of a scenario, how can even the cities with the limited capacity they have hope to be there in the game? So that's one. Different regions, like our colleague from Africa raised a whole lot of issues from the Africa region. Every region has got its own different issues. And the issues in a high-income country is not the same as an issue in a middle-income country and what's there in the low-income.
1 minute, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. So I would suggest that the regional chapters take a lead in taking this dialogue down to the constituents. And since Paolo has given me only 1 minute, I will stop with one last word. Children are the future. And I don't see a caucus on children. I don't see a focus on children, or I don't see enough focus on children. So how can we do that? Because if they are the future, we need to work for them now. Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. And yeah, clap your hands, because Emilia was saying yesterday that we don't clap anymore because now we are in Zoom. So it's good that we have real life again. Yeah. Two things. Well, the perspective of children, and it's crucial, the idea of having, for instance, a children caucus in a way. We are working a lot with children in the accessibility file, but we need to make this cross-cutting. And the other is we need to define commons, as you said. I don't want to go to the global debate that you're already having in the town hall, because it will be opening a Pandora box, but we do need to define what commons mean for our constituency. So Lorena Zárate from the Global Platform for the Right to the City. A quick reaction, Lorena, welcome to Barcelona, and please let us know your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Pablo, and thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here and participating, at least remotely. Well, exciting exercise, fascinating, and very challenging indeed. Of course, I will not try to do any wrap-up at this point, but instead just highlighting how relevant this is. And I think a clear signal of that is that we as civil society organizations, both from the local level to the global level, we had not been receiving these kind of invitations to these kind of exercises from national level, from national governments so far. And we don't think we will in the near future. And neither from, for that matter, neither from the UN agencies particularly, to discuss these issues with this kind of vision. So I think it's fundamental that we have this space, and it's particularly fundamental that we have this space together with local and regional governments. And we can all discuss the different whys, but I think we all know many of those whys already. So we have more questions than answers, of course, at this point, and we'll probably still have more questions than answers at the end of this process in October. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think one of the main challenges is actually to foster those spaces of dialogue, to broaden those spaces of dialogues, to consolidate that dialogue with the partners we have been working already, but also to broaden that sphere to include new partners, new actors, and several of those have already been mentioned. And also to create this shared narrative that some of the participants were already mentioning too. And that shared narrative that is not only about dreams and ideas and visions, but only about concrete possibilities, also about concrete experiences already being developed on the ground, and lessons we are learning from there. So I think that's part of the challenge that I think all town halls we have ahead. And of course, defining the commons is probably one of the biggest ones for us. And in that challenge, we know that we will need to prioritize, of course, and we need to probably start with a definition that will allow us to consolidate a kind of an expansive nature of the commons. So not pretending to have a whole list from the beginning of what is included, but probably will be best to understand how commons work and why they're important and why they're successful, what limitations they're facing, etc. And then think about the different themes or topics we can include on that. So the commons as a strategy of moving forward, and that was one of the key messages rising from the debates we already had. And of course, we know that the first idea around the commons was, the discussion around the property rights, so expanding and questioning, in particular, binaries between public and private. So this is like a different sphere beyond public and private.
1 minute, Lorena, please.
Yes. But property rights linked to social relations, property rights, not in terms of papers, but in terms of social relations. So that's why imagining the commons, not just as things, but as strategies, as social relations, and how we do things differently to create more peaceful societies, democratic societies, just societies equal societies, etc. So I think those are some of the key challenges. And as you will see in our papers, we actually decided to question this first idea of the global commons, or reducing the discussion to global commons, and think more about the multi-level, multi-scalar conception of commons and commoning as a strategy. So a lot to unpack, and we'll be very grateful to have input from all of you in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorena, and thank you to the Global Platform for the Right to the City. I'm going to go to what you were saying at the beginning of your intervention, which is that you feel that you are invited and that national governments would not do it. I just want to recall that it is that cities are listening, and this is the great experience of the town hall, that it's not UCLG, the World Secretariat, gathering really interesting people to talk about the commons, but it is cities and local and regional governments from around the world who are actually listening to what you are saying. I want to recall the example of Amman. We have here in Jude from the city of Amman. She was telling us now that in Amman, the mayor launched Amman is Listening, based on the Cities Are Listening experience of UCLG. We were talking with the deputy mayor of Tehran today, who is also in this room, about public participation at a scale of the neighborhood. We have the region of Nouakchott, and the people in this room, they do represent mayors and governors from around the world who are willing to listen to you. So this is one of the spirits of the town hall, and I'm happy that you raised it. Sofia, Marta, we're going to close the Global Commons from now. Then we will open the floor to other participants. But I think we start to have some of the answers to the 3 questions that you raised. We are going now to another town hall, the one on trust and government. And allow me to introduce you to Vivian, who is our youth representative from the Youth Council of Barcelona. She was the first ever youth councillor of UCLG, and we are really happy to
and future Secretary
General of the United Nations. Well, it's not the United Nations, how we call it. It's the United Nations and Territories Secretary General.
Woo! I don't know if
yeah, if you can get a bit close.
A bit close.
Because actually, I'm going to give you this because, sorry, for colleagues in the Zoom, it's being difficult to listen from this microphone. So here,
okay.
Vivian.
Then if you permit me, I'm just going to sit down there because I'm going to feel more comfortable. So before presenting my town hall, I wanted to ask you, how can we renew trust between people and government? And how we can reshape public institutions to foster solidarity and ensure the co-creation with the citizenship, but all the citizenship. So I was asked to explain what I envision, what we young people envision in 20 years, and here is it. When I close my eyes and I try to imagine how the world, how governments will look like in 20 years, what I see, what I envision is the genuine systemic transformation, a peaceful revolution that puts in place new mechanisms for real participatory democracy. I envision the representation of all collectivities in equity, which together co-create a prosperous and pacific coexistence. I envision the elders and the youth, men, women, and non-binary, and people with disabilities, trusting their governments. But it is not what is happening today. It is true that we are all here speaking on how we can improve the world, explaining all the good practices that we are doing to improve the life of our citizens. But the reality is that there are contradictory forces fighting us. There is lack of accessibility in a lot of different forms. There is misogyny, there is racism, there is corruption, there is invisible people living in our cities, people we don't know that exist, whose problems are not important because we cannot control. There is governance only for some and not for all. And as a result, people across the world do not trust the power of democracy, do not trust institutions, and they do not believe in the people representing them. Well, we don't believe always in the people representing us. So it is for this reason that we are here in the Trust and Governance Town Hall, fostering a co-creation process towards an improved governance system, and that I will permit Eugenia Birk, President of the General Assembly of Partners, to explain in more detail. Thank you.
Jeannie Birch, the floor is yours to introduce your headline for the future. Jeannie Birch is the President of the General Assembly of Partners, who is also represented here by other constituencies.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be participating in this spectacular event. And congratulations to UCLG for thinking about broadening its participation among all of us. I'd like to greet our partners who will be speaking today, and I would like to really commend Vivian Ogu, our new Secretary General in 2042, for her idealism, for her energy, for her refusal to be deterred by the challenges that face us with regard to trust, and for her bid to us to be active and to overcome indifference. So how are we going to answer her questions? How can we renew? How can we rebuild trust among all of us? We're at a crossroads at history right now. We've been challenged by COVID-19. We're challenged by international political conflicts. We're sitting on the edge of one right now. And we're challenged by the global issues of inequality and climate change. And our ability to address these and other challenges that will come to us in the future has to be built on trust among all. And that is why we selected this graphic. We need to hold hands, literally and figuratively, together. This is a very abstract thought, trust, but when we think about it as the emblem here of holding hands, I think that gives us a way forward. So where will we rebuild trust? We need to rebuild trust at all spheres of government, from internet, just as Lorena mentioned, it's multi-scale, from the international to the national to the neighborhood. We need to rebuild trust in all segments of society, civil society, all groups. And we need to build this trust among the spheres and segments that I've just talked about. The key to rebuilding this is a strong foundation on local. We must have this strong foundation, and I would say it's represented by the word TAP. TAP is an acronym. TAP, the T stands for time. This will not happen overnight. It will take us time and constant guardianship of the processes that we develop to build trust. We need to begin today and keep working on it every day to 2042 and beyond. The A in TAP represents the attributes of trust. Transparency, built on dialogue, built on understanding the needs of the spheres and the segments that we're talking about. We need to understand how to compromise and how to build consensus. And lastly, the P in TAP is participation. We need to develop permanent platforms for participation, but also temporary ones that serve particular uses. And we need to build respect for every participant in this activity. So our group will move forward, holding hands under the banner of TAP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. We take note, and one of the best things of being here in Barcelona with the UCLG community is that we were finally able to shake hands again, because we understand how important it is. And I don't know if you see the room, but the whole identity of our retreat is that we are breaking through for future generations holding our hands. All the identity has to do with this, and this is the spirit that we will have in our World Congress in Daejeon. Thank you, Jeannie. I'm going now to reactions from your town hall on trust and government, and this has to do with one of the components of TAP that you were referring, which has to do with participation. We have here Rudy, who leads the local agenda on open government partnerships. And Rudy, welcome to Barcelona, welcome to UCLG. Please, your reaction to the headline, to the future, and to Vivian's incredible presentation. The floor is yours.
Gracias, Pablo. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Now that we are doing like this exercise of thinking about the future, it's also important to think about the past. 10 years ago, President Obama launched an initiative, an exercise with 8 countries of creating a new model to do policy in a more open way, putting at the center the citizens, civil society, and develop this model together. More than 4,000 commitments have been made. More than 80 countries are today part of this global community. And there are 6 fundamental elements for what I would call an architecture for open government into the future that should be part of the skills we need to build, also to making sure that local and regional governments have the skills to basically create open governments. And those 6 elements that are based on the experience of governments and civil society working together in the context of our organization are as follows. Arming citizens with meaningful information, as Uruguay is doing with the Plataforma Tu Servicio, with health services in Uruguay. Empowering citizen voice in policy making, like Madrid is doing with the platform Decide Madrid. Reaching out to marginalized communities, like Austin is doing, getting public feedback to their equity assessment tool. Empowering citizens to follow the money, like Italy is doing with the platform Open Coesione, following more than 100 million euros in projects. Responding to citizen needs, like the Philippines is doing on monitoring public road working in the Philippines. And finally, involve the citizens in the fight against corruption, making sure that, like Georgia's doing, for example, monitoring political party financing, or Chile is doing with lobby reforms, making sure that citizens are at the center of these elements. These 6 pillars are the ones that we would like to suggest and would like to see in the next 20 years as part of a solid structure for open government and rebuild this very complex architecture that is building public trust within the government and society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rudy. And I totally agree with you that we have to look at the past to envision the future. And this was a good travel around the world on what cities and local regional governments are doing. And of course, the future will look like in similar ways to the good things from today. I'm going now to yield the floor to Barbara Holtman from Fixed Africa. We started working with Barbara during the severe lockdown at the very beginning of the pandemic in our security agenda for safer cities. And she brought to the attention of everyone during the pandemic I recall one of the very first people to say that mental health was going to be one of the biggest crises after COVID. And this was at March 2020 at the very beginning. So Barbara, the floor is yours. Please let us know your reaction to the headline and your idea for the future for trust and government. Welcome, Barbara.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me here. For me, the issue that children is the future is preceded by the notion that children is the now. Cities cannot be happy and flourishing places as long as our children are not accessing their rights. And I think they have a lot to teach us. Babies smile because we smile at them. They learn to love because we love them. They learn to be trustworthy because they experience trust. And so if governments, local governments want to be perceived as trustworthy, then they need to start behaving in a very trustworthy way. And I think that in a way is another script we need to flip. That very often governments see themselves as sitting at the top of a triangle, and they talk about going down to community, going down to grassroots, reaching down to the most vulnerable and the hardest to reach. But in fact, I think local government should see itself as at the bottom of an upside-down triangle that is very hard to balance. It's a difficult job, and it needs to be seen as one of support and one of integration and one of continuous learning about the lived experience in the cities that they serve. And I think to do that, one of the first things that needs to happen is to decriminalize poverty, which is very often the case in cities, that people who are poor are targeted by law enforcement and they are treated as though their poverty is a crime against the city. I think that it is also essential that we look at children as urban citizens and we protect them. We protect their mental health. We teach them to be active citizens, just as we expect of the others in our communities. And so the last thing I'd like to say is that I think we need to create logic trails. All too often, communities are seen as the respondents in research, but actually, we need to see a logic trail from the questions that we ask and answer all the way to the decisions that are made and the way that public money is spent. And I think until we do that, we will not have a trusting relationship between local government and the people who live in those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and thank you for bringing back a change of logic of this triangle, and we will do our best to include these approaches in our Pact for the Future. We have to say that we have the drafters from the Pact for the Future here in the room, which we think they are listening to what you have been saying. I'm going now to Kathy Klein, who is representing here both the GAP and the aging group. Kathy gave us a headline as well for the future, which is in the Municipal Times, and she's part, as I said, of the General Assembly of Partners. So Kathy, I will ask you to present two things, to present your headline in a brief way, and then as well as we ask to Lorena, as the General Assembly of Partners, to react to what has been said in terms of trust and government to close the town hall. I know it's a tough job, but the floor is yours, Kathy, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I actually need your help then with the headline. Basically, we came up with an image of a little girl. It was a graphic, a little girl from Singapore, and what she says is that trust requires transparency and communication. And in terms of the communication, yes, I'm co-chair for the GAP, the General Assembly of Partners Civil Society Older Persons Group, which quite frankly has not gotten attention in the 3 days I've been taking voluminous notes. And guess what? You're all going to get older, and that's a success story. And I'm thrilled that Viviana and I are working so collaboratively because it really is across the life course, which is how we see it. And I did ask our team of older persons around the world, what would they say trust means to them? Trust is broken when promises to older people are not kept, when services for older people are unfairly resourced and delivered, when accountability is not transparent and fair across all the population. When is trust built? When older persons are consulted, and I should say in persons with disabilities, because we work very closely together. We are often both left out as constituencies. So we want to be part of all matters, not just on aging issues or disability concerns. When visions, plans, and budgets are publicly provided in relationship to outcomes, positive, greater engagement, participation, longevity, better health utilization, dealing with ageism, poverty, disadvantage, illness, or higher death rates. And each year's achievements must be shared and celebrated, and failures, poor results, delay, incompletion should be corrected with public input for the next year. And I do want to congratulate UCLG and Federico. I don't know how many of you noticed that there is a continuous description of what we're all saying so that people who cannot hear are able to participate. And I hope that that just bodes well for future programs, because without what we define as accessibility, which is not how close your home is to the bus stop, but can we, with the digital divide, actually participate, whether we're deaf, whether we're blind, or whatever our abilities are. So I want to thank you for the first step, and we all look forward to what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kathy. Ginny Birch, quick reaction, and thank you for being here, and now we close. We can't hear you, Ginny.
Quick reaction. What enthusiasm I'm hearing from all of the groups so far about this enterprise and how necessary it is to engage in definitions, understanding how to develop processes, how to cooperate across generations, how to focus on the key issues and values that we all share. And this is the rebuilding, this is the activity that we'll be doing in the next few months and sharing in Daejeon.
Thank you very much, Ginny, and happy to start rebuilding with you in the town hall. So we close the Trust and Government Town Hall, and now we're going to the Caring Systems Town Hall. I'm going to introduce Telana Wong, who is the global focal point as well from the Migration, Youth and Children platform, and a true migration activist as well with Marta. They work really close with us in the UN negotiations on migration. So Elana, the floor is yours to introduce the Town Hall of Caring Systems.
Thank you, Pablo. And I want to echo my Youth Caucus members today on how important this space is. The concept of care has already been discussed. And indeed, during these last 2 years, it's been a highlight. COVID-19 has brought out the worst in us, exacerbating inequalities and xenophobia, neglect of our elders, overwhelming healthcare and disrupting incomes, educations, and economies. But at points, it's highlighted our best: selfless volunteering, rallies against racism, discrimination, calls for accessibility, and communities really coming together to provide care, love, and support. During the Thinking Big meeting, we talked about the structure, design, delivery of typical care services, making them more inclusive, open to all, and without fear of discrimination or financial peril. We discussed the need to center gender and intersectionality, recognize and address the unpaid care work and expectations placed on women, and support those already addressing care gaps. We also talked about what makes a caring system: reducing poverty, facilitating mental health, fulfilling decent work, dignified lives, access to basic services, education, employment, and technology. To achieve the future headlines we hear today, we need to recenter human rights and center accessibility and inclusivity through ensuring co-design and implementation with community representatives and civil society, and as Barbara highlighted, basing policy on lived experiences. Amelia also argued earlier that cities and local governments should be collectively pursuing a new redefinition of comprehensive human rights. So this raises the question, what kind of society do we want to live in? Not just what kind of social contract do you want to offer as government representatives, but what do you want to live under as citizens? Do we allow society to develop into one that cares only for people because of the economic value, the color of their skin, their age, whether they have the right passport? Or do we want to reclaim our definition of civilization and center our systems on the love and care of our fellow human beings? So thank you, and I'm honored to introduce Greg Munro, who will present the Caring Systems headline.
Thank you. So I've got the easy job, and that's to talk about the headlines in 20 years' time, and it's filled with positivity of a caring local government and a caring system model that proves that people and environment-centered local governance pays off. And in renewing that local government contract with society 20 years on, it reinforces a collaborative partnership that has been built between civil society and local government, which has established the understanding of a shared responsibility which connects people, planet, and government. And there are 6 examples of the achievements we will have achieved by 20 years' time. So 1, inclusive policies and decision-making processes have flourished, promoting services and infrastructure to be delivered more equitably with a focus on the informal and the most marginalized and vulnerable. Second, policies have fostered development from the bottom up, empowering the informal economy and creating an integrated socio-economic system that protects all lives and all livelihoods. Third, technology, and that technology advances have allowed people to receive proper services and care regardless of their needs, their age, gender, place of residence, or economic or legal status. Fourth, gender-responsive budgeting and the expansion of childcare services and services for the aged are promoting equal access and opportunities for everyone. Fifth, several local actions have been welcomed to be inclusive of migrants who have gained recognition and inclusivity into our local governments and cities. And finally, caring for and planning with nature is recognized as a central element of any urban intervention, with investments in resilient infrastructure and nature-based solutions for disaster and climate resilience. And those are the 6 achievements of a caring local government after 20 years. So before I hand the microphone to the rest of our speakers in our care team, a quote from Belva Davis, who some of you may know was a great American journalist who's now still alive, I think, in 89, in her late 80s. And one of her famous quotes was, "Don't be afraid of the space between your dreams and reality. If you can dream it, you can also make it so."
Thank you very much, Greg, and let us dream together this caring system. As you know, care is the spirit of our Pact for the Future, and it is the power of we comes after the power of we, it comes immediately that we care. So the Caring Systems Town Hall has a special place in the Pact as well. Before introducing the speakers that will react and that they take part of this town hall, I want to let you know who they are or the constituencies they represent so that we have a picture of what caring means to UCLG. We have the unions of public servants represented in this town hall. We have as well the Federation of Library Associations institutions. We have the Civil Society Action Committee who advocate for in the migration file. And we have Universal Health Coverage 2030. So as you can see, they come from different constituencies, and this is because we understand care as a crucial part of the new public sphere that we are trying to define together. So in this sense, I would like to give the floor to Gerald Leitner, the Secretary General of IFLA, which is the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. Gerald, welcome to Barcelona, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add to this great introduction which we had about our town hall, that it was also very important, that we saw it as very important for the care system, that everyone has the means and tools to realize their potential. That is at the bottom of all. I just wanted to add it. And with this, I come to my dream for 20 years where we are going, that we have a society where everyone has the tools and means to realize their potential. And there's a key to have the information, because information is the key to education, to all democratic processes, and that they have this information, they have access to information, but also that they can use it, that they have the capability to use it in the right way. We have heard from the other town halls, there is a lot of mistrust, of disruption in our society currently. We see this with the pandemic growing, but we're seeing it also with political conflicts, for example, growing. And here is the key, that we are able to react to fake news. That's one of the biggest problems what we're having with this disruption in our society currently. And I would say, when it's my dream, in 20 years, I would like to see the generation born in 2022 being capable to resist against mistrust, mistruths, and prejudice, that they are capable to act properly with information. And you here, all as representatives of cities, have the chance to work for it together with NGOs. And I really invite you to do it. Just coming back to it, I want to draw a line between the results of this wonderful town hall talks, where I want really to congratulate you that you started it, Emilia, and I would like to draw their line to this concept of a truth revolution where we are currently. As said before, important is information to go, and this is really the tool to participate. It's the tool for democracy. It's the tool for individual development. It's the tool really to leave no one behind and also to come to a better society. That's the key. And we libraries, of course, we librarians want to go for it as a hub of information. And we would like to do it together with you, because you are the owners, as I said yesterday, of millions of public libraries in the world. Use this tool, let's work together for it. Just to say also where we are currently with this disruption, what we are seeing. There also in the concept note was that the fear of fake news. There was the fear of misinformations inside. But let's not kid us. This has always been there. Misinformation was always there. We are now currently in a situation in the pandemic where it's growing. But we're seeing also in political conflicts, just what you see now in the Ukraine, you see very contradicting informations. You see this. But this was also in 1938. Hitler said, since 6 o'clock in the morning, Germany is shooting back to Poland. This means it started with misinformation, the Second World War. This was the key, this was the start. And I would say, first of all, be beware if someone comes to you as the unique source for information, as a gatekeeper. No one is fallible, no one is unbiased. Distrust such institutions who are acting as gatekeeper. We have to go for gate opener. That is the situation, to come there and to give this and also to act and to enable people to work with it. That's the thing. Otherwise, we will have not democracy. Here we are. And I would like to say, as I said before, when we want to fight fake news, we have to do it with the grassroots. That's the only possibility that we create a new generation. And I would like also to say, when we want to attack this information at the root, we have to need to think that we are working in a caring system, that we are doing it together as a system where municipalities using the hubs for information which they have and combine it with other. I think this is one of the crucial and most important issues if we want to change, if we want to come to a new society which is capable to resist distrust, disinformation, and also to have the tool to improve themselves. Let's do it together, and we would like to do it really with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Gerald. And if we want to envision this world in 20 years, we need to start working now, as you said. Part of the caring systems will be this access to information, and we agree that public libraries are the hubs of information. We need to care for public libraries. I'm going to give the floor now to Gabriela Cuevas, who is the co-chair of Universal Health Coverage 2030. UCLG and Emilia is part of the political advisory committee of Universal Health Coverage 2030, and we are really happy to have you here, Gabriela, and that UHC 2030 takes part of the caring systems. The floor is yours, Gabriela.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is our honor to have you represented at UHC 2030. And of course, I would like to thank Emilia for her very active participation. Let's imagine the world in 2042, a world where people doesn't need to choose between health and essential needs, a world of justice, inclusion, equality, In terms of the health sector, caring systems means systems which are right-based, people-centered and inclusive. We can't forget that everything we do is about placing people at the center of all decisions and actions. We need to empower communities and their people. And of course, we need local governments to be a key part of all these achievements. What we see for the next 20 years is that, of course, our dream is that globally, domestic public spending on health can continue to increase as a share of government spending, but has also become more equal across countries with different revenue levels. We need to understand, and perhaps that's one of the most important lessons of the pandemic, we need to invest in health. Now, half of the world population is still missing access to health services. That's a must that we need to change. Of course, going to gender and ethnicity, we need full inclusion. We cannot allow ourselves to have health systems that are not inclusive of women or people or vulnerable groups. We need health for all. Of course, in terms of gender, women who make 70% of the global health workforce and play a critical role in community care, they now need an equal say in decision making. That's something that we have to change right now. We want to keep the right to health at the center of health policy and legislation. And that means, of course, designing a new legislation, having very clear the human right to health. We need to allocate sufficient public resources from national budgets based on a social contract and stronger social and financial safety nets. We need to develop meaningful communication with the population and to work directly with civil society. We have to prioritize a primary healthcare approach and to continue investing in the education and training of the health workforce. We need to establish adequate regulatory and policy frameworks that will enable digital innovations. That's a way to reach full inclusiveness and equality. Of course, this can only be achieved if we understand that the leadership, the politicians, the political leaders for the next 20 years, they need to understand the different and the new realities that the world is facing. It is not only about building better. It is about designing the new social contract that is going to relate politics and governments at all different levels, from multilateralism to local governments, with the people that we represent, with the people that is trusting on us. We need to be grateful. We need to understand that placing people at the center of all decision means respecting their human rights, our human rights. That means designing legislation, policy, and budgets that are really going to change a reality. Yes, we are here talking about how we see the world in 20 years and how we can change it through local governments. I am sure that if we are able to translate those international commitments into national and local realities, then we can change the world in the next 10 or 20 years. And here, health is going to play a major role. If people doesn't have access to quality health services, well, then we are going to see more poverty, as we have seen during the last 2 years. If we don't change access—
1 minute, Gabriela, please.
Yes, of course. If we don't change and warranty access for all people in all different latitudes, well, for 2030, we are going to see 5 billion people without access to health services. That's why we want to place people and to place health at the center of all decisions. I'm sure that we can learn the lessons. I'm sure that we can understand that budget is the way to invest in health, but also very important legal and policy reforms. Thank you very much again for this wonderful invitation and these wonderful exercises. I had the pleasure of being a local authority 15 years ago, and I truly believe that you are the natural bridge to translate those international commitments, those international dreams into realities for the people that you are representing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. You brought crucial aspects, and one of the big questions is how we're going to fund and what budgets we need to build this world that we are imagining. It's not only public spending, but it is also the money that comes from private sector. Where are we putting this money and these efforts? And then you mentioned as well, you come from the health constituency, and we are in the middle of a health crisis. And you brought as well people, and I'm going to people now because during the lockdowns and during the severe lockdowns, municipal services were running, and they were not running because they run as machines. They were run by people, and these people are public servants. And during the whole pandemic, public servants kept working physically in places where lockdowns were there and facilitating that the health workers were able to save lives. And this is why it is so relevant that we talk about the people who care for us. And this is why we have Public Service International in this town hall that today is represented by Daria, who leads the local Public Service International and the unions. Daria, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Emilia. It's a pleasure for PSI to be able to input into this very important policy process and to give you elements that we hope will be taken into account into the drafting of the Pact for the Future. And I also bring a warm greeting from the General Secretary, who unfortunately is unable to be here with you today, but wishes you a successful retreat. So great start in this caring system section of the town hall. So let me take it from there. Indeed, as we reflect collectively on what is a progressive, constructive, and next step future in caring systems in our cities, in our communities and territories, I think we need to be specific and very precise too, if we want to be effective together in designing and bringing to life policies which are going to be transformative truly for all of us. This is why I'm going to go through a number of points as quickly as I can. But first of all, what are care services in local government? Well, this is a very complex set of services which ranges from childcare all the way to unemployment services sometimes, passing through long-term elderly care, disability care, but also live-in, domiciliary care. It also includes social services, the workers who go and help those who are in debt, those who are in depression, those who cannot cope with life anymore. So these services are really at the heart of when I hear you say leaving no one behind. But who are care users? So care users are really the most vulnerable in our societies. And I think that care services, when they are strong, publicly funded, staffed adequately with workers in decent conditions, are exemplify what we have best in our humanity, because this is really what makes us human, to care and for those who can no longer take care of themselves. So, but how can we really achieve a truly constructive, progressive, and futuristic system of care in a moment in time where the demographic growth, but also economic development, sometimes not the sustainable one we all need, is actually taking us to take up new challenges and there's an increasing demand in care services? Well, we need care workers in decent conditions. First of all, care workers are overwhelmingly women all over the world, highly informal in the global south, but even in the global north in very poor conditions. And we need to reclaim decent working conditions, decent pay, living wage, training, trade union rights for all care workers so that they can serve those who in our societies need these services the most. And what is the role of institutions, including local and regional governments? Well, you know that decentralization and devolution has really handed over in many countries the responsibility for care services to local government, but mandates have often been unfunded. And now after COVID, our cash-strapped local governments have to cope to even a stronger demand. So for us, it is absolutely critical that together, unions are your social partner, and local governments, together with civil society, we reclaim the adequate public funding that we need to deliver these fundamental services. I want to make sure that in your policy, you take into account the recent scandals that are tarnishing private care services, for instance, in France. I'm sure you're following the news with what happens when these vital, essential human services go private, are run for profit, things go badly. So when I hear that there's a role for the private sector in caring system, perhaps, but not the way we mean it. It cannot be a privately delivered system because intrinsically private care has an incentive to deliver shareholders' return. And this is when things go wrong. So our recipe for the future of local public care services has just 5 points. Recognize care as a human right, reward and remunerate the workers who deliver it, reduce the burden of care between men and women, but also between civil society and the state, redistribute so that you fight inequality by delivering quality and accessible and equitable care services, and reclaim the public and public good nature of care services. PSI is there to engage with you on two sides. First, obviously, winning transformative public policies and adequate public funding for local government, but also to work with you as a social partner and deliver quality conditions at the workplaces so that our members, your workers, can deliver high quality care to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daria. Thank you very much, and many claims and recognitions that we have to take note. And one is the care workers as well, which are not always public workers, as you said, and they are vital for the caring system. Thank you very much. And finally, I'm going with Colleen Raja, who is the coordinator of the Civil Society Action Committee, with whom our migration team and Emilia herself, together they advocate in the migration negotiations in the United Nations. Colleen, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Thank you, Pablo, and thank you for having us join you in this very important retreat. And I wanted to follow up in the town hall sessions that we've had earlier before, and something that we've been touching on already. In my experience, civil society currently is experiencing a high amount of fragmentation. We are disunited. We are finding a lot of high levels of stress working with each other in a way that I haven't seen in well over 2 decades. And I think there's something that Lorena mentioned early on in the session, that national governments are not inviting us to these spaces. I would go even further, that I would say national governments are contributing towards that kind of distress, towards that kind of fragmentation, because of what a lot of national governments are practicing, what a lot of national governments are doing, and the trajectory that's going. That is really troubling. And I think this is something that we need to put first and foremost when we start to address how do we re-envision something differently. We need to understand where it's going right now and try to change that around. In our previous sessions, we talked about how, and this was, Daria was just alluding to this just a few minutes ago, how so much of the caring system is disproportionately carried by women, by especially migrant women in the current system. And when I look at how you imagine cities are listening, you talk about grassroots organizations and progressive local governments, grassroots organizations and progressive local governments combining and listening and having these discussions right now. That to me is exciting. That to me begins to touch on where we can to change things around and reimagine how things are different. Jeannie mentioned earlier how we need to rebuild trust in order to rebuild our communities. So I go back to what we said in our previous town halls, that so much of caring systems is now disproportionately carried by women and by migrant women. Let's start there then in terms of rebuilding our communities. Let's start with the ones who are, that Barbara and Ilana and others have mentioned in this session that have been most excluded in the process. Let's start with the ones that have been most vulnerable and most left out in systems and where systems are moving towards. So when we reimagine that, we have to think about people of color, women, the LGBTQ community, the differently abled. We have to think about the global South. Start there. We have to think about the global South in the North, and who that is. Let's begin with those experiences. Let's begin with building policies and practices based on those experiences, and let those communities redefine how we reimagine our new communities as we move forward. I think when we talk about a new social contract, for us, we have to talk about a new social contract that looks so very differently from where things are now, even where things were before the pandemic, even where things were moving towards, where migrants are so invisible or extremely criminalized, one or the other, or sometimes both. We have to imagine a system that changes that around and put migrants at the front and center of our dialogue and in the discussion about how we recreate and rebuild communities. And going back to what I said at the start, I think as we do that, as we emulate that, as we use these examples, these good practices in terms of cities are listening with grassroots organizations, grassroots civil society organizations, and progressive local governments. Let's also use that then eventually, as we get to that 20-year mark, let's use that to also challenge the mandate that national governments have. If they're not inviting us to those spaces where decisions are being made, then we need to challenge that. And we need to also reimagine how national governments and local governments' mandate can begin to be intertwined and to shift that and recreate these good practices and good examples that we have.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you very much. And as you all know, our feminist caucus is led by the Huayru Commission, who represents the constituency of grassroots organizations in many ways. And today we're going to ask later Maite from Guatemala to take the floor. Thank you, Colin. We know that Madame Corinne Lepage from the Global Alliance for the Rights of Humanity has to leave. So I'm going to give the floor to her now. She is from the Climate and Culture Town Hall. But the rights of humanity, they apply to everything, Madame Lepage. So please, the floor is yours. À vous la parole. You are muted.
Mon micro n'est pas allumé. Okay.
Now we can hear you. Yeah, it's okay.
Alors, attendez. Vous m'entendez? Je suis désolée, je suis dans une gare. Et donc, c'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai plus de caméra, ça passe pas. Alors, je voulais remercier Madame Seyss et la CGLU de me donner l'occasion de vous parler d'un texte qui me semble pouvoir répondre à beaucoup d'éléments qui ont été abordés cet après-midi. Le texte de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'humanité, c'est un texte d'abord qui est porté par la société civile et principalement par les villes. Et CGLU est un pivot de ce texte. Il est porté aussi par de très nombreuses ONG, environ 80, par des universités et par toute une série d'organisations. C'est un texte qui vise précisément l'avenir puisqu'il s'intéresse à un concept qui est nouveau, qui est celui des droits et devoirs de l'humanité. On parle beaucoup des droits humains, qui sont conçus comme des droits individuels, qui restent bien sûr absolument indispensables. Mais nous savons tous que pour résoudre les enjeux auxquels nous sommes confrontés, il nous faut reconnaître des droits et des devoirs collectifs. Et c'est ce à quoi s'emploie la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'humanité. Elle parle de l'humanité et non pas de droits de l'homme à l'environnement ou de droits humains, dans l'aspect des droits et des devoirs, puisqu'il y a autant de droits que de devoirs. C'est un texte également qui englobe la question du droit des vivants, qui reconnaît les biens communs et le partage de ces biens communs, qui traite du progrès, qui traite des réfugiés, qui traite de la paix, qui traite en réalité de tous les sujets qui font que nous sommes des humains et que nous partageons ensemble cette même humanité. C'est un texte qui est écrit sous forme de déclaration, ce qui signifie que c'est du droit souple. Le droit souple, cela veut dire qu'il peut être interprété au regard des différentes cultures, des différentes cultures du monde et des cultures juridiques et des cultures tout court. Mais nous savons tous que le droit aujourd'hui fait une place de plus en plus grande au droit souple et le droit climatique en est une excellente illustration. Je voudrais donc terminer ce petit propos après avoir une fois encore dit toute ma reconnaissance à CGLU pour l'aide qui nous est apportée dans la diffusion de la déclaration, pour vous appeler à nous rejoindre tous, et en particulier les jeunes, dans l'Alliance pour la DDHU 2022 que nous avons lancée, de manière à faire de cette année, qui est une année très particulière, c'est Rio plus 30, c'est Stockholm plus 60, de faire de cette année une grande année de la reconnaissance des droits universels de l'humanité. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Thank you very much. And from UCLG, we are supporting the declaration, and as well, it will take part of the town hall. We're now going to the climate and culture town hall. As you know, this is a key priority for UCLG, bringing the culture perspective to the climate agenda and to the climate discussions. And without further ado, I would like to introduce to you Daniel, who is from the Youth Caucus, who will be presenting this town hall. Daniel, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Thank you, Pablo. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniel. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria. I'm happy to be here today. In the last 10 years, we've recorded several stories on the front pages of our newspapers, and some of them we are not proud of, some we are proud of it. We have stories around droughts, stories about flood, stories about increase in sea levels, heat waves, and all. And we are not proud about it. And so it's therefore high time we started to act intentionally, consciously about changing our behaviors such that the stories we have in the pages of our newspapers in the next 20 years will be the ones that we'll be proud of to show to our children and to our grandchildren, as the case may be. I'd like to share a context from African community. So it's funny that in some countries, some communities rather, in Africa, we have people who still use firewoods and charcoals to cook. It therefore means that we still have people cutting down trees instead of people planting trees. So people are still not being intentional about the care for the environment. So we need to put this into perspective. We need to start encouraging people to be environmentally friendly. I'll be bringing into perspective how we can manage young people into making. So access to information is important. Madam talked about the use of education in passing information to people. Education, when a child is born, education is a tool for the child to first acquire knowledge about the environment. A child learns from the parents how to be environmentally friendly, then goes to school to learn issues about environmental sustainability and the likes. So I want to maintain that point that education is key. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the need for capacity building for people. So we are talking about people shifting from what they currently do, shifting from the use of firewoods and charcoal. It therefore means that we need to build capacity of people so that they can, when they shift, they can use renewable energy. Young people in Nigeria do certain works that has to do with use of fossil fuel. We are saying that we need to use renewable energy. So it therefore means that they will stop this work they do to do other things. So we need to train them, build capacities for them so that they can properly do these new jobs that we are creating. Thirdly, I'd like to talk about the inclusion of young people in policy making. So most times when policies are created for young people, not with them. It's high time we started to create policies with people so that they can move with the ideas we're pushing to them. And in conclusion, I'd like to talk about renewable energy. So I was in Tanzania about 2-3 months ago, and I met quite a number of young people who are, who are using new energies into solving problems that relates to climate change. Tanzania is known to be a country with the highest mountain in Africa. In the past, we record cases of many people who come to Tanzania to see the mountain. But now we are recording rather little number of people coming to see the mountains because of climate change effects. So it's important that we start to include all of this into perspectives. And so I'll be passing the mic to Amino Gambo from International Indigenous Women's Forum, who would be pitching the headline for the future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Dear colleagues, I am very pleased to be presenting the headlines from the future on behalf of the Climate and Culture Town Hall. The climate emergency, together with the twin crisis of biodiversity loss, are defining issues of our time. It is thus not surprising that climate change is the subject of one of the new UCLG town halls. It may, however, be surprising that UCLG has chosen to emphasize the cultural dimension. Science has been raising alarm bells about climate change for decades. It was 7 years ago that the Paris Agreement was signed, and yet emissions are still rising, but for a temporary drop owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. Why? One reason is that while both the causes and responses of climate change are cultural, climate policies and climate actions continue to overlook culture. It is a culture of relentless exploitation of people, particularly the indigenous communities, and of nature, of waste and unsustainable consumption, of inequality that has given us climate change. At the same time, art, culture, heritage holds the means to inspire and inform climate responses. Yet, culture is missing from the adaptation plans, mitigation pathways, and disaster risk reduction strategies. Climate planning bodies, and this is true at every level of government. So, we applaud the decision of the UCLG to focus on culture and the missing link in the climate action. We were asked to select a headline that can be imagined in a newspaper printed in 20 years, in 2042. The headline that we have chosen is this: Earth expects to hit net zero within 5 years, thanks to huge cultural shift first initiated in the 2020s. The important period we were asked to imagine, approximately 20 years from today, is enormously significant when it comes to the climate crisis. The coming decade is critical to the future of the planet. The climate science tells us that in order to avoid the worst impact of climate change, we must hold global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels. But prospects of doing this are far-fetching. Every ton of carbon that we put into the atmosphere makes it less likely. Our carbon budgets are running out. In order to have reasonable chance of holding warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, we must nearly have greenhouse gas emissions in the next 10 years. Embrace and bank on indigenous people's traditional knowledge, leadership, and governance systems for climate resilience. The last report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the AR6 says that without rapid mitigation, the world will likely pass 1.5 degrees Celsius in the 2030s. We now know that we must hit net zero even sooner than 2050s, perhaps by the mid-2040s. The picture accompanying our headline shows this. It is a science-heavy image, but it has a simple message. To avoid the worst of climate change, we must take a monumental action in the 2020s to reduce our carbon footprint. The picture shows another thing. It shows that sitting in 2042, the world will now know answers to some key questions. Did we build back better? Did we have a green recovery? Or did emissions following the COVID-19 pandemic rebound? Did we fail to keep 1.5 degree alive? Or did we achieve deep mitigations when it counted? And ultimately, did we manage to dramatically change our society and economy, which, as I have said, is the only way to hold warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius? Our headline takes an optimistic tone. It reflects a world where radical thinking from our town hall had a huge impact. We have tackled the missing cultural dimension of the climate crisis. Societies, especially in industrialized and industrializing countries, have transcended the take to make waste precultures. To get there, cultural actors and cultural voices have been instrumental in helping people imagine post-carbon climate resilience way to living. We have championed traditional knowledge and intangible heritage that predates the carbon era to point the way to post-carbon living. We have lifted up worldviews of indigenous peoples and local communities that were never co-opted by modern extractive economies to counterpoints for prevailing views of progress. We have unleashed artistic and imaginative tools to help us challenge inherited assumptions and transformative reinterpret today's carbonscape and mindset. Realizing this future requires the local government to pursue holistic cultural and environmental policies that have left behind failure to cultural division. It raises the question to whether existing cultural infrastructures can deliver the needed impact at scale and with urgency. As difficult as it will be to achieve, a world that only achieved net zero by mid-2040s will not escape great troubles. It is a world of seawalls and planned retreat. For better and for worse, cities, land use, and rural areas will look much different. Year-round forest fire seasons, more typhoons, large-scale displacement, which means migration still roiling the politics of the planet. We clearly did not escape the climate change, but catastrophe has been avoided. Today's youth have been given a chance and intergenerational equity has been prevailed. Humanity treated and many people paid an unfair and impossible price, but it did not fall. And in our headlines, we have emerged with a new culture rooted in ancient wisdom of resilience and regeneration. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Aminatu. Aminatu is from the International Indigenous Women's Forum, and we are really happy to welcome you to the Town Hall, Aminatu. Thank you. I'm going now to Sanjaya Bhatia, which is really late in Korea. Sanjaya, we're going to meet you in October in Korea in our World Congress. Sanjaya is from UNDRR, and he also leads, together, the principal, Mami, from UNDRR and Emilia. They co-chair the Making Cities Resilient 2030. So Sanjaya, the floor is yours for a reaction. Good night.
Thank you very much, and look forward to meeting in Daejeon. Just building up on what has already been said, let's just fast forward to 2050 and think about where we would be then. Well, not us, but whoever is there. So 2050, 2/3 of the global population will be living in urban areas and primarily cities. And what would these cities be like? Would they be prepared? Would the air be breathable? Would they be resilient to disasters? Would they be resilient to the impacts of climate? We don't know. So let's come back to today. And where are we? So we are in a place where we have the Paris Agreement. We have some of you may have heard the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. We have the New Urban Agenda, and we have the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030. So these are all frameworks negotiated by national governments, but the frontiers for implementation are with the local governments. Now, what happens with the local governments? They get overwhelmed. They see so many different frameworks, and I have named just a few. There are many more. They get overwhelmed and they get caught up in the reporting mechanisms, compiling the statistics and so on. What needs to be understood, and this is to some extent a cultural issue, is that these agreements, these are not standalone. They are all to be seen in a harmonious manner, in a constructive manner. They are all interlinked, and they all have the same objective in mind, to achieve higher levels of resilience from climate and disaster risks. But still we see the COVID. Now, COVID is also, it's a health emergency. It is also a disaster. And we have seen how unprepared and how it impacted every field of life. And again, it was the cities, it's the local governments which are at the frontiers of fighting this risk also. So what we need is an understanding that all of these frameworks see it from the perspective of common sense and logic. Don't see it from the perspective of these are frameworks to be reported on and statistics have to be filed, but see it from that perspective. And that is, I would say, a cultural shift that is required. So not treated as bureaucratic procedures and processes and mechanisms, but see what is the ultimate aim. The ultimate aim is a better life for the citizens of the local governments and the cities. So we need also a culture which promotes very much the building of partnerships and networks which can support cities and local governments, help achieve greater resilience. So in conclusion, what we would like to see in 2050 or in 2030 is that local government officials and city officials all around the world have embedded climate and disaster considerations in all levels of planning processes, including spatial, capital investment, municipal finance, and so on. We would like to see that national governments support the city level and local government level implementation and the exchange of information between the national and the local government. And We would like to see international organizations helping cities, not only on reporting, but more importantly on diagnostics and project preparation so that they can access finance to achieve these goals for greater resilience. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sanjaya. We have one last comment from the 4 town halls, and then we will open the floor. We will see the Mentimeter. We have the different caucuses already connected. We can see Victor Pineda, welcome, and Sri. As you know, we have the caucuses, not only the youth, but the accessibility and the feminist caucus. So to conclude this town hall on climate and culture, I would like to give the floor now to Maite Rodriguez from Guatemala, who will be reacting to what the future looks like in 20 years, the role of grassroots women in the future, and the relation between climate and culture. Maite, the floor is yours, please. Here you have the microphone.
Well, thanks a lot, really. Okay. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much, Pablo. I appreciate this very, very much, and thanks to all of you and the ones that are, like virtual. I can see a lot of different partners. Like I can see Sri from Water Commission, and also Lorena and Adriana. Well, a lot of from HIC, and also, well, I see Sanjaya. How are you? So it's a lot of and also Nelson. So for me, it's a pleasure to be listening, really, and to understand. But in the morning, I wanted to say in the morning in the human rights session, something related that in the sense that we can advance achieving the human rights for all, we're going to be establishing the really care systems, because care systems is totally linked with human rights and the human rights, approach. So I think in 20 years, the most important thing is that we're gonna have, like a care systems in place, working, operating, and for sure, we are not gonna be like neutral. I think we have to be very careful about children, of course, but I will like to say girls. Because if we are not trying to, let's educate the girls, if we are not trying to put the girls in the center of all the processes, I think we're gonna be like always delaying the development. Also, I think grassroots organizations and progressive governments, yes, are the key. But I will go further saying grassroots women's organizations, because in the sense that we can say it on migration or climate threats, who are in the communities? Women are remaining in communities. Women are staying there and taking care of everything, of the care systems, of the humanitarian response. So I think it's important to think about not in neutral way. I think it's important to go and to advocate for that. Also, I think what I was saying yesterday about safety cities. I think the impact and the measure and the indicators about safety are really indicators of development for a city. And I think in 20 years, mostly 2045, 100 years after the World War II ends, is gonna be like saying, okay, let's stop violence. Let's stop, to be in a world that is gonna be really a safety environment, and that we can progress in different ways. I also want to say that we need to support absolutely the idea of protecting ecosystems in the climate arena. We are working protecting water, ecosystem, protecting soil, protecting forests, but we are also raising the fact that we need to protect housing as a new ecosystem. Housing is gonna be really the ecosystem that is gonna be like reuniting everything we need to live. And if in this sense, with COVID-19, we were really, really raising awareness about which housing is the most affordable and what kind of neighborhood we want to build and to conduct. So I think in 20 years that we are dreaming in this afternoon, we're going to have community practitioners platforms conducting and deciding for resources at the very grassroots level. We're going to have really a great allocation of resources in the grassroots organizations, in the slums, I mean, in the informal settlements. And for sure, I want to say that we need to start investing in supporting leadership at the very grassroots level. So this is something of my thoughts. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you very much, Maite. Thank you, Maite. And well, Emilia, Massimo, I think we presented all the entire town halls, everyone's present, and the headlines of what we think. Let us see, Massimo, the Mentimeter, how it goes, and to see if there are other headlines from other participants in the room, both virtually and physically.
Well, thank you, Pablo, and thank you, everyone, for all those really interesting remarks. This is a fun exercise because you never know if that headlines will be positive or negative. But it looks like we kind of have a mix over here, hopefully more on the positive side. We see some one-word headlines, inclusive, accessible cities for all from spring to fall. That's very nice. It also has to do with what we're focusing on, not only in the caucus, but also in the last town hall. Digital town hall with all citizens empowered to contribute, provide feedback, and get involved in policymaking, implementation, and evaluation. That's a nice one, and I think recalls what Ike was mentioning about digital rights being important to local public service provision. I see another one very positive. We made it. We stopped global warming, and we did it together. I think that's the spirit here. We're all together trying to co-create policymaking. 20 years of full gender equality. Very nice.
And a real dream.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I like that one, a UCLG president to address the UN General Assembly on the state of localization of the UN development agendas. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I don't see it happening anytime soon.
We are working towards that.
But maybe, who knows, maybe next year.
I'm happy global solidarity and collaboration will be the backbone of our society. I think that's something that really shows what we're trying to do here today, gathered forward. Energy sources and fuel is rare. We use it careful and circular. Children and elderly first. I see that also kind of recalls what we're advocating from the Accessibility Caucus and the Climate and Culture Town Hall.
And I also like that one, I am happy of my life, says 93% of the world population. I'm just happy about how I live. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I think that some of these things are achievable. I think that all of them should be achievable. And there is a certain acknowledgement of failure if we don't work towards it in any case. And I don't know how you feel, Massimo, but when we were putting this town hall together, did you imagine it like this, with these ideas?
You know, I had a feeling, but honestly, it's a lot richer than what we were hoping for. So it's really a lot of food for thought, and really thankful for that.
Yeah. Pablo, the same question for you.
No, I think I have more questions. And again, we were, for instance, with the whole discussion of the Global Commons, we were really sure that the Global Commons was the good title for the town hall, and we were targeting.
And now we realize.
And we were targeting the common agenda of the UN Secretary General, and now we are in the discussion of challenging the global, which I really like. So no, nothing that we were expecting. Well, there are things that say that we're in the good way. But no.
Look, shall we open the floor, Massimo?
Yes, absolutely.
Let us open the floor. And I have to say, I feel a bit emotional. And you might not believe me, but it was very difficult to get here. And I would have not thought that we would get here so fast. And it is a very bad thing that has allowed us to get here, the pandemic. Because without the pandemic, after Durban, this very powerful moment that we had, we would have all gone our ways and do our meetings and our things, and we wouldn't have been gathering together. And actually, it has allowed us to build this community, this very diverse community, this representative community that is actually, I think, is your inputs are going directly to our pact for the future. And so if we manage that, imagine Lorena, I'm looking at you and you were saying, they don't give us this platform. We are not, you remember that we said in Habitat 3, and we have Ana Moreno here with us. We were saying to Ana, that was on the other side at the time, we were saying to her, look, we are not going to ask for permission. We will do this on our own. And here we are doing it on our own. So I'm really grateful that you are all here. I'm thankful. I fully believe that this is legacy. This is legacy for the future. And I want to hear your opinions, and the floor is open. You better speak, because otherwise I'm going to make you. So I'm going to just go close to you and ask you to give your opinions. And I already see, oh yes, and we have the colleagues of No. You want to intervene now? Alex and Camila, you know that we are in this wonderful process where we are doing this partnership research. We are going to have a plenary on Friday about how we are exploring addressing inequalities, our past towards inequalities, and many of the issues that we are researching there and that we are deepening knowledge about are things that really relate very well to the town hall. So let us kick it off here, indeed, and then I'm going to the floor, and I have already seen David. Please, welcome.
Thank you, Emilia. So yeah, it has been really great to be part of this discussion. And as Emilia just said, we have been working with the research team at UCLG in the next goal report that is going to focus on pathways to urban and territorial equality. So we have been trying to think together with Alex and other colleagues on how can the messages and the lessons from the Goal 6 process actually can contribute to the town hall process and hopefully help answer some of the questions that have been put here from the kind of research and co-production process that we have been engaging. So we think this could happen at least at two different levels that we want to share with you. One is the fact that the Goal 6 is focusing on urban and territorial equalities. And we think that the equality lens itself is a very important aspect to look at all the themes within this town hall conversation. Because what the equality lens does in a way is to bring to the forefront the need to approach these themes from a right-based approach that connects very kind of clearly with the agenda we were discussing this morning around human rights, about leaving no one and no place behind. But also the equality lens highlights the importance of approaching these agendas as a governance question, as a question of how do we generate equitable partnerships from local and regional governments, how do we create collaborations, spaces for co-production in an equitable way, and how do we make sure that there are conditions and capacities that actually allow equality not only to be a goal out there, but something that we exercise in the way we implement these agendas. And there's a second level that has to do more with the actual content of the Goal report and the experiences that we have been documenting and looking at, that in a way overlap with many of the themes that we have been discussing here. We use the notion of pathways, of active strategies that local and regional governments are actually conducting on the ground. And we think that many of those pathways that the report is exploring and is going to explore overlap with these themes and somehow provide concrete entry points to ground these agendas in territorial experiences that are already happening, led by local and regional governments, but also led by civil society in the construction of these equitable partnerships that we were just talking about.
Yeah, so just before we started, Emilia told me the dots are connecting. And after this session, I can see all the connections. So we planned before that I was going to highlight some of those connections here, talking to each of the town halls and comparing them to some of the pathways, and just to highlight some, but they have already been developed through the presentations around processes of decommodification, through decarbonization. So anyways, there is a series of initiatives that I've been mentioning. And I think I would like to just highlight something else. And I'm going to stop talking about UCLG agenda because this is a movement. And Emilia keeps talking. It's a movement.
It's beyond UCLG.
So,
yeah, you better believe that.
And it's amazing the level of consensus that's emerging. There is a shared agenda that's coming up. And I think we can already taste that through the conversations. We can see that by engaging conversations with the GOAT processes, how the shared agenda is translating in various different spaces. But for this movement to be successful, and if it is successful, it will touch on serious power. And we will face resistance on the ground. So I think what's going to test the quality of this movement is our capacity to address those resistance. And I think I would encourage the town hall processes, the Pact for the Future, to push us. What are those shared resistances that we're going to face? And how can we generate pacts of dealing with them? Because it's when we're going to be discussing our common strategies that will be tested as a movement. And I hope we can do this movement together, and I hope we can dream about those strategies together of how we're going to deal with those resistance. So yeah, thank you for inviting us here, and it will be very good to continue these conversations. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now, Alex, the reason why I was feeling emotional is because there was a lot of resistance to start with. Really a lot. From the membership itself, wondering why we were having town halls in Durban. That was the gathering of local and regional governments. It's us that is gathering, right? So why do we need that? Very quickly that changed, right? And now there is this constituency trust, and I want to come back to what you said about if you want to be trusted, you need to be trustworthy. And I think there is this mode in the membership that is really willing to do that. And what we need as well is those pacts to face the resistance. Because a lot of the things that we are asking elected officials, and there are many elected officials in the room right now, there will be more tomorrow, and there are many local government associations that represent those, but many of the things that we are asking the local elected officials to do are very difficult things to accept, also as citizens. So we are here in this room discussing the morphology of metropolitan areas, and then the mayor that is doing more changes towards that will probably lose the elections in the next time around, right? So we also need to realize that, and we need to make sure that this conversation here is supporting what we are asking this constituency to do. So thank you very much for bringing that. And I think it's very important for the inputs that we need to carry to the Pact for the Future. So we really take that into account. Thank you very much. There might be more pacts coming. Let's put it that way. David, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Emilia. So I'd like to make a couple of points. I think there will be resistance. And I'd like to start by, we were talking about the universality of the commons, but the way I see it is there's a universality of a local commons, in the sense it's not so much a global commons, but multiple local commons. And that exists in all cultures. There is a universal conception of common land, common rights. Childcare is part of that local common philosophy. There's also a universality of local communal finance that predates national finance, and that has always been part of the local commons. Local communal finance, i.e. local government finance and local community finance, has always been part of the local commons that is universally in all cultures. And so I see in 20 years' time, there will have to be global mechanisms for local finance in a way that they are not there now, that will move towards a restructured form of finance to be the local finance as the unit of finance. Now, we're not there yet. There will be resistance. And I think that one of the risks that we face is the kind of, how can I put it, the kidnapping of this agenda by those who don't actually support it. And it was mentioned yesterday, the placards about, you know, don't let the SDGs take away your freedoms. But I also noticed that some of these recent protests in Canada were referring to the globe, to the commons, that there are particular individual, kind of universal rights that the COVID restrictions are against. So we must make sure that this local commons, this perception we have of what is local, is something that we keep hold of and that mayors are able to use to get themselves re-elected, and that is not captured. I think that is critical. Now, coming back to the headline, Interurban Monetary System to Support the World Bank of Cities to Spur Investment, this will have to be there in 20 years' time. I think it will require a systemic change, a structural change in the architecture of financing. We're not there yet, but those conversations have started. They're a lot further advanced than they were 2 or 3 years ago. There is a report coming out soon which will provide a potential roadmap for that. And there are some entities that are starting to think a little bit differently, which we're not there either 2 or 3 years ago. I think this has been a result of COVID. It's a work in progress, but it will have to be part of where we are in 20 years' time. So to summarize, that's a key element, a global financial ecosystem that works for local governments. Local government finance is development finance, but let's not let the idea of the local commons, the universal local commons, be captured by others. That is going to be very important.
Thank you very much. I mean, that talks to the whole issue of commodification that we were raising as well. The issue of privatization that was being raised as well by Daria, the unions that we have been working with. So thank you very much for that, David. And I saw that Victor was raising his hand. Victor Pineda. Victor, ¿estás listo? Adelante.
Yes, muchas gracias. Thank you all. And first, congratulations to the whole community. This is a movement. More than that, this is a moment for action. I think these discussions have created a new constellation. I feel the synergies between all of our communities creating something that is more than a sum of the individual parts. As a person that helped negotiate the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, as a member of the US Federal Access Board, working on regulation here in the United States, as an advocate for really transformative change within cities, I think that the idea of inclusive innovation and the idea of new mechanisms for finance and the idea of new ways of writing that social contract really depends upon a collection of coordinated actions. And so I'd like to ensure that we have a way to every single day leading up to our meeting in Korea, continue to strengthen our collaborations, our trust, that our actual tangible collective budgets, our actual tangible collective time, that figure out new governance mechanisms so that new social contract really elevates all of these voices in a practical way. So it's really about new governance mechanisms that put local communities in a position of power, and for those local communities to really create channels for that power to be realized. I think this town hall and these discussions are a vital way to do that. And I'm so thrilled on behalf of persons with disabilities, on behalf of older persons, on behalf of all these groups, migrants that have been left out, that we actually have that mechanism that we're building together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor. When we met last year in the virtual retreat, we talked a lot about synchronization. It's about further than coordination, right? I very much agree that we need coordinated efforts, and believe me, in a federation of federations like United Cities and local governments, it's very hard to coordinate anybody, and nobody wants to be coordinated. Nobody. So we need to actually synchronize actions and get aligned. And I really like this notion of synchronizing, and we will work it out, Victor, because I think that needs to be part of our, the next step in our collaboration. And that triggered also, and I want to go to you, Anna, that triggered also my thoughts about some of the conversations that we had on what did collaborating entail. And some of our leadership is very adamant about what that means. And in particular, the mayor of Barcelona also often discussed the issue of, look, it's not about exchanging. We don't want United Cities and local governments to be only a place where we exchange experiences. We want United Cities and local governments to be a place where we strategize. And it's like the whole presidency has embraced this. And we had this discussion when we were in the process of the new urban agenda. And by the way, this wouldn't exist without that process. And there is a part of that, Anna, that we owe to you. And that is just a reality. How do you see us? How do you see this conversation? I know it's a difficult question. Massimo, give her the microphone.
It's a difficult one, but
it's
okay.
It's too big, probably, but some thoughts on what you have heard.
No, first of all, personal part. I'm also really excited to be here, and a really emotional moment because I have not seen most of you for the last 2 years with people that I spent a lot of time, a lot of hours negotiating, strategizing, trying to give spaces, not to fight for spaces, but to make things natural. Because those spaces, as you said, are not from the ones at the top, are yours. So in fact, we were just giving back you the space that you should have had. And at that moment in Habitat 3, there were, of course, a lot of fights, but I think we managed to give the space and to enable spaces that I'm happy to see today here. So how do I see you now? I think you're investing and consolidating. And that's the second idea perhaps I would like to share, my thoughts. I don't think we are, after COVID, the pandemic and everything, we don't have yet clear where is going to be the place to fight for the spaces. I don't think the spaces where we have now are going to give us more power or new approaches. We are just trying to keep the spaces we have gained, consolidate them, invest, and I'm really happy that UCLG is doing that. And I think it will pay off when it's a moment, because you are preparing for when it's the real moment to be there. The problem or the challenge, as always, is that UCLG fights in spaces where you have to demonstrate your legitimacy against other actors that they don't even have local democracy. So it's kind of a really weird, and I will not go for the power or for the resistance, but it's always really weird conversation in which you always feel frustrated. So how to change those spaces where the legitimacy that you already have, you don't have to convince, explain, protect yourself, defend yourself on something that the others, they don't have. So in 20 years, I don't know, but for me, it's something that I'm happy to see that you will be at least ready and investing. My last comment, I always try to connect with the cities, is that we are talking about 20 years from now, but there are cities that are being built now. The new capital of Indonesia, the new capital of Egypt, they are being built without local governments.
without citizens. And there are spaces perhaps that you can, as a global movement, as the town halls, try to say something and put a voice there to try at least to shape a bit the conversation. But thank you, really great to see you. As always, you are the ones with the great ideas, with the great volunteerism in your lives, most of you. And I'm really happy to be here and see all of you and see you so strong, investing, consolidating, strategizing, and getting ready for the next fight.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Remember that the floor is open for everybody. So if there is something that you still want to share, please do share that. This thought that you brought to the table about us having this very strange conversation about representation and local government with actors that do not have local government because there is no local democracy is also a very funny conversation with the United Nations system, because we are questioned all the time about our representativity. Oh, you have to have more global south, you need to have representation from this country or that country, countries that do not have local government, for instance. So it is something that we do face a lot, and that is part of the work that we need to do. We need to think big, we need to imagine the world, like Greg was saying, but we cannot forget to keep working for the development of decentralization, of legal frameworks that will allow for that kind of system to emerge, for democracy to be protected. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Yo, bueno, solamente quería como hacer una pequeña reflexión, decir que escucharles a todos, escuchar sobre lo que estamos creando, escuchar sobre la visión que hay de futuro, es verdaderamente bonito, es inspirador y es brillante, ¿no? Y creo que ese es uno de los motivos por los cuales es tan importante incluir a los jóvenes, porque yo lo escucho y pienso, ojalá todos mis amigos, ojalá todos mis compañeros pudieran escucharlo y pudieran vivirlo de la misma manera que lo vivo yo. Porque así seguro que habría muchas más manos dispuestas a trabajar, dispuestas a, como hacemos nosotros, dedicar nuestro tiempo libre a seguir avanzando, a seguir construyendo el progreso global. Entonces, solo puedo pedirles que, por favor, inclúyannos para que todos podamos disfrutar de estos espacios y aprender juntos.
La próxima vez tráete a los amigos. Tráelos. Nosotros, también me ha gustado mucho algo que oí hoy, ya no me acuerdo quién lo dijo. About not being gatekeepers, but gate openers. You did, indeed. And I thought, UCLG should be a gate opener. And bringing your friends is part of opening the gate as well. So thank you very much for that, Vivian. And please, the floor is yours.
Just wanted to thank you for this great opportunity to discuss it with you and to learn so much with listening to you. I guess we're coming now to an interesting new phase, the question of resistance and how to combat resistance, about what is important. And membership organizations have always resistance, as Emilia said before. And change has always resistance. That's natural. Change creates uncertainty also. You can lose. But what are the answers to it? Just also as Secretary General of a membership organization, can to say, change happens always. Life is change. Life is permanent change. You can. The question is just want to be you the driver of the change. You want a passenger, or you want to be resistant. You don't have any chance against change. Change is permanently happening with you or without you. And the question is, how do you contribute? Do you want to influence the change, or are you out of the change discussion and you cannot influence? And this is the most important answer what you have to give to members who are resistant, that they have to understand that this change is happening without them if they don't go for it. That's the real question and the real answer to it. It's ignoring change is terrible for everyone who is a leader. That's the problem. And when you have members who are leaders and they are ignoring it, they will not be leaders in the future. That is it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Massimo, your turn to mobilize opinions.
Thank you, Emilia. So I know we have a few requests for the floor. I'd like to start with Maria Fernanda Espinosa, a former PGA and our Ubuntu advisor. There's a microphone there, yes. Yeah.
Oh, this is easy because I'm closer to this. Okay, let me. Well, the truth is that you caught me off guard a little, and but I can just express my feelings when I hear, you know, the conversation and my very primary reactions. And number one, I think that these exchanges is, believe me, that I'm, you know, part of different collective spaces, but these exchanges, this weaving a new narrative of change is unique. It's unique of this movement, of its allies, of the civil society engaged in, you know, societal transformation. So I think that we all need to cherish this collective building of a narrative coming from our own respective experiences and constituencies. And I think that that has a value in itself. It doesn't happen naturally and everywhere. So I think that's my first reaction. The number two reaction was to our friend, that when she said that it's not clear where are our spaces of resistance and transformation. And believe me that I think that the local governments, regional governments, local authorities, even the private space, our homes are spaces for transformation and resistance. We don't need to go and speak at the UN podium, which we do also, but I think that's where transformation and change happens, in every space where we can speak to power and we can raise our voices. And when you speak to power, you have to come up with these shared build narratives that we are crafting here together. And we are told sometimes you need to prioritize, and it's either you play here or you play here. What is the battlefield that you're going to choose? And perhaps in my experience, I have to say we don't need to prioritize, we need to sequence. And we need a sequence when we strategize on see how is that we are going to present ourselves and our agendas in different spaces and constituencies. And of course, we should not abandon the local, we should not abandon the national level, the global, at the same time. And I think that this group is big enough. Your arms and wings are big enough to cover all fronts. And I have to say that it is not only, and here I speak after, you know, having been 20, 25 years in the global multilateral scene, it is not only about reclaiming a fair seat in the decision-making of the multilateral spaces. It is about forming and informing and educating global decision-making. And I speak and I say this as a former ambassador, so it is not about just having that seat, you know, to have a voice, but it's really having an influence, a transformational influence when global decision-making happen at all levels, on the financial front, on the sustainable development goals. And I was very pleased to hear this morning the human rights discussion. And when we speak about localizing the sustainable development goals, for me, the sustainable development goals are, you know, is basically a human rights toolkit. And I think that human rights should be the overarching purpose and raison d'etre of what we do. and how we do city planning and we follow the urban agenda and all the work you do in your everyday life, the, the reasoning behind should be, you know, the happiness and the dignity of people. And that's about human rights. Well, these were my very drafty reactions, and I'm super impressed about the talent, the intelligence of young change makers and activists. And we really need you, because otherwise we won't be able to make the transformation we need for the world of today and tomorrow. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Maria Fernanda, for also recalling that point of the difference between sequencing and prioritizing. I think that's also, it's reminding me of when we were thinking of the town hall and the different priorities. We didn't want to take a siloed approach. We wanted to take different thematics that mattered for the constituency, that mattered for civil society, that covered also cross-cutting issues. And that's also why we have our youth caucus, our accessibility caucus, our gender caucus. So thank you for that. We have a few interventions on Zoom. Carlos Celis de Bogotá. Bienvenido. A usted la palabra.
Hi. Thank you. I would like to do a short comment about something that a former speaker said about coordination, and specifically about coordination of individual actions. So there is a specific kind of policy we have been working on Bogotá for the last 3 decades, citizen culture policies. This kind of policies focus on citizen agency and citizen behaviors. In other countries are called behavioral policies. From this perspective, we recognize and promote certain desirable behaviors, such as recycling or using a bike, that can solve public problems, in this case, environmental problems. This is important because, as a former speaker said, our dreams are not as far as we think, and the future we dream must be reachable. And the first step is to act now. From this policy perspective, governments can show citizens how to act now. Many people is worried about waiting in their homes from new technologies or big infrastructures or complex policies that solve the public problems or environmental problems. And this is why cultural actions are a key for this, promoting positive narratives, reachable futures, reachable individual actions, and using data also to show positive change, positive narratives. So this was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Carlos, for reminding us the importance of societal change. And I mean, we're gathered here today discussing the importance of social relations. It's come up many times in relations to global commons, in relations to fostering trust and governance. So thank you for that.
Máximo, antes de que despidamos, o sea, quería simplemente señalar que Carlos trabaja en la Subsecretaría de Cultura Ciudadana de Bogotá, que creo que eso también es importante que se sepa, porque lo que está compartiendo es una persona que hace las cosas, ¿no? Que contribuye a que se consiga. Perdón por la interrupción, Máximo.
No, nada. Muchas gracias. I understand that we have Sri Sofian from the Huayro Commission who had her hand raised on Zoom. Sri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Massimo, and I'm happy to be able to join remotely on Zoom. The discussion this morning has been very, very fruitful and enlightening. I'm very much touched also by one of the future that one wants to see is the equality of all. And as a representative of the feminist caucus, which is one of the 3 caucuses in this series of town hall, I think the principle of feminism is a key in how we will be looking at or addressing each of the town hall with the recommendation and all that. And, you know, when we talk about feminist principles, we want to make sure that, you know, in 20 years, we will denounce this concept of patriarchy, that everybody is equal, that the intersectionality of all men and women are taken into consideration and work together. The other point is also that, why presently we have to still concentrate or focus on the equality for women, because we are still very much behind in terms of our access to the public sphere, the decision-making process. Yeah, so those are the things that in all the town hall discussion, we have to make sure that these are addressed and look at the common agreed recommendation. And I want to also take on what several of the speakers before mentioned, that the the local government, local and regional government can actually be the leader in making sure that feminist principles are embedded and part of their governance process. And they can be the leader if the national government are still, not ready to do that. So in the future, we, the local and regional government, can be the leader in ensuring that feminist principle, the equality of men and women, the intersectionality we take into account all the time. The other point that I want to also mention in the discussion about trust, for the trust and government town hall, I think trust is also not just between the people, the inhabitant, and the government, people who have the power, but also trust among us, the people. Building the alliances, building the partnership is key. I think Colin Raja mentioned that, and a few others, and that is a key. And also among those who sit in the power, with the power, also they have to also trust together. Then only we can have that governance, a good governance, the transparency, the accountability of all. Yeah, so I thank you for this opportunity for joining remotely, and I look forward to also the others joining other session tomorrow and after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sri. Sri is representing the Feminist Caucus of the Town Hall, and she, as rightfully so, is making sure that gender equality is present within all of the 4 different town halls. So it's really important to have those comments. I'd like to now go to a colleague from UCLG Africa, Najat. À vous la parole.
Merci très cher de me donner la parole. In fact, I will react not as the representative of UCLG Africa, but in my other capacity as a member of the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration. I joined again this committee last year for a 3rd term. And I would like to share with you the 11 principles they have designed in 2017 and adopted by ECOSOC in 2018. And it's linked with all the discussion we have, the great discussion we have this afternoon. These 11 principles on effective governance are in 3 parts. The first one is effectiveness, competence, sound policy making, and collaboration. The second part is accountability, and inside we have integrity, transparency, and independent oversight. And the third part is inclusiveness, with leaving no one behind, non-discrimination, participation, subsidiarity, and intergenerational equity. And this year, we will present a UN official document, and I had the great honor to coordinate the working group with the former mayor of Quito, Rodas, Mauricio. So we will present how these 11 principles on effective governance are implemented at subnational level. So once the document will be adopted, I will be really very honored to share it with the UCLG and to have feedbacks if we are right or not, if UN is caring about you or not. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Najat. And that actually reminds me that we set up a platform, UCLG Meets, where we can share all of this information and where we can debate on these types of documents. So we're really looking forward to receiving it from our colleague Najat. So we have one final comment for now, at least, from Nelson Saul of the Global Platform for the Right to the City remotely. Nelson, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I am enjoying a lot this conversation. No, I just want to make a short comment regarding the future, no, of this legacy we are working in town hall in inside the UCLG Congress. I think I agree with Anna mentioned, no, there is a lot of the cities without any kind of democracy, and it's difficult to have a democratic local governments. But sometimes in many these cities in different countries are engagement from organizations, social groups, social movements, are working in this perspective, human rights, social justice, and democracy. Maybe one legacy important we can have, is this methodology, open this dialogue we are doing, inside the UCLG between authorities, local authorities, international institutions, UN body, and social organizations, academics, maybe we can work in the perspective to have this methodology, how to do this dialogue between different segments, actors in the cities, and maybe make one offer from us, this different group here, this network here, to have these possibilities to work in these different cities with these organizations, can start to open this dialogue for regarding special to create conditions for to have a democracy in your cities. I think this methodology, this tool, the town hall could be one challenge. Also, we can work together in the future.
Well, thank you very much, Nelson, for recalling the importance of methodologies. It reminds me of also what Lorena was mentioning in terms of the global commons, that we're looking less at tangible things and more at governance. And I think that that applies also to the other town halls. So we can definitely look into that with you. Thank you. Well, I'll pass it to Emilia, who would like to give the floor.
It looks like we have already an spin-off, output here that Nelson is proposing. Who knows? It might be something that we need to do together. I find it actually quite a good idea, a challenging idea, because how do you adapt all of that to the different realities? But yeah, if there is anybody that can do that, I guess it's us together. So yeah, let's start discussing that. And thank you very much for that creative proposal. And Nelson, as always, a pleasure to have you with us. Allow us to close this with the inputs of our Ubuntu advisor, Jorge Pérez Jaramillo. Jorge, ¿te sorprendí o estás listo? Porque yo se me da muy bien sorprender. ¿Sí? So, Jorge, just some comments to wrap up this discussion. It has been long, but so rich.
Just to add to this fantastic session, I would like to say that I was writing that because I wanted to be precise. It is fantastic to check the vitality of the municipal movement now. So congratulations to all. And I would like to say that it is our time to strengthen cooperation among the municipalities and regions. There are many that are so far from sharing our possibilities and resources. So now that I'm working in the region, not in my city, Medellin, I have realized how much the municipalities in our region needs to achieve the capacities and the resources we have. So we must keep on moving to leave no one behind, but also in the sense of municipalities. to include more and more cities in our organization. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for bringing also that territorial perspective. I guess, I mean, I have been saying this over the past days, and I will probably say it again tomorrow and the day after. You know, when you are facilitating a movement, and a movement is as large as this one that we represent, it's about making sure that we all move in kind of the same direction, that those that are lagging behind do not get stuck, so that they also move, but they don't move in the wrong direction, and then identifying those that are willing to pull and follow, and make sure that those that follow are actually the majority. And finding that balance is what you just described, and what you have found in Antioquia, which is a reality of Antioquia is not only Medellin, you always tell us. Well, that's the kind of work that we're doing together. We love marathons in UCLG. O sea, reuniones maratonianas, sesiones maratonianas, procesos maratonianos. But this session has come to an end now. Thank you very much. There is more. We have a session on peace that is starting in this room. And then we have our wonderful colleagues from the learning team that you have enjoyed today and with all these games. And they are going to do gaming in a room close to here. And the games that they are proposing to us are actually very interesting games, because they relate to the work that we are doing here. And they have to do with the donuts economy. It is based on the 6 principles of the Global Compact for Inclusive and Accessible Cities as well. So they are proposing 2 different games. They will explain all about it. You look at my colleague over there, Juan Carlos, whom you know from today. 2 options in UCLG, gaming and talking about peace. I think you can pick if you can be in both for part of it. Thank you so much for your creativity, for your patience, for your passion. Thank you, team. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation in this session for co-creation of a better future. And our colleague Juan Carlos will lead you to the gaming session, Honey and Donuts. And we would soon commence the Peace Agenda session. And I pass the word to our colleague Jose Alvarez.
You have seen the tip of the iceberg of the organization, a little bit of the we have a lot to work on. There are possibilities,
Tonight, 'cause we don't need permission to dance.
can keep the fire alive. Cause it's not over till the summer say one more.